oh, the USSR also did their genocide and they're communists and they're bad. That's how you open the door to like Holocaust revisionism and also allegiances to fascist ideology.
He knows that comparing the Holocaust to Soviet crimes is problematic, but he's fine to do it with Israeli crimes or with perceived Israeli crimes. And he'll do it habitually. And I think that's why, like, this was the problem I was talking about earlier, right? When I was saying that maybe it is better to understand extreme anti-Zionism as like its own form of bigotry in the same way that we understand Islamophobia to being separate from being against the religion of Islam, right? So I don't know why you're shaking your head, but I'll get to it in a minute. Like,
LonerBox live.
The response has been since you came out as a Democrat yesterday.
you're live. Don't say N-word. Okay, go.
Oh. Oh no. Oh man.
What up, Loner?
How's it going?
Mr. Boner?
Whoa.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing great. So sad about Binface.
He really had a chance, didn't he? He outdid the polls by 6
Yeah.
points.
That's crazy. Like, what is it, 27%?
Yeah, he was expected to get 21, 22 or something. Yeah.
What does that tell you about Clacton?
Classic one they throw you.
It tells you that they know how to do polls. If you're only 6 points off, that's refreshing, isn't it?
Yeah, we have a problem with polls here, at least in the primary elections.
Wait, but why? Why? And since when?
I like in general, I think polling for general elections is decent, especially for presidentials, it feels like. And the primary polls for presidentials are like better. But there's something about primary voters that are hard, it's harder to poll, and something about certain like populations, it feels like, that are like Avi, are you okay?
I'm just loading up things because you wanted me to share to do screen sharing for this.
Yeah.
So I'm just loading up all the content.
Shit.
All right, we're gonna have Arun on.
Are you using your speakers off?
Oh, I gotta use my hold on.
If you don't
Let
mind.
me transition to.
Remember when you had to change headphones when we were doing the Rob conversation for 11 hours? Oh wait, can we start with that, something fun before we get into the I don't know if you saw the conversation between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson on the Charlie Kirk stuff.
I saw
Or at least
some of it.
Only bits of it, yeah.
Anyway, and Avi, I don't know if you recall the conversation I had with Rob Noor about what constitutes winning a debate and what are the norms surrounding who won a debate.
Oh yeah, it's crazy how like all of a sudden like what winning a debate might be is like somewhat making sense now.
Yeah, that was very, very convenient at that time when it benefited Andrew. Now it matters whether you're on the topic and you're giving evidence.
Yeah, as opposed to like things that maybe shouldn't matter. Like
whether the audience agrees with
you.
whether
the audience agrees. Or or like maybe like
did you know the charges? Did you know the charges?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Now suddenly that doesn't matter. But what if someone's goal is to just get people to say, "Oh, you got the own by like a gotcha"? Like, what if that's someone's goal?
Well, I think you have to say that they won the debate. I don't know. I feel totally vindicated on that, and I think I predicted it too in the conversation that when this happens to Andrew, all of a sudden Rom's going to be the one who actually upholds the norm that, let's be honest, he himself adheres to when it's beneficial to the people that are on his political side. I thought Andrew won on substance, if I'm being clear, because Candace sounded like a complete insane person.
Not because he came in well prepared or anything. He won on substance because the other side had nothing.
Yeah, 100%. Anyway, sorry to distract us, Loner. How you doing, Lone?
Yeah, I'm fine. Also, shit, you guys can keep talking because I need to go get something. 1 minute.
Okay.
All right.
I also, I don't know if you watched the portion of the debate where Candace was allowed to like monologue for 10 minutes, it felt like, and no one said anything. Like she was just allowed to just say random shit, incoherent stuff. I don't know how anyone, for me, it's kind of like an IQ check. If you thought that Candace won on substance there, I basically think you're either a conspiratorial nut yourself or you're just like low IQ.
Whoa.
Yeah. No, he clearly, my impression from what I saw, I didn't see the entirety of it, my impression from what I did see was, yeah, he won, not the way I wanted him to win. Like I wanted this to be a stomping, like a
Yeah.
complete, just total
Yeah.
stomping, and he kind of just prepared a
little.
case, at least. Like he
Yeah.
prepared something. He presented some evidence, and the other side presented nothing. So okay, purely on merits, on evidentiary merits. One side provided better justification for their case than the other. They did a better job, deflating the other position's non-case because there wasn't anything there. Better. So yeah, like I'd have to give the win to Andrew, but for how much money was this? Like it was
$300,000.
300,000. Yeah. So okay. So for a $300,000 debate, if I was in that position, I would not feel comfortable taking that debate until I had taken like days at least, and just going through every court docket, every filing, every forget about knowing the charges. Like
Yeah.
that's just I would have gone through every single thing, every motion.
Yeah.
And I would have gone through every Candace stream. Like I would have had help, which he did have help.
Yeah.
Like I would have people pulling people. I would have anything that all the different and I would have had like all the arguments laid out, and I would have had all her responses already prepared for. I would have had like every single brand. Like that's the sort of prep I would have done. And I wouldn't have been comfortable doing that until I had done that prep. If it was a $300,000 debate, especially with a conspiracy theory,
Yeah, you got to be super prepared.
Like that's very domain knowledge heavy, and it's also like you need other things too. You have to have it like you have to have certain epistemology in place. Candace has a deranged epistemology. You have to be able to detect when the debate is in that territory and be able to fight on that level. You have to be able to, if it ever goes into the evidence level, you have to be able to go. So there's a lot of things that need to be in place for a high stakes conspiracy theorist debate to do well in.
Yeah,
which is
so
fine.
Andrew didn't
Like
do that. He just tried to do the thing where he internal critiques and asks stupid questions about the other. Is that what he did in this debate as well, or?
It doesn't seem like he even knew that. Well, he didn't. He didn't know the charges.
Yeah, and he paid $300K for the debate. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Only one man on earth could have that level of hubris. Jesus.
Also, the objects and stuff, like reading off of your phone, I just think that's also a little bit like, just keep it short and sweet. I just wanted him to like spend a minute being like, he confessed, his fingerprint, his DNA, and just like go through all the evidence like very quickly and concisely and effectively. And it felt like it was meandering to get there, or it was trying to like preempt something Candace might say in the intro. And just, yeah, I just didn't think it was a good showing, but he won.
Oh, not okay. Yeah, I agree with that assessment.
Yeah. All right, folks, we're here to discuss anti-Semitism. Thanks everyone for coming. This is sort of born out of a conversation that initially I had with a YouTuber by the name of Conduit. Conduit makes some very elaborate videos about influencers and stuff, and you guys should all check out Conduit. But then LonerBox heard that conversation, and we had a discussion about, I think, what is anti-Semitism, and sort of discussing the nature of anti-Semitism and how one would go about demonstrating someone is anti-Semitic. And so, yeah, I think that's where this conversation comes in. And, thanks, Avi, for moderating this portion. I think the order of the agenda is we're going to start by LonerBox and I engaging. You're going to try to help us, make sure that we understand each other. And then ultimately, Avi is going to present a case on Hasan and then also on anti-Zionism, right?
Yeah. So the order of the I'm good with that.
There's a segment on Hasan.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can stick around for that if you want, Loner, for sure.
Yeah, I will.
I would want you there.
He's probably going to be present in my arguments as well. So yeah.
Cool. So I wanted to start, and I don't know if LonerBox, you have a particular view about how we should begin. If so, I'll defer to you. But I kind of just wanted to start by understanding what we mean by anti-Semitism and like making sure we're not speaking past each other.
Okay. I think when I come to defining anti-Semitism, like I think the IHRA definition is basically fine. It seems to be like the most used one. I think it leaves plenty of caveats in there to exempt standard critics of Israel or even aggressive critics of Israel. But I think it also is privy to the nuance of the way that like anti-Zionism can reach an overlap with anti-Semitism and how it can actually express itself in that form. So I'm happy to go to defend the IHRA definition and maybe to also.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with you like using that definition. Like I just think that there's been like so much conversation about like whether or not my definition is correct or something. And that's where I'm
Okay.
like, I don't think that they're like, I'm using Merriam-Webster, and I think what I understand to be at least one plausible common understanding of anti-Semitism, and that is that it's hostility towards or discrimination against Jews as a religious, ethnic, or racial group. And so I just wanted to first, like, yeah, we can get into the into your definition, which I think is a certain perception of Jews, including prejudice or hostility or something like that. But I just first wanted to like get agreement that like the definition that I'm providing isn't proprietary language. It's not something that's like so out there. It's a commonly used definition.
Yeah, so I even wrote your definition here when it was asked because there was a clip of it, and I think maybe I'm wrong, but it's you saying, I take anti-Semitism as indexed to individuals to be essentially prejudice or mental bias against someone on account of their Judaism and or a person who commits some non-trivial amount of discriminatory acts on the basis of Judaism. And I guess when we say Judaism, we also acknowledge that like religious hatred of Jews specifically is kind of antiquated. Like anti-Semitism, especially for the last 100 years or so, has basically been an ethnic attack as well. That's why conversion didn't save you if you were a Jew in Europe. Yeah. Okay. So I don't actually have an issue with this definition because but again, I have a very like hostile view of dictionary definitions. I think we tend to learn most words in life by not really appealing to them. Like we don't really get a definition and just go out into the world and start picking out the things that are X and things that are not X. Like when we're kids, we learn from examples. We point at things and that's a chair. That's not a chair, even though it's got 4 legs and a back. Like so. I think with like the application of your definition is the thing I was taking issue with. We can start there if you want.
Yeah, I'd love to, because I think that a lot of has been made over this, like, you know, we use extreme hypotheticals in the context of a lot of these discussions. And Avi, like, you of all people understand this, that you can clip someone poorly using like these extreme hypotheticals. And so something was asked to me, which is basically, would you say that Holocaust denialism is inherently anti-Semitic? And when I say no to that, all I mean to say there is that the definition that I provided, and frankly, I think arguably your definition as well, although we can talk about that, it's just not the definition itself. Not that I wouldn't automatically assume that someone who is that's denying the Holocaust is anti-Semitic. And as we talked about with another caller with Avi, that might be an empty set. It might be that there's no person who denies the Holocaust who isn't anti-Semitic. But I don't think that my definition commits me to any position on like how you would go about proving anti-Semitism, or commits me to any like weird situation there where I wouldn't obviously call, for example, like Hermann Goering an anti-Semite. Of course I would call Hermann Goering an anti-Semite, and that would follow. Obviously, sounds like you want to
or even any anti-Zionist. Like, so for example, you can have, so here's what I think what has happened. I think what's happened is when a couple of things has happened. I think one thing that's happened is so someone like me, I know what you mean when you say in a discussion, no, you have to understand, like, just so we're clear, the important part about my definition of anti-Semitism is denying the Holocaust is not necessarily anti-Semitic. Like, I remember that, and I muted my mic, and I could not stop laughing in that conversation. And the reason is because I know what you mean, but when I heard you say that, I know how so many normies and so many people are going to take that. They're going to be horrified.
Yeah. No,
And
but you understand what
and
I'm saying.
yeah, no, I do understand what you're saying. You're basically getting it. Yeah, it in the scope of logical possibility, there it is at least possible. Although even it might the probability may be zero even, but it's logically possible to have, like, for example, if someone like just
Wait, can we
giving
do that
example right now.
example? Wait. Can we
Yeah,
do the one that? Yeah, do
oh
it.
sure, yeah, we could do whatever. Oh, I don't have that example offhand. I was going to use
Oh,
me as an example.
go for it. Go for it.
Yeah. So like if someone opened up my head and took out the part of my brain, like went into the part of my brain that has like the memory of my education about the Holocaust,
The Holocaust. Yeah.
right? Yeah, and just zap that, and like my memory of learning about the Holocaust is gone, all those parts of memory is gone, but like, everything else I'm the same. And then if someone asked me like, "Hey, do you believe in the Holocaust?" I'm like, "What? What do you mean? Like, huh? Like, I think you're just making this up." Like that would look pretty bad.
Yeah.
But I don't think in that situation anyone would say that I'm anti-Semitic in virtue of that. However, like the disconnect, and so that's true. Like,
Well, I want to ask LonerBox, is that true on his view? Do you agree that under the definition you use, or under, I guess I'll ask on that Avi in that situation would not be anti-Semitic?
Yeah, of course. Like, I'm not going to call someone with Tourette's racist if they call a black person the N-word. Like,
Right.
depending
So
on
I think that we
whether it's a tick or
agree.
not.
So in other words, what I'm trying to say is, I think you and I agree. I don't think that there's anything different about LonerBox's position on anti-Semitism, given that example. Now, in the definition, there might be some disparities, but as applied in that example, LonerBox wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic. I wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic. And Avi, you wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic.
I would not call myself anti-Semitic in that hypothetical. No.
And we all agree on that. So that's why, like, yeah, it sounds bad, but you know what I mean,
here's
and
the
we
disconnect.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and so here's where I think the disconnect is. I think the disconnect is when it's so, number one, I think it sounds like when you give this, even though it doesn't commit you, so you're right, it does not commit you to an evidentiary standard. You
Correct.
can take that definition and you can have very low evidentiary standards. Now, there's a question about whether you do have low evidentiary standards or high evidentiary standards, but you can have that view that about what anti-Semitism is, and you could also just see any slight bit of evidence and be like, oh my gosh, they're an anti-Semite. And have the view that every anti-Zionist is an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
Because out of the low evidentiary standard. Now, I don't think you have a low evidentiary standard, but you can. You're not committed to it. And so the disconnect there is, I think it sounds like when you have this, when you're communicating it in this way, where you say where it says things like that, some people listening might get the impression that you're setting this impossible standard, like this practically, or this extremely high standard, because like, oh my gosh, he's saying Holocaust denial isn't anti-Semitic.
Why would even Hitler be anti-Semitic?
Yeah, like who is anti-Semitic? How would you even go about showing someone is anti-Semitic?
No, I get the impression, but when I clarify right after Avi, and I say, guys, I would presume anyone who denies the Holocaust is an anti-Semite. I feel like anyone who listens to both parts of that listens first to the statement about what I think anti-Semitism is, and then the statement. But of course, I presume that it's, over and above any standard, that people who deny the Holocaust are anti-Semitic, that at least to people who are usual in these conversations, or who understand at least something about them, that that should clear up that the evidentiary bar is not this, denying Goebbels is even anti-Semitic.
Right. So you would say, like, Holocaust denial, if someone just said, hey, you learned about this aspect about this person, they deny the Holocaust, you would say that is extremely strong evidence.
Yeah,
extremely strong evidence they're anti-Semitic, to the point where I strongly believe it.
Yes. And I think you would too. And I think LonerBox would too, right? I think we're all aligned on that. What I'm concerned with, though, and the reason why we went there, and I want to get Loner's sort of approach on this, is because I think there are people who, baked into their definition of anti-Semitism, is anti-Zionism. And there is some, I think, obfuscation regarding that, or some people who want to, instead of clarifying what they mean by anti-Semitism, they want to bake in the anti-Zionism into the definition itself, and by doing that, define anti-Semitism in terms of anti-Zionism.
But who are these people? Like, I know people on TV who do this, but like the IHRA doesn't do that. The Jerusalem Declaration doesn't do that, right?
It's not clear to me, right? Because in the at least one of those definitions, I think they define denial of Israel's quote unquote right to exist as anti-Semitism. I think that that's correct.
They say it in the and again with the IHRA definition in particular. Before they go into those 11 examples, there's a sentence where they talk about how taking into account the overall context, right?
Yeah, but that would, I think, by definition, commit you to anyone who denies the right of Israel to exist is anti-Semitic. I think that that's right.
The example
Do
listed
you think
is
that, Avi?
denying the, so wait, what's the question?
Whether denial of Israel's right to quote unquote right to exist is anti-Semitism by definition, on that definition.
They say, I'll give you the exact sentence, is
Oh,
denying
on
the
the
Jewish
IHRA
people. They say denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor.
Yeah. So on the IHRA, so when I look at so both the IHRA and Jerusalem Declaration have a definition, and then they have like a guideline section where they give examples.
Right.
So I take that to be as follows. You either have to do one of two things to onboard the definition. Number one, you either have to bake the examples into your definition. You don't have to do that, but that's one way to do it. Number two, you have to accept them as propositions. So, and with the IHRA, you have to say, like, you know, if complete the proposition by saying is anti-Semitic, and you can do that by saying, it may not be baked into my definition, but I accept the proposition as true, as just a synthetic fact, where in other words, you commit yourself to the empty set thing, where it's okay, everyone who denies the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming the existence of the state of Israel as a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic. It may not be strictly analytically by virtue of the definition, but I am taking that on board as a true proposition, as a synthetic truth. I think that if you do it that way, you still can onboard the IHRA definition, because the examples are not strictly part of the definition. The examples are guidelines that basically say, to take this on board, like, this is the things you need to accept. Does that make sense? The distinction between the analytic
that makes sense to me. Yeah, because so assuming that you accept the IHRA definition, you're basically saying it's either by definition true that denying or calling Zionism inherently racist, or whatever that statement was, is anti-Semitic by definition, or that it's true of every person who affirms it. In other words, right?
Right. Then you'd be in conformity with the guidelines. Then you'd be in conformity with the yeah.
And so
that's what I take to be like
LonerBox. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that like it's a synthetic truth, by which you mean like everyone who denies or says that Israel was a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic, and or do you define anti-Semitism in such a way as that being the case?
You're saying everyone who claims the existence of Israel as a state of, as a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic by the IHRA definition?
I think you'd have to accept either that or that it's anti-Semitic by definition.
No, I don't think you would have to, because again, like,
not by definition. You don't have to accept it by definition, but you can say it's true of all those people. Because I don't, unless you think, let me just back up a second. Unless you think it's a heuristic, because I don't think they're offering it as just general heuristics, but I could be, unless I'm mistaken. I don't think the Jerusalem one does. But if you want to say it, if your view is that these are just heuristics, I mean, we can go with. I don't think that's true, but if they are just heuristics, then that would bring it more within the scope of compatibility with your notion. But it would also just deflate the strength of it, because people who do deny the Jewish state and do call it a racist endeavor, then you're ceding ground that's not so anti-Semitic. It depends. You're giving the Pisco answer. You're saying, oh well, not necessarily.
Well, yeah, I am, but it sounds like, again, because it sounds like they are as well, because in that paragraph before they list the 11 points, they say contemporary examples of anti-Semitism in public life, media, schools, workplace, could, taking into account the overall context. I think that section there.
So then that sounds like the Jerusalem okay, so then there's different, because I don't think the Jerusalem definition offered as their guidelines is heuristic, but maybe the IHRA does. So so then if those are heuristics, then what I imagine Pisco is going to say is, well, denying Jewish people the right to self-determination by claiming their existence as state of Israel's racist endeavor, that's just not necessarily anti-Semitic, if we're talking about definitions. Like, that's the sort of thing. And then appealing to the IHRA isn't going to negate that if your understanding of that part of the IHRA is a heuristic.
But I think, well, I don't know. I've read a few things from the authors of the IHRA, but I think I feel like if you ask them, let's say there's person A who says, I deny the existence of the state of the Jewish state because I think that I'm a multiculturalist melting pot guy, and I just think that historic Palestine would just be a better place if Jews, if Israelis and Palestinians shared it as a binational state. Then I don't think they would necessarily call that person anti-Semitic for believing that. But then person B comes along and says the existence of Israel is a racist endeavor. It's a colonial genocidal state that is by its very nature racist and genocidal and colonial, and it's really only there because like Herzl and a few other people had some idea to steal this land, and they don't really have any claim to they have no connection to Jerusalem or anything else. Then I think you're more likely to they're probably more likely to describe that person, taking into account the overall context, is anti-Semitic.
So I agree. Yeah, they're more likely is the key there. So, but would they all? But Pisco's just going to say, well, are they always going to be? Because that's going to be the key. It's like, let's say someone says, the Jewish state is a racist endeavor, just like any ethno state is a racist endeavor, right? If
Japan,
they say it like that, Japan's a racist endeavor.
Ireland,
all of that.
Yeah, and there are such people like this, by the way, and sincere. I believe that there are such people who are sincere about that. They think that all of these states are like some globalist. Even I'm not going to say that there are no such sincere people.
What if there's a journalist? What if there's a journalist who? What if there's a journalist who says that all ethno states are all ethnic states? Even India, Pakistan, whatever. But the only ethno state that they ever actually write any articles about or write any screeds about is the Jewish one. Does that raise your suspicion of anti-Semitism quite a lot, or no?
Yes, yes, okay. Yeah.
That's evident, but that's evidentiary.
Evidentiary,
right.
yeah. Okay, I know, but I don't. Wait, is anyone here claiming that there's like a single sentence someone can say that makes them anti-Semitic, like unavoidably, other than "I hate the Jews"? Like,
even I hate the Jews wouldn't.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Because what if they're being mind controlled in World of Warcraft? What if a priest cast mind control and made them say, "I hate the Jews"?
Okay. Right? So the answer really is no. But no one here is claiming to have that definition, right? That we tend to analyze whether or not someone's an anti-Semite based on some kind of totality of evidence.
But that's what I mean, Loner, is I don't think that this is an issue of Pisco has an out there definition. I think that you and I largely agree.
No, I don't think
how we apply it.
I don't think your definition's out there. I think maybe in the last talk that we had, it sounded like there were some things that you said about bigotry in general, and some examples we used that I was taking issue with. Should we go with those and maybe see if there's more of it? Because
I
think we agree on all this shit.
So I think that would be fruitful because I believe, and maybe I'm wrong about this. And listen, I'm so open to this conversation. I'm taking a good faith, and I'm happy to give ground if I think I'm wrong. I feel like I treat racism the same way.
Yeah. Okay. Out of interest, when the IHRA does give like their little working definition, and it's like in a little box, like their dictionary style definition.
Yeah.
Curious to see if you even disagree with it. It says anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. I
asked this question before.
Yeah.
I asked this question before, and it's kind of like, what do you mean? Do I agree with the definition? Are you asking me whether I use it? And the answer to that is like, I don't use it because I think to me that a certain perception of Jews, like just taking that by itself, I think you need the guidelines to inform that a little bit, because otherwise it sounds super vague and doesn't track the way I think. So for example, let me give you an example. Ben Shapiro says things like Jewish in name only, right? and he goes after democratic Jews, is that like either they're not really Jewish or they're not like in touch with their Jewish identity. I'm sure, Avi, you've heard him say shit like this, but and that's implying a certain perception of Jews. But I don't think people would call Ben Shapiro, maybe you would, maybe some lefties would, because they call Netanyahu anti-Semitic. Would you call Ben Shapiro anti-Semitic? It's a certain perception of Jews, right, that he's pushing for,
which maybe expressed as hatred towards
technically
Jews.
Technically, if you want to get really,
you would be that
about it, like, I love Jews is also a certain perception of Jews, but no one, this is, so I think what Pisco's just going to say is like, okay, well, that needs to be a couple issues. Number one, he would want it to be informed more. And it's the examples that are doing the informing, not all of which he agrees. Yeah. He agrees at least always. Little pet thing that is, that I noticed that should be patched up. It's a circular, because the word anti-Semitism appears in the actual definition, that actually makes it technically a circular definition. So which can be patched up. Like, I'm not saying, circular definition, and I went like,
Avi, I just mean, if he asked me, do I prefer it? The answer is no, for these reasons. Like, it doesn't seem to track common usage, even if it's adopted, by the way, even if it is the majority adopted definition by countries, right? I wouldn't even deny that. I just think, like, if you're asking me, does that track how people use the term? No, because if I were to, at least not the term as it is laid out there, and then the second sentence there, which includes anti-Semitism in the definition, that's why I don't prefer it. I'm happy to use it, but I'm going to have to, like, I'm happy to use any definition. I'm just going to be like, well, if that's all we mean, depending on what the examples inform the definition, it's going to change, like, the weight of this label.
Okay. Their inclusion, are you sure that inclusion is used in a circular way? I thought they were saying that, first of all, they're saying what anti-Semitism is, which this certain perception, which may be expressed as hatred. Then the time when they use the term is when they say rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed. Aren't they just saying rhetorical, physical manifestations of this certain perception, which may be expressed as hatred?
So if that is, so it depends on whether that's just a statement about the definition they just gave, or if that is part of the definition. If it is part of the definition, it's going to be circular, because what you can do is you can term substitute the entire definition into the word anti-Semitism there, and it's just going to regress on it. So, and it's not this is not a big deal. Like, this can very easily be patched up. Like, I can replace anti-Semitism, the word anti-Semitism,
hatred
with
of Jews or dislike of Jews.
Like such expressions, even like such expressions would work. Like, and that would patch the whole thing up. It's not, that's a moot point. It's a moot point that I raised just like because I'm from the philosophy land or whatever. Like, okay, but just to be clear, that's not a big deal. It could be patched up.
Okay.
But I think the bigger issue is, I'm sympathetic to this too. Like, I would want that definition to be more informed. Like, and they are informing it. You can inform it a number of ways. You can either like list out examples to ostensibly inform it, or you can have something in the definition that informs it itself, like, say, hatred of Jews, or
prejudice,
prejudice, or different treatment on the basis of which is unfair, like things like that. I actually would like to see more things like that in the definition, rather than just saying like it's what was the way they phrased it?
A certain perception.
A certain perception. I don't think certain perception does it justice.
Okay. And when they say, I guess another critique you can make of it is that they don't really ever explain how their examples 7 to 11, which all concern Israel, and how they actually come back to expressed as hatred towards Jews, right? Like, they don't really explain.
Well, that's not in the definition there at LonerBox, right? Like, it just does seem to be the case.
I just said that's a critique of it,
some
by the way,
desire.
yeah.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I'm not sorry. My tone is giving off more negative than I intend. My bad. I honestly think that we agree more than we disagree on the definition thing, Loner. I really do think that. But I think that there's, on behalf of some people, they're trying to do the work of proving what most people would see as anti-Semitism. They're trying to.
Oh shit!
Did he just go off for you?
Yeah, he did.
Get baked into the actual definition itself.
Oh, no. Okay,
right. Okay.
Am I back?
Yeah.
You're back.
Okay.
So we missed what you said there, but.
Okay, my bad. Hang on, my internet's reconnecting for my stream. Can we just give it a quick pause?
Yeah, that's fine.
My bad.
While he's doing that,
reconnected. Sorry, guys. Just refresh.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm probably going to go into this whole thing about, it's more like the practical use of the definition that I'm taking issue with.
So that's
yeah.
So that's the key thing, and that's what I think the mismatch here is. Like, I think the mismatch here is not about so much the definition as much as what people take from that, and the lack of clarity on how that it plays in with the evidentiary standards and how one in practice would go about providing evidence and convincing someone that someone is within the scope of that definition. Because it sounds like to a lot of people hearing this, and not without complete unreasonableness. Like, a lot of people get this impression, so it's not like everyone is just completely insane for thinking this. A lot of people are getting the impression that when people clarify it in these terms, no one can be an anti-Semite in practice. It's like you're basically just going to shrug your shoulders on anything and be like, yeah, not necessarily. Like, okay, well, he's using this slur.
I resent that a little bit. I resent that a little bit because I feel like a lot of these conversations haven't moved off of the definition aspect. But I would just like instantly grant like Fuentes. I think TYT. I think who was Mike from PA, right? He said Jewishness is a demonic ethnicity or something. Like, I will instantly start rattling off examples both from the left and the right about anti-Semitism, and I've done that before. And so here's what I want to clear up. This notion that Pisco has a proprietary definition, this notion that Pisco is making his definition in such a way such that he can never apply it, I don't think that that's the case. And I think right now we've established that in the general concepts, there is alignment between all of us, really, I think, and how we would think about it. I don't think that that's the big issue. And I think that people are drawing impressions from the definition talk to inform, I think, a badly formed view on like my evidentiary standard.
Yeah, no, we agree on the definition issue. It's not proprietary. Okay. So moving to the disagreement, I think I'll just give like one broad proposition.
Yeah, just real quick, because I don't want Pisco to resent me for.
I'm sorry. I just meant the idea. I don't resent you, the person. Avi.
Yeah. I'm just conveying what has been happening. And the other thing the other impression that they may have, by the way, is they may have the impression that someone like Pisco, even if you mentioned some individuals there, Pisco, but those are some really hardcore anti-Semites that you mentioned. Like, someone might say, like, unless someone gets to that level because of some Pisco's definition, unless someone gets to the level of Nick Fuentes and like uses like the case slur or says like outright, like, I hate Jews, like, maybe then Pisco will see it as evidence. But anything barring that, he's basically not. He's going to like.
I would like to talk a little bit about that. I know Loner wants to say something, but like, I really do. I want to walk. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Loner.
Okay. I think this is a good ground. It's like, I think it's a good place to start because it's like right at the basics. I understand what. So if someone comes up with a definition and says, I think racism or anti-Semitism is like prejudice or hatred, like on the grounds or on the basis of them being Jewish or them being black or anything like that. I understand that. Okay. I don't actually think in practice that is the best description of how bigots operate or how bigotry works. I don't think most bigots hate X or Y group because they think that group, just because they are part of that group. Like, I don't think that's the bottom of the pyramid, right? Like, I think people are bigoted towards particular groups because of something they believe about that group. So, for example, someone's
reasons,
but I think that the reason is the basis, and then like the ethnicity or something that comes above that. And I think that shows itself in the way that like, and I think this is why, for example, you can get things like people who are anti-black in America, but they might actually have no issue whatsoever with middle-class Nigerian migrants, or they might vote for Obama, or they might like Oprah, but you can still call them quite easily an anti-black racist because they tend to, they're quicker to call a black person a thug if they commit a crime, or because they, they vote in ways that are like disproportionately punitive towards black people. Like these are the kind of things that you can go with. But I think the basis of bigotry is like, for black people or Muslims or for Jews, it's usually because there's some kind of like narrative structure about a group that is actually the basis of the bigotry. So with black people, it's narratives of propensity to commit crime and sexual violence and thievery and whatever else, or like if you go deeper, it's the low IQ shit and whatever else. And I think with Jews, one of the popular narratives or prejudice narratives against Jews is that they have more power and more control over the world than they actually do, and that there's conspiracism, and that there's the use of like techniques or like rituals that are kind of like some of which aren't even scientifically possible, like these kinds of things. Like the conspiracism is, and the power dynamic is a big thing about bigotry towards Jews. When Muslims is terrorism and all that kind of thing. I just wonder if you disagree with that understanding.
No, I just
Okay.
so there's kind of two things I'm disentangling from that. Like one is that it's not pure hatred, right? It's not pure hatred uninformed by like explanations or rationales that the racist or the prejudiced person will give them. And I just view those as not incompatible, right? It is possible that you have an explanation for a prejudice, but you are still prejudiced. So if someone says, well, I don't like criminals, and I think black people are criminals, then in that context, yeah, they have a reason for it. But why would that be like incompatible with them being prejudiced against black people? I think that it's totally consistent. There's no problem with my definition or notion and with people having reasons for their prejudice or hatred.
Well, it's because when I was asking you certain questions, it felt like I can maybe play clips if you want, but it sounded like when you introduced like some other qualifier or some more predominant qualifier, then that suddenly exempted them from the original hatred. So like, for example, I think one of the questions I literally asked was like, logically, can you be bigoted against like Israeli Jews but not anti-Semitic? Well, so because if it's because of the Israeli nationality, like those particular Jews, then it doesn't necessarily make it anti-Semitic. But then I thought,
can we deal with
that? Sorry, what? Yeah.
So sorry if there's a lag. I'm sorry, LonerBox. Please finish your sentence. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, because when you start to apply that, then I felt like we were suddenly entering a world where some people who were like lots of people who are bigoted or like Islamophobic or whatever else would be exempt from an accusation of bigotry for the same reason, because Islamophobes, like most of them that I know, or at least like as public figures, don't actually have a very, very like equal hatred when it comes to Muslims. Like usually it's based on like a level of how much they practice their religion or how visible they are, or like especially even where they come from. British Islamophobes have everything to say about Pakistanis and North Africans, but they don't really care that much about Kuwaitis or Bosnians or Kosovars or Uyghurs. Drew Pavlo is a good example. He's an Islamophobe. He loves Uyghurs, and he would welcome more Uyghur refugees into Australia because they align with his politics. But I don't think that exempts him from being Islamophobic. But I think when I asked you that, I gave the example of Tommy Robinson or Farage, because these people have Muslims in their lives who they love, right? Like the chair of the Reform Party is a practicing Muslim, Zia Yusuf. Sure. But I think your explanation to that was that, well, this is tokenizing them, and they're lying about how much they like this person, or like they're using someone that they hate for the whole group. But I don't actually think that's true.
I'm sorry.
I think they like these people.
So there might have been a mismatch in me understanding. So like, I, of course, think there's nothing incompatible with having a friend who's a given race or liking someone who's a given race and not also being prejudiced against that race. I don't think there's anything incompatible with being of the race that you're discriminatory against. Like someone can be both Jewish and anti-Semitic. Someone can be both black and racist against black people. And so I wasn't implying that. What I was saying is that
the issue there, to be clear, this is the subset question he's asking.
Yes. Yeah.
So, because I remember in that discussion there was a point where he asked you about the subset, and then it seemed like you didn't think that they could be racist against the subset.
So I want to clear up the Israeli Jews point. So the Israeli Jews point. So I will get to that. I just wanted to clear up this issue of like the Tommy Robinson example. And there, I would just say, yeah, there's nothing incompatible with him being friends with Muslims and also having a prejudice against Muslims. And I would be fine with that. And I just think that some of the self-serving rationales, when I say he's a liar, that's kind of what I was referring to. That like maybe he'll say, oh, I have a Muslim friend, and we wouldn't say that that's dispositive, or we wouldn't believe that absolves him of anti-Muslim bigotry. That's what I meant there. Not that I think that just saying you have a black friend cures you of racism. Of course, I think that that's ridiculous. And so on that particular thing, I think there was a mismatch. I wasn't trying to imply that Tommy Robinson doesn't actually have friends who are Muslims. What I was saying is you don't have to credit that statement as saying and believe him with respect to cleansing himself of prejudice he might otherwise have. That's all I meant there. And I can pause right there, or we can go into the subset question.
Yeah, well, what if it's about like whole like national collectives of that group, and it's because of, and it's particularly conditional on, because I think when we came to Jews and Zionism, it was because, well, Zionism is like an opinion, it's a political position. Well, when it comes to Islam, like there are lots of, or different groups of Muslims, there are political attitudes that are implied by different groups as well. So let's say Tommy Robinson is actually at a point where he wants a Muslim ban, but he's going to exempt, like say Kuwait, because Kuwait is like a very pro-Western Muslim country. Does that exempt him from being bigoted against Muslims if in his mind it's like conditional on their opinions?
Yeah, so what you're basically saying is if he institutes a Muslim ban that discriminates on the basis of their religion, would that be, but gives us a rationale that is, well, it's because they're incompatible, their belief system is incompatible with the West. Are you asking me whether or not I would think that that's bigoted against Muslims?
Makes exceptions for certain Western Muslims.
Yeah. So in that context, I think that, okay, I don't know, Avi, how would you go about answering this? I think that like in a situation in which there's enough circumstantial evidence of discriminatory intent, and where that's informing, like, think about the Trump Muslim ban, right? He said he wanted to ban all Muslims, right? But his actual order he didn't get every Muslim countries. He included like North Korea and I think a Latin American country involved there. But there's just additional circumstantial evidence that we think we would infer the discriminatory intent, notwithstanding the carve-outs there. So I think that situation presents a case in which it's testing the evidentiary standard. And with Tommy Robinson, I would just say like there's enough here to infer the intent of the policy that he proposed. But if it were really the case, Loner, and this is the bullet I think that you have to bite, if it really were the case that you didn't know that this person was harboring these feelings, right? And there wasn't all this other circumstantial evidence, and if it really
that you knew they weren't, that you knew they weren't harboring the feelings.
Correct. And it was an ideology test, and traditional Islam like failed it or something, I think you'd have to grant that.
And it turns out that like nothing else did fail it. That's again like, so part of the evidentiary process is going to be there like, okay, well, what are all the other ideologies that fail? Did he also ban those?
Correct.
And if he didn't ban those, that's also
evidence.
further evidence.
Correct. Yeah, well, that's why I don't like. That's why I think what's whether or not he feels a particular hatred for that group, like in his conscious, like to me, that's the part that I don't even think I necessarily need to call out to identify the problem. Or like, so for example, if Tommy Robinson, let's say he even took survey data from every Muslim country and just found the ones that, well, if they've got more than this percentage of anti-Western attitudes, then they don't get the ban. But then but that's because I think bigotry expresses its way more than, to me, it's not a state of mind. To me, it's a behavior. And to me, the bigotry,
that's the definition talk again, I think.
Yeah, but to me,
but the behavior without a state of mind could also be anti-Semitic.
Yes, correct. Well. And that's also in my definition as well. But like to the extent, that's included in my definition. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the state of mind,
so
like
for example,
still,
gerrymandering carve-outs.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Someone starts gerrymandering carve-out. So for example, if you saw someone saying, okay, I want a Muslim ban. And they say, okay, well, that's interesting. Why are you banning Muslims? Well, you see, if they just happen to have 12% of this attribute and 17% of that attribute and 20% of this attribute on ideological attributes, then they're incompatible with us. And then when you look into it, it's just like, oh, well, this is just gerrymandered attributes that happen to capture the maximum amount of Muslim ones.
Yes,
and they're like,
correct.
Like, yeah, that is strong evidence.
Yes.
They are an Islamophobe.
Right.
Okay. Even though by definition, it is logically possible for them to do all of that.
But I would say that, right? I would say that. And I, of course, I'm not someone, and people give this impression that I'm just going to look at the face of something, right? I think that his Muslim ban should have been struck down as violating the First Amendment's religion clauses, okay? And that's not because the policy was facially biased. It wasn't facially discriminatory against Muslims. It has to do with the circumstantial evidence of what Trump wanted to do, his statements and the attitudes and conversations informing the policy. That's why I think it was incompatible with the religion clauses. And so I'm not someone who's just going to look at like, what's the official reason
You think
given?
it was evidence that Trump is an Islamophobe?
Yes, it is evidence that Trump, I think, is biased against Muslims. Yes, of course.
Meaningfully strong evidence.
Meaningfully strong evidence. Yes, correct. I
Okay.
think that's right. Now, if there was other facts and circumstances, right, that informed, and these are some of these extreme hypotheticals that someone might, clip me out of context for, but I didn't want to give them.
Mhm.
Suppose that you just had, 99% of all Muslim individuals committing horrible acts of violence against individuals in these societies, and it really was informed by that rationale, this kind of like country protecting rationale. I think that would change our calculation about what we think is informing the policy, especially when it's not, facially discriminatory.
Right. So if someone said we're going to ban a subset of Muslims, and you're like, huh, that sounds messed up. Like, what subset? Is like, oh, ISIS. It's like,
Yeah.
okay.
You'd be
Mhm.
like, and Loner, I
right.
think that you would agree with that too.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Before I forget where the fuck I was going to go. Yeah, the issue I have there is that I think maybe there's the one part that doesn't really get factored in, or what I haven't seen from like the last conversation we had as well, was that I think another very strong indicator of bigotry, say when it comes to Tommy or people like even with Trump, it's not just like the you can still, to me, you can still assume that their state of mind is like, I don't want to be, or I don't feel any like particular way about this group. But for example, say Tommy he just happens to see, well, it just seems like all the terrorism, comes from the Islamic, or all the grooming and the criminality comes from the Islamic world, right? And then he might even produce like a study from a think tank that says, well, 80% of grooming gangs are Muslim, even though it's a shit think tank. Or he might, look at, he has a few crime accounts on Twitter that he follows, and every single video is a Muslim committing a crime. He could genuinely and sincerely believe all that, and just think, well, I like Muslims, but also there's a problem here. Like,
Can we deal with that in the context of American statistics on black crime?
Sure.
I would like to do. I think this is informative, right? It's like you would not deny that it's an unmistakable fact that black people disproportionately commit more crime,
Mhm.
and it's not racist to observe that. You
Nope.
would say, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And I think what would be definitionally racist is if you were to think, well, the reason that black people commit more crime is because they have a genetic predisposition to do so. And so the reason informing why one has that attitude, black people commit more crime, which you just granted disproportionately, right, is a true opinion, right? So it's an opinion, LonerBox, yourself, you hold that opinion, but that doesn't make you a racist, because the bias has to do with both unfair prejudice, and I also think like what's motivating the either the practice or the belief in a given context. And you can, so when it comes to the context of like Islamic terrorism or something, or it's a little harder there, because there probably is a non-trivial nexus between certain ideologies and their tendencies to do things in the world. I don't think that you would deny it either, right? I certainly think that, for example, Christian ideology plays a role into how they enact their beliefs into the world. And so it's a little harder, I think, when it's like these ideological bases of belief, whether it's like, and that's why sometimes I cringe at some of these terms, where I think that like you should be highly critical of certain religious dogmas or beliefs. But in general, I think what is supporting your belief or action is going to do a lot of work for me. And we can get to that through circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, and I guess maybe we probably agree as well that with the likes of the Islamophobes, then one of the very good indicators of that, or a good piece of circumstantial evidence, would be like obsession and like double standards, right? Like I think this would be something that is quite a good indicator in the sense that double
standards
What do you think?
would matter to me. Yeah,
I'm curious, because with the definition of racism, anti-Semitism, disposition, you're familiar with like Alito's opinion on gerrymandering that came out.
correct. Yeah.
What do you think about that?
So there is no contradiction in my belief and Alito's opinion on gerrymandering. The law that we passed, the Voting Rights Act, was specifically done to be independent of intent, right? Just so the Voting Rights Act used to, just in terms of result, if it resulted, irrespective of intent, in whatever they categorized as disenfranchisement, or I forget that now as I'm sitting here, the Cali decision, the specific terminology here, a system that resulted in a given outcome, that violated the Voting Rights Act. And so what they were doing in Calais was making it an intent test. They were making it sort of, you have to show purposeful discrimination, and carving out the part of the law that said, we don't care about intent, we don't care about purpose. So there, I don't have an issue with describing, saying that's racist or not racist in the context of like, if it really was the case, right? If it really, really was the case that these individuals were motivated because of political reasons to do the gerrymandering they do, and you knew that, right? You knew that the rationale was just political. I don't think that you would call that person racist in virtue of that. But the law itself, said, we don't care about your intent. It's about the result, and it's to make it easier for us to prove, right? It's as a prophylactic measure that we don't care about your intent. So that's what you take issue with, and so people who've been saying Pisco agrees with Calais, they're literally 2 IQ. They're 2 IQ because they don't know anything about the Voting Rights Act. They don't know about Calais. They don't know my opinion, and they're just memeing and saying random shit.
So it sounds okay. I understand. So it sounds like you're saying, okay, the difference there is the law doesn't care about intent there.
Correct. And they rewrote the law to make it purposivist.
But you also don't necessarily care about intent to call someone a racist. You agree that someone could be a racist even if they're not intending to be a racist.
Right? That's correct. Yeah. But
is that true?
So if they drew lines based on race, right? If they literally drew lines and the factors they included was race
and didn't intend to do so, and didn't intend to
correct. Yeah. So that would be the example of the discriminatory. But let's say they took an action and it was political, but it resulted in A, B, C, D.
So it's basically just like, so it sounds like your interpretation of the law is the gerrymandering is just based on what is the best explanation of what accounts for these lines. It's not what the intent is. It's not, okay. So it's what's the best explanation. And if the best explanation is race, then it could be struck down.
Yeah. 100%.
Okay,
yeah.
It's not okay. But then would you apply that? Would you apply that to calling someone a racist? Like, what if the best explanation is that they're doing different actions on race?
Yeah, so I think if it's the best explanation, right, and if there's it's the most predictive, or it's the one that has the least issues, and you can do this with anti-Zionism as well. I want to have the discussion about like the degrees, whether I'd call someone an anti-Semite versus I would say that they're moderately anti-Semite, or like, so I want to sort of cabin that conversation for later. But yeah, I would have no problem if the best explanation for something is anti-Semitic discrimination or anti-Semitic belief or bias.
Do you have a view? So if that is the best explanation, then you would
I would have no problem. Some level.
Now, question: Do you have a view on whether the gerrymandering is best explained by political reasons or racism?
Yeah. So I think in the context of the Trump-related gerrymander in with respect to Texas, let's say, I think that was what was probably motivating Texas. It might have been mixed motive, but what was motivating Texas, the gerrymander, was Trump's political outlook. Okay, no one doubts.
So you agree with the gerrymandering? So the gerrymandering should stand.
No. Maybe you're misunderstanding. So they used race, however, in the gerrymander in Texas. People like Governor Abbott were saying, this is going to be so great. We're going to make all these Hispanic districts, right? We're doing this. They disclaimed the political rationale because they didn't want to be seen as, and so they said, we're doing this to have more diverse districts in Texas. And there it is, even though there's not that rationale of hatred towards a given group or prejudice towards a given group, they are
the decision is
race.
Based on race.
Correct.
It actually was explicitly used.
Yes. Yes. And they use.
Are there any
metrics.
other examples where? Was that the only case that this ruling applied to, or
no? There were other situations in like Louisiana where they claim it's for purposes related to politics, right? And it's explained by politics. And but
do you have a view on that?
So my view is that the VRA, for certain states that have historical patterns of discrimination, carves out, even in cases where you're not using race and where you're not having intentional discrimination, but it just results in breaking up coalitions of otherwise compact racial voting groups, right? There's the jingles factors that goes through it. As I sit here, I'm not recalling all the factors, but
so it's coextensive. But do you
correct.
have a view on what best explains it? Do you think, because coextension could be like, okay, well, it could be
at this point, I think the best explanation.
race.
Yeah. So right now, I think the best explanation is the primary motivation for Republicans is political. They want to support Trump.
So in Louisiana, the gerrymandering should stand.
No. Because I think the Voting Rights Act law itself relates to the effect based on the previous case law, the effect on the group, irrespective of whether.
Even if it's not the best explanation.
Correct. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, that's different. So your view, is it's the law is very deflated on this, where it's just an outcomes based sort of thing.
And think about the logic of it, right? Avi, the logic of it is we're coming out of civil rights era, and we want to make sure that the kind of shit that they were doing there never happens again. And so and over time the law got more narrow, and in times like there was a court decision that said no guys, this is just about purposeful, and Congress went back and rewrote the law to make it more open.
So that is like a functional anti-Semitism sort of.
Correct.
Sort of
Yes.
Well, the question is, would you call it like a racist gerrymander, even without the?
Do you agree with the functional anti-Semitism sort of thing that is good for?
I view that as tangential to the conversation here.
Okay.
If you're curious,
right, sure. We can discuss that at the
If you're curious, I think that
someone might ask that as a consistency check.
No. At a certain point, I think it should fall off, right? And some might argue that there's an anti-subordination rationale inherent in our case law that we should want to make sure that we're never in that situation of discriminating against race again. So we should have these protections for a long time. But I do believe this is my same. Yeah, at a certain point, I think the law should change. That's always been my view. Okay. And by the way, it's the same thing, except for the diversity rationale on affirmative action. I think that affirmative action type policies are justified either in virtue of anti-subordination with specific distinct histories, that's okay. But at a certain point, that should fall off too, except for the diversity rationale.
So the law should change in a way that the gerrymandering would stand, because
at a certain point, yes, I agree. Okay, I don't know if now is the right time for that, given where we are as a country. But I don't think that for the rest of time that those functional laws should stay in place. But I do think that's tangential to our discussion.
Okay, sure. Got it. Okay. Sorry for the tangent.
That's okay, but yeah,
you're interested. That's cool.
Just to shorten that, then, does that mean that the people who were you saying that the gerrymandering that was done that was mainly or even exclusively to help Trump, but it happened to discriminate against black people, is the argument that you could or you couldn't call that a racist gerrymander?
Yeah, so I think some of these cases, unfortunately, are a mixed motive. I do believe that. Okay. And so it really depends on the specific circumstances. In the case of the Texas one, I think that there was a racial element in favor of Hispanics, motivated because there was this movement in the 2024 election where Hispanics went and swung, especially in Texas, towards Trump. And so I do think that was on the mind of a lot of Texas people. Now, do I think that that's a primary rationale? No, I think that the primary rationale is still probably to help Trump, but they used race as part of the
but let's say the exclusive rationale was to help Trump. That's all they wanted to do. They didn't care about anything else. But obviously they had to step on a few black toes.
Yeah. So I'll bite the bullet, and I'm going to ask you the same question. Mm-hmm. If all they were motivated with was politics, and if they didn't use race as a factor to consider when they're drawing the lines, I would not call that racist. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Wait, you're saying they didn't use race as a factor, but obviously they realized that they had to gerrymander, they had to specifically affect black communities to do this.
They knew it would be a result.
They knew it would be a result.
They knew it would be a result, but they didn't use race to draw the lines itself. They used some other metric. They used so they didn't include that. And so you can actually do this, right? You can have a race blind map drawer who takes out race data when they're drawing their maps, and that is possible. And so assume that they did not use race in drawing the lines, and they were just motivated by political advantage. Would you call that rachist?
Well, this is just for the outcome, so no, not necessarily. No, I'll use your language, not necessarily. But I would ask if they knew that they had to discriminate against black people to achieve this political outcome, and they did it anyway, even though
they're not discriminating.
That's just no. But if they did know that they had to discriminate, I mean, discriminate in the sense that that black voters had to necessarily suffer for this to happen.
I just don't understand what you're saying. So you're saying,
that's the outcome.
What I'm saying, it's not even the outcome, but it's not even the outcome. It's not just but it's not even the outcome. To me, it's the behavior itself. So it's going back to the question of the same example of the
but they're not drawing lines based on race.
Yeah, I know, but
in that example,
Okay, I know in that example, that's why I'm talking about another, that's why I'm trying to give you a hypothetical example where they only care about helping Trump, but they know they have to do a racial targeting to achieve it.
But then they would be using race as a metric to draw the lines,
Okay,
right?
yeah, but that's why I would go back to asking the
Or they
shopkeeper
can,
who
or
knows
not
that he has to
necessarily, they
exclude.
can,
Yeah, let's
so
say,
they can
well,
use like,
okay, go on. Yeah, fine.
sorry, yeah. I think I could give a hypothetical. So let's say they didn't use race, but they used like socioeconomic status, but they, you know, there's some reason, we might have some reason to suspect the reason they're doing that is a proxy for race to try to like get that under.
If we think it's a proxy for race, yeah, racist. If we
Then you
think it's
would
a
say
proxy
yes.
for political opinion,
But if we're
then
sure
no.
there's no proxies for race, okay,
Correct.
there's nothing about proxies for race happening there as the best explanation or race itself, then
And I
you
want
wouldn't
LonerBox to
care.
bite that bullet. I mean,
And you wouldn't care. You wouldn't say it's like race. You wouldn't care even if it like results in every single black person.
well, I would care for
in one
political.
box.
I
Right,
could
for
care
other,
for
right,
reasons.
but not
Yeah,
with respect to the. Yeah,
correct. Yeah,
even
I
if
would
it
care
results
for,
in every single black person on one end and all the white people.
and
on the other.
to be totally comprehensive, I would.
Oh shit, you're muted.
Oh, you muted.
Oh no.
VRA
Still muted.
compliance.
Okay, you're back.
Nope.
Okay, now you just
Okay.
you just unmuted.
Okay. I would care for reasons related to VRA compliance, about what I think the law actually says, and I want the American law to be followed. So that's reason number one. I would still care, and then reason number two, I care about Democrats winning. So those are two good reasons I think that I would have to still object to the gerrymander on VRA compliance grounds and on grounds related to Democrats winning elections. But I wouldn't call that, if I knew that, racist. And LonerBox, I don't think you would either, because I think it would commit you to weird shit.
I still don't actually know exactly what you're saying, so I'll just give a different example and it'll probably imply the same thing. So we went back to the shopkeeper who believes sincerely that he has to exclude black people and put a no blacks allowed sign on his door so that he can get better wealthier white customers and he can make more money. He has no opinions about race whatsoever. Do we call this racist? And I'm still saying yeah, because he's discriminating.
If you're actually discriminating on the basis of race, yes, yeah. So my definition and yours too accounts for that. And people, by the way, this is another example of bad faith. If you go to the conduit conversation, initially I say no to that. I think about it a little bit, and then I say, let me fix that. I was wrong. Yes, I would. And then later, even still in the conversation, I say I was wrong about that, and I backed away from that. But people are clipping that one little bit. And where I was wrong, because I was only conceptualizing in terms of bias, because I'm just reacting, instantly correct myself and acting as though my definition wouldn't account for that. And I think it would. But that's not the question, LonerBox. You have to bite a bullet one of these days, all right? The question is, if a person has a policy, right, that results in more black people having negative effects to them, but there is no racial motivation, there's no bias, in other words, and there is no discriminatory action or policy or effect, would you call that racist?
Again, I think it depends. Like, I'm sorry, that's just not like that's not a simple question, because if you're a shopkeeper who sincerely believes that you have to exclude black people but by putting a sign up saying no blacks allowed, you're spending 8 hours of your day in your workplace excluding black people from consuming and deliberately and directly discriminating against them. So that would be that you're being racist. If you have to put more police, put more police into communities where there are more crime, and it just so happens that the black communities have a bit more crime, then does that make you racist for doing that? Then
LonerBox, you're fighting the hypothetical. I'm going to hold you to a hypothetical. I'm not saying that the sign says blacks need not apply, because you and I both agree that would be discriminatory action, independent of mindset, correct? So you understand when I'm asking this question. I'm not asking about a sign that says blacks need not apply. I'm asking about some other policy that has extreme negative effects on black people, that isn't by itself discrimination, that isn't by itself motivated by bias. Would you call that racist?
I can use your not necessarily if you want me to, but then I just need more information about what this policy is or how they came to that conclusion or what considerations they made.
An example. Here's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's say instead of blacks need not apply, it said heavily melanated individuals need not apply. And we knew this person really just cared about melanin, like the molecular structure. Like it wasn't about like the color of the skin to them. It was like they really just cared about this molecule. Like they had an aversion to the molecule. and they didn't want
I
that
think you have to
molecule.
bite
They
the
had a
bullet.
religious belief against the bullet. Yeah, so you would
Yeah,
bite the bullet,
yeah.
and that would result in like
But-
the only black people who would be allowed in the store are people with vitiligo,
Yeah,
top
yeah,
to
no,
bottom
but
vitiligo.
the thing is, Avi, I think you would bite that bullet too, wouldn't you?
Yeah, yeah. So you wouldn't say that's racist.
By definition,
So
yeah.
You would say that this. So even if it results, and that would result in like
Yeah, and 100%
essentially
denial.
every single black
Yeah.
person
Correct.
not being able to enter the store.
It's something else bad, right?
And
It's
you-
like an arbitrary policy.
What do you
It's a,
do? You think it wouldn't? So you would think that again with the Civil Rights Act, and like you wouldn't that wouldn't violate the laws on the table?
help me out there. The civil rights. So
Like,
it
do
might
you think that
violate
should
the
be
laws
illegal?
for.
Like, do you think it should be illegal? Like
yeah,
if
I'm not
someone
sure,
said
but
no
that's
melanated,
yeah.
no
so
melanated
I'm
people
fine
are
with
allowed in
certain.
the store.
So I'm fine with certain actions done to ameliorate harmful effects. That's not the issue, right? I could be consistently in favor of a civil rights
Not
act
in
that-
you would say it,
yeah,
you say it
virtue
should be illegal, but not in virtue of it being racist.
because the policy is arbitrary, or because the policy is denying
Right.
is having such a harmful outside
and
effect.
to be clear, if you actually were in the real world IRL, someone said no melanated people,
You would
apply,
laugh at them and be
never say-
like, yes,
you would
yes.
and you would say they're racist. You would
Correct.
say like evidentiary.
100%.
And
And Avi, you agree with me on this? Wait,
yeah,
one of you guys
I
are-
understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Wait, no.
I
You
agree. No,
with-
I will
yes.
say it. I will say.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. With all the clear caveats
that we just laid out.
very clear caveats, because I know how this is going to sound horrifying to normies. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I get it.
Get LonerBox to bite
Clearly
one of these bullets. This is bullshit.
I've already
This
said
is
not
bullshit.
necessarily. Listen, Pisco, for the third time, I've already said you're not necessarily, right? Like, but I just think that's a cop out, like in the real world.
Lead to, it's going to lead to weird results, right? It's going to lead to you to be committed to insanely weird results where, and I don't think that you're going to like be okay with them.
Wait, what's going to lead to weird results? If I say this person who puts the "No Blacks Allowed" sign on his door, he's definitely racist, even though I see into his
Holy
brain and I find
shit.
out that he doesn't actually care about race.
That's not the example. Wait, Avi, I mean, I'm not.
Wait, the example, he has an aversion. He has a genuine aversion to the melanin molecule, and you read his mind, and you really know that he has no problem with like the color black or anything or the race itself. He just has the problem. Like if African Americans didn't produce that amount of melanin, he would have no problem with them. Even if they were black for some other reason, he would have no problem with them. Like it's just this molecular structure. He's able to perceive it somehow, and it causes just this horrible feeling for him for whatever reason. And you knew like that. That's all it was. What I would tell you, what I would say. What I would say is, okay, this is in this logically possible world. Okay. However, just caveat.
Mm-hmm.
Caveat the hell out of this. Yes. However, in the real world, I am essentially always going to say someone like that is a racist motherfucker, because that
would too.
evidence.
And I would too.
I don't disagree with any of that. Though. Like if
So
you're giving me this like completely like, yeah, I don't disagree with that either. But I don't think that necessarily.
That means we're once again not unaligned, right? You and I both agree on that hypothetical. We agree on what have we disagreed on so far, LonerBox, in that hypothetical?
Not in the hypothetical. The things we seem to disagree with was that last time. It seemed like last time you were quite firm on the idea, and maybe something's changed, but it seemed like you were quite firm on the idea that you have to. It's a state of mind, and without that state of mind, you're not.
I think his view might have changed since then, because like
In the conduit conversation, the first conversation, he asked about the racist sign. I said no. Then I thought about it for 5 seconds, and I said actually yes. So
your view changed.
My view, like if I thought about it, yeah. I mean, like yes, in the moment it changed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
in the
sure
moment you like vary around the view.
Yeah,
You're not.
I
really
had
sure.
I had a brain fart, and then I committed to it.
That's fine.
Faith. But when I brought it to our conversation LonerBox, I accounted for that too. I said so. If you can go back to the VOD, everyone can watch. I wasn't the person who said you need a state of mind, but I did say that that's a big feature of what people I think often talk about is state of mind, as opposed to like, innocent discrimination, or sorry, I should say discrimination without the racist motive. That's why I was saying there's a centrality of focus on intent and ideas, because that's what I think we most care about in these spaces, or that we're most talking about in these spaces.
Okay, I really felt like it took quite a while to get there when we were talking, but yeah, I understand that there was
But to be clear about the LonerBox, we don't disagree on the racist shop example, right? We don't disagree on that, correct?
Doesn't seem so, no?
We don't disagree on a racially motivated shopkeeper, correct?
Mm-hmm.
and we both bit the bullet on a melanin whatever
Yeah,
example
yeah.
where you can really isolate it. Okay, so then we perfectly agree so far. I don't think there's been any disagreement on the definition and on any of the applications of the extreme hypotheticals. No disagreement.
You should go to the subset analysis, so the subset example in your
Israeli
initial
Jews.
conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that you did in the initial conversation. I did hear you going back and forth in that conversation about whether the subset precludes being racist.
Yeah, so let's talk about the bias against Israeli Jews specifically. I had a hard time conceptualizing because the first time I heard of it, like you're not anti-Semitic against all, or you're not, sorry, prejudiced against all Jews. You're prejudiced against the subset of Israeli Jews. That's what was being raised, correct?
Yeah, for what it's worth, in the Arab world, that's just a very normal opinion or a normal phenomenon. But yeah, sorry.
The phenomenon of being
It's normal to not really give a
prejudiced
shit about
against-
American Jews, but to really, really hate Israeli Jews, and even just to call them the Jews. That's why when Arabs say the Jews, like sometimes they're talking about all Jews in like in a Quranic hatred or whatever, like with the axis of resistance. But sometimes they are just talking about Israelis, like quite often. So yeah.
Yeah. So I think that example is pushing on some of our just the same evidentiary concerns. If you really knew that someone was prejudiced only on Israeli Jews, then I think you would say that and nothing else. You would say they're not anti-Semitic with respect to Jews. They're anti-Semitic with respect to Israeli Jews, or they're discriminatory with respect to Israeli Jews. And I don't
Even if they weren't discriminatory against Israeli Arabs, it's just Israeli Jews.
I think that's the situation, right? Like it has to, that would be anti-Semitic with respect to a subgroup, which is to say the Jews.
Okay, and when you would say that is okay,
yes,
so you can be anti-Semitic subgroup.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
So it would be an anti-Semite of sorts. Like you would still be anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
It would just be a different type of anti-Semite.
But then
what if they
LonerBox,
yeah, what if they only hated the Israeli Jews? What if they only happened to hate most of them because they were Zionists, right? So they hate like 98% of Israeli Jews, but it's because they're Zionists. They like Kadash and they like Omer Bartov and they like Avi Shleiman. But they really hate Christian Zionists as well. Yeah.
Right. Then it's just a question of like what you believe their actual, where the prejudice or where the discrimination is being targeted towards. If someone gives you someone who is not prejudiced and not discriminatory against an Israeli Jew who is non-Zionist, I think the conclusion from that, and you genuinely believe them, is that they're not anti-Semitic against Israeli Jews, right? If they're not exhibiting that prejudice or discrimination towards Israeli Jews who are non-Zionists, then it's not the mere fact of them being Israeli Jews. It would be that plus Zionism. But then if they start applying like the same lens towards Christian Zionists in Israel, and they let's say they don't apply it towards, it just feels like the Zionism starts doing all the work and it starts answering the question. I don't know about you, Avi, what you think.
Yeah. So the sounds like the answer to the subset question is they still may or may not be on definition, at least, they still may or may not be anti-Semitic. Just the mere fact that it's only toward a subset doesn't preclude anti-Semitism. And we just look at what's best explaining their views within their actions within subsets. So, for example, if it's hatred of Israeli Jews, okay, what hypothesis best explaining the hatred of Israeli Jews is go into evidence. Is it do they have the same hatred toward Arab Israelis? Turns out no. Do they have the same hatred toward Israeli Christians? Turns out no. It's just Israeli Jews. Then it doesn't seem like an ideology is really. It seems like
correct.
It's not how Zionism is doing work here. It seems like there is some racial or ethnic sort of or religious sort of
correct
work thing that's doing work here, and that is anti-Semitism.
Yes,
and that is strong. Then that would be strong evidence that it is anti-Semitic. However,
it's a specified
if someone
version.
if someone's just broadly say, okay, well, I hate Zionist Jews, and I also hate Zion to the same degree. I hate Jews of any other race to the same degree. Like there's nothing over and above. It's not like I hate every Zionist, but I really hate the Zionists when they're Jews. I just hate Zionists, blacks, and same. Then it seems like the best explanation is the Zionism.
Zionism, yeah.
No, so the answer is it depends.
Yeah,
I think you can be.
Correct. Now, the difficult situations are like these hypotheticals where it's like, okay, would you call them anti-Semitic? Let's say they love every other Jew in the world. They spend all of their time, 24 hours, doing charity for Jews across the world. They just really, really hate, and they really have a prejudice towards Israeli Jews. Or like, let's say something else
Yeah.
weird. One of these hypotheticals were like, they only hate Jewish bankers. They don't hate bankers. They don't hate Jews who are non-bankers. They just hate Jewish bankers. Now, those
Okay, so
scenarios, it's
let me
hard
do
for
one
me to
of- let me
vision.
do-
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, no, let's go through one of each time. So someone does a lot of stuff for the anti-Zionist Jews.
Yeah.
Like they love them, they hang out with them, they praise them. They may even say that I'm the real person fighting anti-Semitism. They may get up in Oxford, like, or for some example,
wearing a
and
mouse
say that.
suit.
Yeah, they may say that. But then they hate Israeli Jews, but they don't seem to hate Israeli Arabs to the same degree, and they hate Jewish Zionists, but they don't, and they may hate also Arab Zionists, but they don't seem to hate Arab Zionists to the same degree, and they don't seem to hate Zionists of the non-Jewish varieties. They don't use the same slurs to Zionists of the non-Jewish, non-white variety, perhaps. They don't use the same vitriol to the non-white, non-Jewish Zionist, perhaps. If the Zionist is black, if the Zionist is Arab, they still treat them differently. They may not like them, they may hate them, but they may not be as vitriolic toward them than they are toward Zionists when they're Jews.
Yeah. So
and they are still anti-Semitic.
So on that view, I obviously I think that there's we will get into the degrees conversation and the different like layers and whether that constitutes hatred, but I think that is a form of anti-Semitism and prejudice, and it would explain also good relationships with non-Zionist Jews in America, all that other stuff, and I'm totally open to that 100%. But
second example, bankers.
Bankers, yeah, go.
Second example, bankers. So again, same analysis. Oh, you hate Jewish bankers. Okay. Well, what about when it's a non-Jewish banker? What about when it's a black banker? What about when it's a Arab banker? What about when it's a Palestinian banker? Again, if it's just a different view there, if it's the same hatred for every sort of banker, then it's what the best explanation seems to be covering all of it.
Yep.
You hate bankers. If it's
100%.
if it's just bankers and Jews, then the banker or the Jew is the effect modifier there, but that's the problem. It shouldn't be an effect modifier.
Correct. No, I totally agree with that 100%. And I think LonerBox, you do too. I think we're all aligned on the definitions. And I think the question, before we get into evidence stuff, I think that the question is like on these different degrees, but I'm happy to like pause in the LonerBox if you have any questions.
Yeah, well, to bring the example that Avi had with the person who's bigoted against Israeli Jews, to bring a real world example of that, which happens all the time, is like this person hates Israeli Jews, but they like the ones who are anti-Zionist, but they don't really care for Israeli Arabs. They don't mind them. They do hate Israeli Christian Zionists, but they only happen to remind you of that when you call them anti-Semitic, right? Or like they just say, yeah, I also hate Christian Zionists in Israel, so I'm not anti-Semitic. And that's the only time they ever bring it up. Then the rest of the time, they're just always talking about Israeli Jews who are Zionist. Then
it's the also back pocket.
Yeah,
they're also bad. No, listen, that's into the evidence shit, but no, that's absolutely something that I would consider. The degree to which one affirmatively raises something, the degree to which it's a also ran kind of deal. Like I'm sensitive to that stuff. I'm sensitive to a lot of these tropes and a lot of these this bullshit stuff. I call it out on my own streams and in my own debates when I feel like I'm talking to a groiper just based on how they talk, or when they use terms like goy slop. And so I'm sensitive to that. And I'm also sensitive to the point you just raised, LonerBox. I just don't think that that's captured in our definition conversations. People want to claim that I'm like, now maybe my thresholds are different before I'm willing to call someone something like that, but that is evidence that I'm willing to consider, and I don't dismiss it out of hand, which I think has been like the caricature of my position, is that I dismiss these things out of hand. I don't consider them. I'm just, those hypotheticals were informative for the hypotheticals we've used are informative for the definition talk. And we haven't gotten to the evidence part, in my view.
Avi,
okay, go ahead.
I was actually wondering, maybe Avi's got an opinion on this. What if you take that same person who's against Israeli Jewish Zionists? They also hate the Christian, the Christian Zionists in Israel, but they're a bit more ambivalent or a bit more on the fence about the Arabs who live in Israel, but they especially hate Arabs in Israel who are actually Zionist. Can you know that whole thing about like Sinwar, like he killed twice as many Palestinians as he killed Israelis, right? Yeah, yeah.
Like the traitor thing.
Yeah.
So that would again, so that question would depend. It depends on, okay. So for example, like this is actually something, well, before we get into that. So you're talking about like the traitor sort of view. Like, okay, well, they're a traitor, they're a collaborator. Yeah. So then it's just like what's doing the explanation toward. But just let me exert the hypothetical. They hate Israeli Jews. They hate Israeli Christians to the same degree as they hate Israeli Jews, and they hate Israeli Arabs who are Zionists way more.
Okay, or even then the same.
That's the same. Yeah. No, and that just I mean, they could have. Then it depends. I mean, they could have multiple reasons for doing it. So someone can have a traitor sort of feel. It may not be because they're Arab and Zionist that they hate them more, that they'll call them collaborators. It could just be that they feel that they're betrayed because of their relation, like their
that relation is inherently ethnic, right? I mean, like that's
I would argue that if they hate the traitors more, that could still actually even support the anti-Semitic view. It can still support because they hate the Arab-Israeli collaborators because they see them as like a group that should be like on side against them, which is the mostly Jewish group, right?
Yeah. So my what I would want to know is, okay, so a couple things. Do they think so they don't think that the Arabs are the only person who can be traitors. It's just that they're traitors with respect to them, like their position on the family tree. Like it's not necessarily even that like I'm looking at all the ethnicities and I see like this is the ethnicity that's capable of being a traitor. It's just
because can we pause right there? Because if that were the case, it would rely on a preconceived notion of what an Arab should do, right? And it would imply some sort of like preconceived notion that you're not really an Arab if you do X. But the thing is, that's going to bring in like Shapiro, and I want to see how you interact with that and like the not a real Jew that discourse that maybe Shapiro engages in. I don't think you would call that anti-Semitic.
Well, actually, wait before you answer that. On the other side, you see it with settlers as well. I've heard from multiple settlers actually that they'll try to make this defense that actually the biggest enemy of settlers is not Palestinians, it's Israeli leftists. That they actually have a lot more vitriol and they talk a lot more about their hatred for Israeli leftists who want them to leave the West Bank than they actually do for, or even Western leftists even more. So, but then to me, that actually almost like furthers or is just part of their bigotry towards Palestinians.
Yeah,
just I think it's okay. So I think to be with them against the other,
Yeah, I think it would depend on why they have this additional responsibility. And again, separate from evidence, like just the definition, if it's in virtue of just the mere fact that they're this ethnicity or this Jew, like just being this ethnicity conveys a responsibility. Just being Jewish conveys a responsibility to be Zionist. Just being Arab conveys a responsibility. Like it inherently comes with a responsibility to be anti-Zionist. Just like that, those sorts of yes, that is racist. Like
so then the question is, I think that you're committed to Shapiro being anti-Semitic on that view.
Wait, but hold on. But however, if it's incidental to some other thing, if for example, if they say, okay, well, the biggest damage, if someone says, okay, well, the biggest damage Arabs do to the pro-Palestinian cause are the Zionist Arabs, that's the biggest damage. And it's not because there's anything inherent about being an Arab that conveys like this responsibility to be an anti-Zionist. It's just because they're so easily used as tokens or something, which is all true. They are easily used as tokens by the other side. They're not naturally any sort of person like that is used. If they're talking about that sort of thing, I don't think that would commit them.
Okay, so let me give you a quote. Let me give you a quote. This is a quote from Ben Shapiro. Asked about why Jews vote for Democrats, he says most Jews are not particularly Jewish. He says it doesn't mean you're going to shul every Shabbat. I'm talking about like in any significant sense of identity. Judaism is just a thing that a lot of, and he goes on. I didn't capture the full quote, but essentially he's basically suggesting that these Jews, in virtue of how they vote, are somehow less than Jews, or that there's something that we can gain from. So
in a certain, So I would say that's so. I would so I'm going to do the same two things: definition and evidence. So definition. If what he's saying again, if what he's saying is they are somehow less Jew, they're not Jewish, or they're less Jewish in some false way, like not a trivially true way, like that. So we'll do semantic analysis. But if he's saying that, and if he's saying that there's there is an inherent responsibility they're failing at because they're Jews, and they should be doing this because they're Jews, and they're not, then that is definition on my notion of anti-Semitism. However, if he's saying, well, by Jew in name only, what I'm really saying is I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that there's inherent responsibility they're failing because they're Jewish. I'm saying most Jews are Jew in name only because they really there's a denotation connotation failure. When they say they're Jewish, that connotates that they care about the religion. That connotates that they care about the culture. That connotates all these things. And if you actually look at it, in reality, they really genuinely do not. Like the denotation is mismatching the connotation. Okay, but actually investigate it.
Let me ask your gut, right? When you hear Shapiro go off on some of these Jewish Democrats, doesn't it feel there's an extra I know that we don't have the evidence right now, and I don't have. It feels like there's an extra because you're a traitor to the Jews, and you guys are doing the work. Don't you feel that?
So I do. Yes, the answer is yes. I do feel it, and I'll give you my. I hate to, so I'm willing to do this without looking at the evidence. I'll give you my gut without looking at the evidence. I suspect there's both things at play here. I suspect there's a more minor component of the genuinely anti-Semitic than the other. I think that Ben Shapiro genuinely is recognizing something that is true, by the way. Like, it is true that there are people who are basically Jewish in name only. That when you actually look like Jewish Voices for Peace, they really are Jewish. And actually, I actually say
in religious terms, not in ethnic terms.
They're Jewish. No, even we'll get to that. Yeah, even
you're gonna talk about how they're fucking Lebanese, right? Like how their main office is in Lebanon.
They're Jewish in politics only, is the way I like to say it. But that is really true. Like, when you look at the way they try to engage in Jewish culture, it's basically the way in which it would be like someone taking a feather. If I were to take a feather, put it in my hair, and be like, I'm Native American now. Like, it's that sort of slop. Like, it's the Hebrew words are written wrong. The cultural symbols are done wrong. The holidays, all of the aspects of the cultural holidays are done wrong. They don't know any of this. They don't know the culture. They don't know the religion. It's very, very clear that when you really do look at it to someone who does know it, that they are just putting random Jewish slop together, and it seems like they're just doing this for political reasons. Just like if I were to take a feather and put it in my hair and say, I'm Native American now. Land rights acknowledgements are bullshit. See, I look at you can't call me not a Native American. I'm doing the culture. Like, every Native American would look at that and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like no, that's not how we do the headdress. That's not how we do any of this. That's the way I see JVP. Like, they have completely bastardized anyone who has any knowledge of Jewish culture and religion. So there is a truth to what Ben Shapiro is saying. There are groups that really do this, and it's so obvious they're doing this for political reasons. Like, there is a truth there. I also do think that at the same time, I also do suspect there is a little bit of flair on that. There is a little bit of oomph on that. And it raises my suspicion that there might be something more to that beyond groups like JVP. It might be he may have a little bit of a thing against Democrat Jews, and he might think that there is a responsibility toward Democrats because they're Jews, that they really should recognize and wake up and their race is on the line here. There might be something. I have to look for it. I need to have evidence. But I need to stress, there is a truth to this. There really are groups like that are Jewish in politics only.
And if you were convinced of that, you would be comfortable calling Ben Shapiro anti-Semitic in some sense. I mean, maybe we'd have to clarify
Yeah.
what sense that is.
Yeah, we
but-
clapped the degree, but yeah, if it
Yeah.
turns out, if I look into that and be like, oh, actually, it's not just like the JVP stuff that's best explaining that, which is like just true stuff. It's like more than that. It's like your average Democrat is like has a responsibility. What best explains Ben Shapiro's actions and the way he talks is Jew qua Jew. Then yeah, of course, I would
Okay,
say like
fine.
I would yeah.
I think that's consistent. I think that's fair and consistent. Should we talk about degree or LonerBox? Sorry, I
Pisco,
know
would you feel the same way about
Yeah.
because I would probably want to put like for Ben Shapiro, like I from what I've
Yeah.
seen of him, he does seem to actually be quite like
anti-Semitic
like,
in that respect?
Actually, yeah, I don't mind saying that, but I do think it's worth delineating like because you can say the same about like so many big, like Tommy Robinson again, he spends more time fighting with like white people from Hope Not Hate and Antifa than he does with fucking Muslims, right? Like most of his fight videos are with white people. But I think there is something different about a hatred or a bigotry towards an outgroup and a disappointment with your in-group for not being on the same side against the outgroup. Like defining, like Tommy Robinson defining white people and how they stand in the war against Islam, or for someone like Ben Shapiro or the Settlers defining other Jews for how they stand in the Israeli cause against Palestinians and the Arab world. I think there's maybe a bit of a difference there because I think like it just seems to be that the more bigoted you are, the more of a high standard you're going to hold your
own group.
For your own group.
No,
yeah.
I
Yeah.
agree with that, and I'm happy to say that.
That's a
I'm saying-
bigotry of closeness. Yeah, there is a rival
Correct.
hypothesis that's the bigotry of closeness.
But if it was someone like
And-
Haviv
and
Reza Guru, who does the whole professorial thing of like, well, you see, the American Jews are a different part of the Jewish story. They're the Jews that got away. The Israelis are the Jews who lived through history. You know, the Americans are the European Jews. They're the ones who were able to find a home before the end of World War II. The Israelis were not, and then that's why there's like that disconnect in how like the kind of like almost like bitterness that he has about being judged by American Jews who kind of like didn't really face the same problem post-war. To me, that's not really a bigoted thing going on there. But yeah, with Ben Shapiro, it's a bit different.
I'm happy to give ground that these are like true conceptions that I would recognize of bigotry or prejudice or discrimination, and that's the same way in which I see like Fuentes has many kinds of prejudice, and one is I think against white people who are traitors, right? Like, and he would say that like if he's very angry against like certain white people because they're not living up to the standard of whatever white nationalist grounding that he professes. And so I have no problem with that. It's just like it will lead to counterintuitive labels on people that I'm glad that we're all accepting it, but I think we have to specify the kind of bigotry and the degree of it to get like to be fully accurate about what we're saying. Or maybe we can talk about that next.
Could do.
If you guys don't have any further on that, we can talk about degrees, like the notion, the importance of targeting degrees correctly.
So I think that like everyone's a little bit racist, and I'm sure that there's even notions of implicit bias that if properly evidenced I would accept, or like unconscious bias or these kinds of things. Yeah, but I am professing a certain hesitation with like the loading of just calling someone a racist or an anti-Semite. And the reason for that is I think when you use those without any qualification, those terms, it implies the hatred version of the prejudice. That is to say, Hasan hates Jews, or Cenk hates Jews, or Nick, whenever you say that like kind of unalloyed term, the term in and of itself, I think it implies a set of things that like, fuck, I don't know if I want to commit myself to that version of it, where like you can see, for example, some of these people, it doesn't seem like they hate Jews. They might have this version. Like, it would seem weird for me to call Ben Shapiro an anti-Semite in any world, notwithstanding the fact that we've identified a way in which perhaps this, this bias of closeness or this prejudice of closeness that you've identified would definitionally make him anti-Semitic, at least in some respect. But I don't think in any world I would ever catch myself calling Ben Shapiro an anti-Semite. So what do we do, Avi?
Before we go into that, would you have an issue with accusing? Because I know what you mean. Calling someone a racist or an anti-Semite or whatever is different from saying that they've like exhibited some behavior, right? Like, or okay, but I don't think we'd have any problem, or I don't have any problem of saying that Netanyahu was being kind of anti-Semitic when he decided to reinvent the fucking narrative in the Holocaust to make it look like it was Hajj al-Husseini's idea, right? Like that's Okay.
Notice the qualifier, by the way. Kind of.
Kind of.
Oh, I was thinking he
So
was
that's
being
part of-
I could say he was being
Yeah,
anti-Semitic as well. Yeah, the kind of.
yeah,
is,
yeah.
but
No,
being,
I'm not
yeah.
saying it's a bad thing. By the way, I'm not saying that
Yeah.
that qualifiers are even a bad thing. I think they're a good thing in this, because this is exactly what I think is good to capture degrees. I think you could always qualify. You can say, and I don't care how you qualify. I mean, well, I do care how you qualify, but there's plenty of ways of doing it. There's plenty of ways of separating Adolf Hitler from
Ben Shapiro.
you know, Ben.
Yeah.
And no, I do obviously, but there's many.
Yeah.
There's ways of separating Adolf Hitler from even like Anna Kasparian.
Sure.
Like there's ways of separating Adolf Hitler from Nick Fuentes. Like, yeah. So if it's an important difference there, there's two goals. You want to not overshoot, but not undershoot either.
Yeah.
Okay. It's important to you don't want to denigrate people be more than what they're due. I don't want to say that I don't want to give off the implication that Anna Kasparian is an anti-Semite in the same sort of way that Adolf Hitler was. I do, however, in no world, I don't want to give off the impression that I don't think Anna Kasparian is anti-Semitic. Like I do like Anna Kasparian is anti-Semite. I want to give off that impression, and even people who are not at the Anna Kasparian level, I want to say. So you could say, okay, is this person anti-Semite, anti-Semitic? I'd say they're not. I could say they're meaningfully. I don't not at this level, but they actually are meaningfully beyond everyone's a little bit racist anti-Semitic. They are something like, I would say something like that. And this is important because imagine if you don't do that. Imagine if you if you always have this threshold where they have to be at the Anna Kasparian level, the Nick Fuentes level, if they have to be at that level, that especially with like especially now that we've done all the definition stuff with the high evidentiary standard, this is like, you could imagine how anti-Semitism is going to run rampant. There's going to be meaningful levels of anti-Semitism
without
any check.
Check.
It's going to be all like, it's just going to go, a whole bunch of shit is going to be unchecked.
No, I totally agree with that, and I think that's fine. So would you take issue with someone saying like this? Listen, I don't think Anna Kasparian hates Jews. Let's be honest about that. But I do think that she has exhibits meaningful levels of anti-Semitic behavior, and I think that there's a bias there. If I said something like that,
there's prejudice. No, I think that's fair. I think Anna Kasparian goes a little bit. So then it's just like, I might dial that up just a little notch, but broadly I agree with the strategy. Okay. I agree with the strategy is like, okay, just try to target the level. Like I think Anna Kasparian, I would say, is meaningfully anti-Semitic. Like she's meaningfully anti-Semitic. I don't think she consciously hates Jews. I don't think it's like a conscious thing. But I also think most meaningful forms of anti-Semitism also aren't consciously hating Jews.
Fair.
Like, yeah. So I think it's far. I think I want to be clear. I think it's far and above and beyond this level of, oh, we're all a little bit racist, aren't we all? We're all
That's
just
so funny.
like,
it reminds me of the
no,
joke
Anna
LonerBox
Kasparian
told
is,
at the start with the anti-Semitic more than is absolutely necessary, hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary.
Like, Anna Kasparian is anti-Semitic. She doesn't hate Jews, but she is anti-Semitic to a degree that is highly abnormal. Like that is highly abnormal. Not even to say that's defined based on normality, because like everyone could be anti-Semitic. The Overton window could shift, but it's highly abnormal with respect to what should be happening.
You would expect in a non-anti-Semitic,
in a non-anti-Semitic, in a little bit anti-Semitic context. Yes,
and to be clear, I agree with that. I heard her say on Piers Morgan something about someone's Jewish identity causing them to react a given way. The dancing Israeli memes for the same reasons of Holocaust denialism. That to me is strong evidence, and so just so people understand where I'm coming from. Yeah, I'm willing to absolutely grant that, and I also agree that our epistemic or our evidentiary bar shouldn't be insanely high, and we might have differences in it, but I agree with the basic premise that you just laid out there. And I want to let LonerBox talks, but before we get into the specific evidence that we should bring to bear, I think we agreed on everything so far. I don't think that there's been we've worked out, I think, every disagreement so far, and I want to make sure that's right from Avi's perspective and from LonerBox perspective, that like so far we have all agreed. We worked some things out, but like there is no disagreement yet, correct?
Don't think so?
No major. We might have some quibbles. We might have some quibbles on like degrees and stuff. Like depending on depending on where the conversation goes. And,
Okay.
You know, we could tease that up. But yeah.
Based. All right. Sick.
As long as it's we're really clear about the whole you know, we're not just trying. Yeah, I mean, it's the degree thing and the evidentiary thresholds. Like, I want to be very clear. Like, you know, you would say, to be clear, you would say the dancing Israeli memes, like the whole thing about definitionally, it's not necessarily anti-Semitic.
Yeah, no.
That's not like factoring. No, that's
No,
like, no. That's gone now. It's not definition anymore. It's not
Correct,
definition
yes.
time. It's evidentiary standard.
Yeah, dancing
that's strong evidence. She's fucking anti-Semitic.
Yes, correct. And I just put extra emphasis on it. I put even a higher burden on political commentators who are well read. Okay, that implies that you've had time to look into this shit. So yes, that's all gone now. So now that we're actually applying it, there you go, right? But the problem is, so many of the people who are calling in didn't even clear the starting gate, and that's where these false smears have been allowed to persist about me that are motivated by lies of people who should know better. And here we are at the actual application stage, and what do you know? Instant grant. Of course, I believe that. In fact, I've called it out before multiple times. I have a track record of doing so. Say less about Myron Gaines. You think I would ever sweep for the anti-Semitism of someone like Myron Gaines? Would I ever be like, well, technically, you could? No, come on. I know that Myron Gaines is a more, you know, obvious example.
Yeah, you want to do.
Yeah, but
you want to do
the anti-kasparian.
Yeah,
sure.
I feel like I'm fucking. Is it James Franco with the fucking at the gallows with the noose being like, first time you've been accused of being racist or supporting dehumanizing stuff on the internet? Once in Pisco's chat, if you think I support Palestinians getting shot in the head.
And by the way, folks, I like LonerBox a lot, and so please be fair with him and Avi as well. I'm sure we disagree on a lot of other stuff, but I think that they're both coming to this conversation with good faith, and I appreciate the combo. But now we can actually apply.
Are we getting smeared already in your chat?
No, I haven't seen a ton of it. I haven't seen a ton of it, but yeah.
Oh, just a little.
But I also haven't like looked a shit ton. Just to
right. That's fine.
Avi, what do you because it seems with Anna Kasparian, like we're kind of like, and it seems that Avi and I probably agree on this idea that most anti-Semitism that we're seeing, like in this online space, especially from the left wing, is coming from people who don't seem to consciously hate Jews, right?
Yeah, I don't think that progressive anti-Semitism or like left-wing anti-Semitism, however you want to catch it, is usually overt, conscious Jew hatred. I don't think that that's how it usually manifests.
But
I think that
but they have a political belief system. It seems to be a political belief system that happens to, on so many different occasions, point towards and manifest itself as hateful or discriminatory or like a hostile behavior towards Jews, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and that ends up and in many cases that ends up resulting in them taking actions. They may or may not be aware of it, but they may taking actions that saying things the way they treat that are not best explained by things in full. By things that aren't Jews qua Jew, like it results in that. You see that, and there's just like we just agreed on an example, like Anna Kasparian, like she's anti-Zionist, but that doesn't explain all of her behavior.
Correct.
And anti-Zionism does not explain all of it. There's Jew qua Jew as the best candidate explanation for some of that behavior.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
And that's not to say, by the way, I had a really great interaction with her at World War Debate. That's not to say, like, and I obviously I hope that people are able to, like, you know, clear these prejudices from who they are or from what they believe and shit. But yeah, that is my position. And the fact that we had a good interaction at World War Debate isn't like precluding me from saying what I think. And so, yeah, it's not, to me, I want to be clear about that like these conclusions I'm reaching in good faith, notwithstanding the fact that, you know, it might upset some people.
I think that
I'm gonna put you to the I'm gonna put you to the test when I present the evidence for Hasan Piker's anti-Semitism.
Yeah, sure.
And we're gonna see.
But
we're gonna see. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna see where your threshold is and if it's reasonable.
Yeah, and Avi, just to be clear, why would I have you on here if I was scared to address it?
Yeah, because so like in the last conversation I had with you, Pisco, I was kind of like juggling with this notion, which I know is never going to happen, but it like was this idea of thinking that like anti-Zionism can be kind of treated in the same way as being against Islam or being against Christianity, in the sense that like you can really dislike this belief system and have lots of criticisms of everything else without being a bigot. But it can also eventually like reach a level of extremity that it expresses itself as a bigotry, in the sense that like anti-Zionism, because it's so different to what, or because it's expressed so differently to how we typically understand anti-Semitism, that it should just occupy its own space of bigotry, where you can be anti-Islam, you can be anti-Zionist without being bigoted, but there's a big prevalence of people who do hold this foundational belief, anti-Zionism, anti-Islam, but they are actually bigoted, and it reaches an extreme. The problem, however,
I basically oh, sorry, my bad.
The problem, however, is that you're never going to get this understood in the English-speaking world. The English-speaking world's never going to agree that, like, or to come to some kind of collective understanding of how anti-Zionism can be used in the same way that like Islamophobia is used as a political belief system that manifests itself as hatred towards a minority group, which is why, like, although I don't think it's perfect, I think this is why like the levels of extreme anti-Zionism that do manifest as hatred like can easily become anti-Semitic, which is like 9/11 dancing Israelis. Yeah. Okay. So we seem to all agree with that as well.
Of course they can. Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, I think that almost every anti-Semite is probably an anti-Zionist. I think that there's like,
apart from Ben Shapiro,
basically a circular. Apart from exactly, except for the people of that type of.
Well, actually, there are anti-Semites who are Zionists. They think that all Jews should get out of America and go to Israel, and
it's I should say it's highly correlative, I would say.
Okay.
But no, I'm happy to grant that, like, it's something of interest, something of note. I'm not like, the same way, by the way, that like there's like very strong associations between a lot of these right-wing nationalists' political sentiments and anti-minority bigotry or that's a strong correlation. Now maybe there's something else that you're trying to imply there that I'm not understanding, LonerBox or Avi, but like, yeah, just like I agree that there's a correlation there, and depending on how the anti-Zionism or the the right-wing nationalism manifests, I might think about a statement differently and think that the best explanation is the prejudice.
Yeah, because because I have a proposal that can maybe like get around that, maybe get some disagreement. I might need to ramble for a bit, but there's this problem that a lot of critics have with the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, where they see these words in the box that talk about hatred towards Jews. Okay. And then I think another scholar talks about hatred towards Jews as Jews, but then they list a bunch of examples of it. The last four of which, at least, are nothing really to do with Jews. It's about Israel. And people they say that like the IHRA definition doesn't really ever explain how the extreme anti-Israel stuff gets put into the definition of anti-Semitism. I think that's a good critique. And I think the way that it's kind of solved is this paper that I read talking about the distinction between like social or interpersonal anti-Semitism versus political anti-Semitism. So the 20th century political anti-Semitism, mostly from like the Nazis and in Europe, was this idea that Jews were a certain subset of Jews, like a bunch of them were controlling the media, and they were controlling international institutions, and they were stabbing Germany in the back in World War I, and they're the reason Germany loses the wars, and they're the reason Germany's in World War II. They're behind communism, everything else. And because they are so secretive, and because they're so malicious, and because they're such a closed-off community, there's not really any way to defend yourself against this problem unless you eradicate the Jews from Europe. That's like Hitler's prophecy in a nutshell. And I think it also explains why the drive to exterminate all of the Jews was specifically Europe. When they were in North Africa, they didn't rush to do the same thing there. They discriminated them, but they didn't put death camps in Morocco and North Africa, as far as I can tell. They weren't there for that long. Maybe they would have, but it was mainly European Jews, and that's where the conspiracy was coming from. That's where the protocols came from, etc. So there's this political narrative about a group of Jews in particular, like the conspirators, and it manifests itself obviously as the unprecedented level of hatred towards Jews. The way that people solve this issue for the IHRA definition and Zionism is that these examples that they give, if you believe that the Israel as a Jewish state is on par with Nazi Germany and apartheid South Africa, i.e. two states that have since been abolished, then people who support that state's existence are also on par with being a Nazi, which would entail the vast majority of Jews in the world, and that many of them actually hold it quite essential to their Jewishness. It's like, how do you advance that political narrative without your behavior manifesting as hatred towards Jews as Jews?
How do you advance that narrative without I guess I'm not following.
The narrative that Israel controls the world, Israel controls America. Israel's behavior is, if you only listen to the ex-political commentator, you would think that Israel is literally committing more crimes than any other country in the world, or all of them combined even. That it's on par with Nazi Germany. Anyone who has any sympathy for it is also tantamount to be like supporting Nazis, so the logical conclusion of all of those premises would be that the majority of Jews in the world are Nazis and should be treated as such. And how would you advance that political narrative without your behavior and without spreading behavior that expresses itself as hatred towards Jews?
I mean, it's going to be very hard to do that, and rightfully so. It should be hard to do that. Like, because again, this is going back to the definition thing. Like, it is definitionally possible to have those views and not be an anti-Semite. But again, most rational people should take that worldview and hear that and be like, yeah, this is good evidence they're anti-Semitic.
And it's also possible
that most Jews are Nazis, and that the Jews control. Sorry, that pro-Israel people control the world and
everything like
that would be highly informative. Yeah,
and it's also to be clear, possible in the sense of actually substantially possible, like highly possible, to hold that entire political narrative that I just said. Because I just gave like 5 or 6 sentences there about what these people believe. It's possible to believe all those things without thinking you have any issue with Jews.
Okay, well,
it's possible.
But can I tell a different story?
No, but it's also actually very possible. It's actually 20, 30% or 50. That could be the case more than half of the time, right? Yeah.
I don't know what the percentage is, but yeah, when I see if I don't know I don't know I don't know the percentages, but when I
say it's possible, Avi, I mean these people are everywhere. I mean, people who think that Israel is like the Nazis, that everyone who has any sympathy towards it, these people are everywhere. Yeah, who believe this stuff without feeling any hatred.
And I think it's good evidence they're anti.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's good evidence they're anti-Semitic. Again, it doesn't have to be conscious hatred.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be like conscious hatred for them to be anti-Semitic. It could just be that because a lot of people with those views are going to end up treating Jews who are Zionists different from non-Zionist Jews. They may treat Israeli Jews different from Israeli Arabs. Like that's all. There's going to be a high degree of overlap with that.
Okay.
Right. Because when I hear people who say stuff like that, it very rarely just ends there. When you look at the way they operate, there's different standards that they have. Because like that, the person that you like, Hasan Piker, who I'm going to talk about, like he's an example that fits the bill. But I with the caveat we haven't discussed about the conscious hatred, but he's an example that fits that bill. And not surprisingly, when I look at his behavior, it's not explained. Like it is not explained just by
anti-Zionism,
Zionism or stuff, but by anti-Zionism. It is there's Jew quad Jew there, and it doesn't have to be conscious.
Mm-hmm.
Like it doesn't. It doesn't.
And I never said that it needs to be post my correction after the conduit, like 5 seconds after conduit laid out that example. I never said it requires conscious.
Okay.
Specifically.
Do you have any?
Can I tell a different story of that? Like a similar set of facts. I don't know if similar, but like you guys tell me what your reaction to it. So someone thinks that Benjamin Netanyahu is the modern day Hitler. Someone who thinks that Israel has a great deal of significant influence on American foreign policy. Someone who thinks that support for Israel is an anathema because it's support for genocide. Just on those 3 beliefs by themselves, would you say that those are would that be evidence in your mind of anti-Semitism? Except for maybe there's like a correlation thing there, like obviously.
Yeah, it's a weaker form of evidence. But the answer is yes. The answer
raises some eyebrows for sure.
Yeah.
So, is it in
giving me just those things?
Yeah. But it's the same way as
saying,
like,
the same category is the other
anti-immigration. But like, what about if I give you this person?
Yes.
Okay. All right. But you're treating that
even a bit weaker. But like, it's again that's weaker
for predictive power
because it's weaker predictive power. But yes, like all else equal. If someone says like I want to just shut down the borders, like my credence that person is a racist is going to go up.
Okay.
Like I'm not gonna.
I buy that. I agree. And by the way, I agree. If we're, but like you would never say if you heard that, right? If someone said, "I want to close the border. I think we need to deport all the illegal immigrants," you wouldn't feel comfortable going with that alone, being like, you're a racist.
No, not that alone. I'm
Yeah,
going to say
yeah,
you're a racist. No,
Yeah.
no, but my credence goes up. Yeah,
Goes up. Yeah, I
and
agree.
it's going to
I
be
agree.
cumulative, and it's going to be cumulative with other
another
things that
double-
you know that I see
Agreed.
them do or not do.
Agreed. Yeah, 100%. I think we're all aligned, folks. I don't know. So far. But
Well,
like
we'll,
on all
we'll,
this prep
again,
work,
we'll,
So did
we'll,
you have any? So
we'll
to be clear,
see-
Pisco,
we'll
did
see when
you?
we put it in practice.
So Pisco, did you have any comments or criticisms or anything about that? What I said about political anti-Semitism versus mental or social or interpersonal?
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure. I think that like the set of facts, the distinct history that you've laid out would inform how I interpret different statements, I suppose, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
And I think that would be true of any, like, I'm sure different prejudices have different distinct histories that would inform like how I interpret someone saying, quote, I'm not saying this, quote, Jewish rat. I would think about that differently than someone, you know, perhaps calling another group a rat, right? Or another, like, you know, I don't know, because there's such a connotation there. And similar in terms of like the power dynamics or, you know, the specific history laid out in European Jewry or whatever, like all of that to me makes sense to factor into the analysis. I don't know if it changes any of the groundwork we've done, but I don't know. Does that sound unreasonable?
Yeah. What do you? Maybe ask one more thing, and we can go to
Yeah, go for it.
Hasan Abi. Actually, I had two more things. Well, okay. Do you are you familiar with the 3Ds test?
No.
Okay. It's this guy who wanted to kind of give like a framework for how you separate like when anti-Zionism becomes anti-Semitism. And the kind of test he comes up with is this like 3Ds. And it's like, are they exhibiting like a high enough level of behavior when it comes to the following? One would be demonization. Like, are they treating the state of Israel or Israel as like at its very core completely and absolutely evil? Like it can't ever exist in a non-evil way. It just like it has to go, kind of thing. And also like the constant comparison or the obsessive comparison with Nazi Germany or with states like South Africa that have been previously abolished. Like and when it reaches that particular threshold. The second would be double standards, and the third would be delegitimization. Which again comes into the demonization thing. Yeah,
That's on Sharansky. Yeah,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
on Sharansky is the one. Yeah.
What do you think about that as a kind of test for seeing
It's
when
things that
a level as anti-Zionism has become anti-Semitism?
It's an
Yeah,
evidentiary. This is
it's
an
an evidentiary,
evidentiary heuristic, by the way.
Yeah. No,
And
I would agree
yes.
that it's a heuristic. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
But I wouldn't be. But like I said, like if the best explanation is, oh, this person is just like anti-Western pilled and like thinks that all of these states are genocidal, and they do apply that consistently, and it is something where they just like are super anti-ethnos. Like I'm going to consider the totality of circumstances, but yes, I mean double standards are good evidence.
Okay.
I believe that Avi is going to present a bunch of double standards evidence in a moment.
Oh yeah, I've got a few of my own. Yeah. And I guess the last thing, I guess, it doesn't seem like we have any disagreement over calling like particular behaviors anti-Semitic as well. So
Correct.
like propelling narrative. Like so, like would you say? You can say not necessarily if you want.
Zionist
like,
occupied government.
Yeah, is Zog anti-Semitic?
Strong evidence to me. It's strong evidence to me that someone is anti-Semitic.
Yeah, same
because of its particular usage, and I think that that's a fair read. If you can believe, though, like to me, it's just the term usage there. You can believe that Israel has a great deal of influence over American policy. I think that that's like an accurate statement in this administration, and I think that, and I don't know that that's like. In fact,
I think
it's not quite Zog. Well, yeah, you're not zogging when you say they have influence over.
Yeah, I think it's exaggerated. It has influence, but I think the degree of influence is highly exaggerated.
Yeah, but like that could be your position, right? And someone who thinks it's less exaggerated.
Yeah, and someone could think it's more exaggerated. Yeah, sure, right. Someone could think it's more exaggerated. But again, when someone does have an exaggerated view, that's evidence.
Increase of credence.
That's going to increase my credence that they're also anti-Semitic.
But that's just in terms of like the propensity stuff.
And it should.
Like, yeah. In the same way that it's like someone supporting Trump, and you will grant this, you would say it's more likely to be racist.
Yeah, someone supporting. Yeah.
100%. Okay, so yeah, that all flies with me. I think that's cool.
Although the degree is probably a bit more when someone is exaggerating Israel than just merely supporting Trump. To be clear. Like, I don't think that's necessarily the same degree.
Is that gut? It's a little gut.
Yeah.
Intuition. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I
Okay.
quick fire a few of these ones? Other examples?
Sure.
Go back to Brooklyn. Go back to Poland. Anti-Semitic?
If you're telling who to go back
Israelis.
to Brooklyn. Israelis to go back
Israeli
to Brooklyn?
Jews, yeah.
I think that, yeah. So my intuition is that you're basically they should go back to where other Jews are or something. And so I would take that as to be an anti-Semitic remark
Okay.
in most cases.
Holocaust.
Avi, do you agree?
Yeah. Yes. That I would take that to be meaningful evidence that someone is anti-Semitic.
Okay. Holocaust inversion.
Meaning
You know what I mean by
that they're saying that that Israel is doing something akin to the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that, like, in the same way that Avi described raising credence just in terms of probabilities, I would say it raises credence, but I don't think the comparison and calling Israel Nazi-like or doing a Nazi-like thing, even if it's ill-informed, even if it's wrong, that strikes me the same way as go back to Brooklyn. I don't know why
That would be a
explains
weaker
that,
credence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
weaker
It would be a
one.
weaker update than go back to Brooklyn, but it would be an update.
Okay. I think we already covered whether or not like a Muslim ban that exempts
To be
like
clear,
half of the Gulf.
the Brooklyn one for you, Pisco, that's a
It's
meaningful
very
update.
strong. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
That's
Yes,
very strong.
that's a meaningful. Okay.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah. That's very strong. And it should be. And I think people should be aware of that shit. I mean, that's. And I would never fucking, like, I just can't imagine myself telling Israel go back to fucking Brooklyn. It just seems very anti-Semitic. So I have no problem saying that. I have some questions for you too, LonerBox, but you can.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I think we already covered whether a Muslim ban that exempts half of the Gulf could still be Islamophobic. That's fine. We covered 9/11 and dancing Israelis.
Yep.
Okay.
That's also very strong evidence for me. Something that I like that would highly factor in for similar reasons, by the way, to the to Holocaust denialism. And so yeah, that's high credence for me.
Okay. I wanted to show a Finkelstein clip from 2015, but we probably agree.
Wait,
with
I have a question. Avi, do you think Finkelstein is anti-Semitic?
Yes. Well, sorry.
Meaningfully?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
In
No,
2015,
I thought you would say that. Yeah.
in 2015, he was talking about how spikes in anti-Semitism occur in the West when Israel's fighting with Palestinians. So defensive shield, cast lead. And he'd said, literal quote word for word, that's not anti-Semitism in any meaningful sense. That's a state that calls itself Jewish, carrying on in a horrifying way, and so people react to it against Jews. I think that's an anti-Semitic statement. So he said that when anti-Semitism rises at the same time that Israel is increasing their fighting with Palestinians, he said that's not anti-Semitism in any meaningful sense. That is a state that calls itself Jewish, carrying on in a horrifying way, and so people react to it against Jews.
I'm not sure what to make of that statement. I mean, like, are you saying that he's suggesting that the response of anti-Semitism is like rational? Is that the kind of?
It sounds like he's saying it's not. So when Jews and like it sounds like he's saying when Jews in Europe get attacked when Israel's fighting with Palestinians, it sounds like he's saying that's not actually anti-Semitism. That's people reacting to Jews in a because they've seen Israel conducting itself in a horrifying way. To me, that just, because I've heard people do this as well, but to me, that just sounds like he's covering for anti-Semites in a way that you would never cover for any other bigot. Like, it's that's like, not Islamophobia when someone attacks a Muslim because ISIS did something in France or, did something. Elon.
Yeah, so like, I see this. I know what you're talking. I see this a lot too. Like there was that there was like an like there was an attack on Jews in America, and then it gets reported, and then someone will comment on Twitter, "Oh my God, how horrible is this? It's so bad that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza and causing anti-Semitic attacks in the United States like this. We really need to do something." Like that. Is that the sort of thing you're talking about?
Yeah,
Loner?
So in other words, charting an increase in anti-Semitism towards Israel's own actions.
Yeah,
what if I'm saying it's not? I'm saying it's not even anti-Semitism in a meaningful sense. It's like something different.
Oh, then I think denying anti-Semitism when it's clearly anti-Semitism,
even if they're not denying it in a meaningful sense, I think even if this is true to some degree, even if it's true to some degree, even if that is true, which by the way, we can get into that. But even if that's true, because even if that's true, we can get into the effect size of that, and if that's really accounting for everything. But even if that is true, um, the so I do think that just that in of itself is going to still be evidence of anti-Semitism and meaningful evidence of anti-Semitism. Particularly, unless I saw that they did this ridiculous, that they did this sort of, let me just reframe all the condemnation and blame and sympathy into anger at Israel. If I saw that, that's attack, let me reframe the attacks on Jewish people, the anti-Semitic attacks on Jewish people, into anger against Israel at every step of the way I can get.
Raises credence.
Unless I saw them do it, absolutely raises credence, particularly if I don't see them doing that to any other group, to any other state. I don't see them doing that for Muslims. I don't see if there's an anti-Islamophobic attack. I don't see them going around saying, "Oh, how horrible that ISIS exists! How horrible that ISIS caused and how horrible that 9/11 happened. That caused all of this
Anti-Muslim,
Islamophobic, anti-Muslim bigotry.
Yeah.
We really need to do something against the Taliban. We really need to do something." They don't do that. They never do that.
Yeah. So, like,
Okay.
in other words, if you made the argument that, like, but some people have made the argument that, like, the terrorism by Al Qaeda or ISIS has caused massive increase in anti-Muslim bias, and you have now you have some organizations that, like, CARE, the Council on Islamic Americanism. I forget the exact name of that organization. That I feel like sometimes does some sweeping, but you do have some groups, I think, that, like, that meaningfully say that this shit, like, doesn't represent Islam, and they blaspheme Islam. Very memorably, I think, not Washington, holy fuck, George Bush said, you blaspheme Islam or whatever when you take these actions. And so, I hear you on that. I think it depends on the person, but no, that would be something that would raise my credence as well, 100%.
Yeah, especially if you saw, like, every time it's like you see this commenter, this replier guy going out every time there's an anti-Arab or Islamophobic attack. They're like, man, it's so horrible that ISIS exists again. It's so horrible that the Taliban. It's so horrible that that Islamic terrorism exists. That's that Islamic terrorism causing the Americans to hate Muslims.
And explain the pathway there, because those statements are the kind
because they don't do it. They don't do it for any other group. It's so obvious that they have this, that they're doing it. They're only doing this rechanneling of this. Oh my gosh, rechanneling all the sympathy for this Muslim person, rechanneling all the anger to the Muslim's assailant, rechanneling it to Muslims.
And it's not explained by anti-Israel bias because
it's not. Wait, it's not explained by.
It's not
explained by. Yeah. Wait. I'm doing it in the example where someone's doing it against Muslims. Not explained. It's not explained by anti-Taliban bias. It's not explained by it's not explained by mere anti-terrorist bias, because the people who do that, they're not doing that against settler terrorism. They're not doing that against other forms. They're not doing that against atrocities committed by Israel. They're doing this. And it's very clear when you look at the people who are doing this. It's very rare that you see them doing it for both sides. They're only doing it for one, and it's not merely terrorism that's explaining this. Same thing for people who are doing this. The reply guys that are doing this with Jewish people. When Jewish people are attacked, they're like, "Oh man, state of Israel again. State of Israel causing Americans."
Something that would change the magnitude of how you would perceive that is, let's say someone said, "Well, I don't know about that, all this stuff," and let's say you believe them. I only focus on terrorism attacks in America, and in America it seems like, and so that's why I'm not calling out.
Fuck.
Sorry, you keep.
Hello. Testing.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. Let's say that someone provides a rationale that you believe. Well, the reason I haven't called out this other terrorism and done this thing is I didn't know about that. Let's say that you believe them, or I only focus on shit that happens in America, to the extent that, like, America is the set.
Yeah.
If you believe them, mitigating.
Yeah, there's both. Wait, no, but there's both. First of all, there's a number of reasons. I mean, I'll get to the general strategy. But in that particular case, that fails on a number of things. First of all, there are terroristic hate crimes that are committed against both Muslims and Jews in
America. Yeah, 100%.
In America, in America, and And the question is, so then, but look at the question is, why are you aware? So the first thing is the awareness thing. Isn't it interesting that you only seem to be aware of one of those and not and you don't ever seem to be aware of the other? Well, again, if what best explains their lack of awareness for one and the other is just the race,
right? Then the awareness
and that
aspect
is,
of it,
that
turtles all
is
the
actually
way
an
down.
that's turtles all the way down. Now the other thing is like and just so you know, with auxiliary hypotheses in general, if you start the more auxiliary hypotheses you stack in, because there could be plausible auxiliary hypotheses that exonerate someone, but the more you do that, the more you tie that into your theory, the more the overall credence of your theory goes down, because now your theory of your rival hypothesis needs to be true, and any of the other auxiliary hypotheses for any of the times, any of the carve outs it doesn't really match, also has to be true. The overall probability goes down.
It's kind of like explaining a theory of the world's shape, that maybe you can have in isolation some explanation that accounts for the seasons or something, but when you try to make sense of all the other phenomena that you're experiencing, you want something
you
that
have to start stacking on other things.
Right.
Yeah, there's a normie term for this. It's called mental gymnastics.
Yeah.
Right. You can go. So yeah, if you have to start every like, oh, okay, well, in this case, well, why didn't I do it for what when the person who goes and does the, let's just call it the, the sweep, like the sweep that we're talking about, the reply guy sweep. That reply guy sweep we're talking about. Well, why didn't they do that for? They say it's for terrorism. Okay, well, there was a pretty terroristic attack against a Muslim here. Why didn't they do that? They weren't aware. They weren't aware of war's work. Oh, because they, it was a while ago. Okay, well, why didn't they do it on this one that was more soon? Because they didn't have their coffee that day. Okay, well, why didn't they do it against this other one? Because they didn't think it rose to the same level. Only 2 people were killed, and they only do it for 3 people killed. Like, you see, this is starting to get ridiculous.
Mehdi Hasan's argument on like Shapiro and shit on that front.
What is
on
what
the
is
anti-Arab?
I don't know.
Okay, so like we have some statements from Shapiro where he says, what do you say that, like, hang on a second, that Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage.
Okay, yes, I think now I don't know if he's walked that statement back though, but yes, like there was a
he did. And you know what he said? He did walk it back, and he said, yeah, I feel really bad for it. I just didn't know, how fucked over Palestinians have been by their leaders who just want to destroy Israel all the time. Like, so he kind of massaged it into a way that like it's still Palestinians are responsible for like their own self-destruction, right? It's just not, yeah.
And let me just be clear about what constitutes an adequate walkback here. Like, so what does not constitute an adequate walkback? And this is going to be relevant for Hasan. What does not constitute an adequate walkback is something like, I regret
I was
this
misinterpreted
because I was misinterpreted, or outright lying about it, or I regret doing it because it's given my opposition ammunition. So yeah, like I'm gonna stop responding this way in the future.
I would agree with that.
That's not
100%.
That is not an adequate walkback. What is an adequate walkback is, I feel bad about what I did. I had no idea about the situation going on here. Like, this was messed up for me to do. I'm not going to do this in the future. Like, that, something like that is starting to get to a good walkback.
And similar thing like a statement like Palestinians are rotten to the core. You would say that statement is racist, but you would want to see the walk back and the nature of it before. Okay.
I would want to see that. I would want to see an adequate walk back on that. Yes.
Okay. All right.
And I think we probably agree as well that like if someone like Nigel Farage, coming back to the earlier question, was like if Nigel Farage is standing on a stage and he's saying, I've always been an adamant fighter against Islamophobia, which is why I am so angry at the cynical attempts by Hamas and the Houthis to make their attempts and attacking civilians into a representation of the Islamic faith. I would never, it's so horrible that they do that, putting Muslims in danger in the UK with their rhetoric of victory to Islam as they bomb sailors. Right, we know that's kind of insincere, right? Like if he does something.
You mean the self-serving statements?
Yes, and also, also just like the I'm kind of basically blaming the people on the outside and for the bigoted attacks that happen on the other half of the world. Yeah.
Donald Trump said he loves Hispanics.
He did. My last one is Pisco. Do you know what taquilla is?
Oh, I heard someone on Patrick Bet David's show maybe it was the guy Adam. He's like, this is like the Muslim doctrine of lying or something.
Yeah.
Is that right?
So what it really is it's for Shia Muslims, like minority Muslims, who use it in the sense of being a persecuted minority for over 1,000 years and sometimes having to conceal your faith so that you don't get persecuted or killed. So an example would be an imam in Iraq who's a Shia stops doing taqiyya, and so Saddam murders his entire family, right? Like, but online...
An example of what?
That's an example of taqiyya, right? Like he stops doing
it,
and then because he's kind of like outed himself and his positions, then he gets fucking murdered by Saddam, and Saddam murders his entire family, right? So that's like an example of taqiyya, is you're doing it to escape persecution, like as a minority. Obviously, the Padre Bet David types will just say, well, every time a Muslim lies, it's because they're religiously permitted to do that because of taqiyya. So every time, when the fucking Al Ali hospital blast happened, Twitter probably more mentions than ever, taqiyya, like, would you say that people who do that habitually, whenever they see like something wrong being said by a Muslim or something they think is wrong by a Muslim, that they just say taqiyya? Is that Islamophobic?
If they reflexively disbelieve,
refer to a misinterpretation
as a lie,
that they believe in as a false misinterpretation of that person's religion, that they, even if they believe in it, they reflexively just refer to it. They haven't actually gone and done any research into it in depth at all. Like similarly to how they do with the Talmud, they just reflexively throw something out without even knowing what the Talmud is, whether it's taqiyya, or like, yeah.
I'm not sure if the ignorance is doing more to feed into that credence, because I know there are the terms for like Jewish lies or Israeli lies or propaganda in American circles, but
they wouldn't. But if someone said, well, wait, but because they rarely do this to one another, because again, turtles all the way down. Why are they ignorant? Because okay, if they're ignorant about everything, sure, I agree. If they're just ignorant about everything, but if they are ignorant about the Talmud and they just believe it, but when it comes to some sort of like Christian belief that may be anti-Semitic, they know all the scripture. And when it comes to taqiyya, they know all the.
Or
defense.
to put it more simply, to put it more simply, there are very few people online or people anywhere who will reflexively say taqiyya when a Muslim says something they think is wrong. There are very few people who do this and also at the same time will say Hasbara every time a pro-Israel point comes up that they don't like.
Yeah.
Everyone who uses these terms habitually,
small.
If you use Hasbara habitually, you are definitely not doing the same thing with taqiyya and vice versa, which is why I think these expressions
I would
are
apply
usually,
probably this. Whatever the standard is there, I'm likely to apply it the same way. That is to say, someone who reflexively does Hasbara, and it really, for me, the thing that most moves me is like instantly disbelieving something. I guess the ignorance point also is relevant, but yeah, no, I would apply those things similarly. So whatever symmetry you have there, I'm sure that I would accept it.
Yeah, also just this idea that like lying and propaganda is like a particular country or a particular group gets its own one, you know, like they're like a special type of culturally or religiously permitted lie, like taqiyya and Hasbara, yeah.
If you hear Hasbara, let's say that is a term, right? And so what do you take with the term Hasbara? What do you conclude when someone is using the term Hasbara?
Well, Hasbara, when Israelis say Hasbara, when people who actually came up with the term are using it from the country, it typically means that Israel needs to do a better job at explaining itself on the world stage, like to their allies and shit like that. But obviously to the very anti-Israel side, Hasbara just means like, well, lying habitually to protect the IDF or just like
what conclusion do you
propaganda
draw from
machine, right?
In practice in the West, it's largely used as a way to single out pro-Israel propaganda as a very special evil type of propaganda that you can refer to that uniquely denigrates it over and above any other sort of propaganda.
Got it. So if someone said Israeli
propaganda, or even Jewish, it's overlap with Jewish as well, but yes.
Okay. But if someone says Israeli propaganda, you don't think it carries the same connotation as Hasbara?
No. Because every country has propaganda.
I think I would agree with that.
Sorry. This will overlap us into Mr. Piker, okay? Pisco, do you know what double genocide theory is?
Double genocide theory. The two countries could conceivably do genocide on each other?
No, it's
I don't know.
So you'll only ever hear it from like communists or like pro USSR people. Basically, there's this whole trope that they'll talk about is that if someone ever accuses Stalin or the Soviet Union of having committed genocide, say with the Holodomor or the Crimean Tatars, they will say that this is a form of Holocaust denial to call that genocide. They'll say it's a double genocide theory, which is where people will try to sort of downplay the specific horror of the Holocaust and the specific intent of the Holocaust by putting it on par with the crimes of the Soviet Union. And they'll say that, well, because the Holodomor is not quite a genocide in the same sense the Holocaust was, like the intent is just not as well proven, that you're actually being anti-Semitic or you're doing Holocaust denial to accuse the Soviets of genocide. This is like a thing that tankies or communists, like really hardcore campist Stalinists will say.
To avoid the genocide in Ukraine being labeled basically to sweep for Stalin and the USSR.
But there's also like it is based on something real, right? Like historians are much clearer that the Holocaust is a genocide. There's much more consensus about the Holocaust being a genocide than there is on the Holodomor. The Holodomor, actually, I think most historians who are like prominent on that topic don't think it was a genocide. But yeah, people will take that further and say, well, because you're trying to put both of them there, you're propping up the other one, or you're by definition downplaying the other. Like you're downplaying the Holocaust because you hate communists so much, and that's why they'll say it's like a. So
what's the conclusion there?
As in, there are people out there who will call you an anti-Semite even if you just say Stalin committed genocide in Ukraine. Right? These people exist. And now let's assume this person believes that it is actually anti-Semitic to compare the Holodomor to the Holocaust, but they're happy to do it every time Israel commits a crime. They're happy to do the Holocaust comparison to Israel.
Yeah. So they are quite willing and ready to take a more expansive view of genocide, or a less strict view of genocide, with the archetype as the Holocaust in the context of Gaza, but are just, whether it's in the context of the Holodomor or I suppose the current Russian invasion of Ukraine, they just like are inflexible. And that's not like the Holocaust. That's what you're saying? Double standard on that?
Yeah, to the point that they're so offended by the Soviet Nazi comparison that they'll call you anti-Semitic or a Holocaust denier for making the comparison.
Yeah, I think that would be a double standard that raises a credence.
Okay.
I think that I would grant that, yeah.
Right.
No problem with that. Question for you, Avi. Has anything that I've said in this conversation meaningfully raised a credence about me being anti-Semitic?
No.
Okay, thank you for that. LonerBox, what about you? Do you have any thoughts on
that? No.
No, yeah.
Then the answer to the question is no.
Okay, yeah. Awesome. All right.
One's in Pisco's chat if you think I support Palestinians getting raped.
Yeah, stop. Don't be nice to Loner. I'm demanding it, please. All right. Resolved. All right. Hasan Piker is meaningfully. Oh, wait, or Avi, you define it however you want. Your proposition or your.
Yeah. I think Hasan Piker is meaningfully anti-Semitic. By that I mean he is not anti-Semitic in the sort of way that we're all a little bit racist. This is not your aunt or whatever who has a problem getting, has a little bit of an aversion getting into the taxi with an Asian driver or whatever. Like it's not at that level. It's at an abnormal level.
Okay.
This is not. It's not normal, and it's enough to warrant when someone asks the question, "Do you think Hasan Piker is anti-Semitic?" It's enough to warrant yes. You can qualify it. You can say, okay, not at the level of Hitler, but not at the level, maybe not even at the level of Nick Fuentes, but he is. This is the answer is yes, meaningfully anti-Semitic, like anti-Semitic in his actions, in his speech. In his double standards, in his, we'll do all the D's, in his delegitimization, in his demonization, and his double standards. And it is not normal. Like, this is not a small little degree here. This is a meaningful degree. I want to show meaningfully that. Incidentally, because a lot of the defenses here for Hasan Piker is that he also did this for this other group. By the way, I think Hasan Piker is meaningfully prejudiced against white people, even though he recently, said in the past as well, he said he considers himself white. But I actually think Hasan Piker is also prejudiced against whites, and he is actually, to an arguably, he said some even more wild things about white people. Yeah, even arguably to a greater extent, he said some more wild things about white people. So just like someone, again, consistent standards here. Just like if someone were to say, well, I just say this about Somalians. There's this slur I've used it for Somalians, but I'm only talking about some sort of their ideology. And here's proof. I've also said this slur against Arabs. It's like, you would laugh. Like, that wouldn't do anything for you, and it shouldn't, because that's an important defense to keep in mind, because I'm going to be bringing evidence, and a lot of the defenses. So when I bring evidence, just so the audience is aware, I'm aware there are responses to the evidence I'm going to bring. I'm going to address them. I will. So before you start jumping, oh no, that's not, he didn't say that because they're Jews. He said that as like a broader insult to like all sorts of groups of people. Like, I'm aware of that. I'm aware that people say that. And I'm going to show why that's ridiculous. Okay.
Can I ask you on your position, your conclusion, based on conclusion? Do you have a view about whether he has a conscious hatred of Jews, or would you characterize it as hatred based on what you've seen?
I would characterize it as a hatred of sorts. I don't have a view on whether it's like a conscious sort of hatred, like Jews. It could be subconscious. Like, it could be a subconscious sort of hatred. But the way, from what I've seen of him, it is not normal for people to talk the way he has talked about Jewish people without some sort of hatred. At minimum, prejudice, probably hatred.
Okay.
Now, is that conscious? Is he aware of this? Like, is he aware of, like, no, sometimes you're not aware of your feelings. Like, sometimes you don't have a full grasp on articulating them. Sometimes it doesn't bring it. Fine. I don't really have a view on that part of it. But yeah, like and again, consistent standards. I think that when I'm going to show you, if you were to see a right winger doing this, talking about it the same way with Somalians and Arabs, saying it in the same way, with the same vitriol, you would think the same, and you wouldn't buy the excuses. You wouldn't buy it like, oh, well, I'm just talking about an ideology. It's just their ideology doing it. And when you do a full analysis on where they use it and where they don't, that doesn't work. It doesn't meet the muster, and you wouldn't believe that in any other context.
Okay,
so my position is, I'm not convinced. Convince me.
Yep. Cool.
Thank you. My position.
So let's go through. Oh, okay.
I won't make it like a 2v1. I'll I've been talking too much. I'll stay quiet for that.
All right. Well,
you can. I don't mind.
Okay. I mean, it's quite a friendly 2v1, to be fair. I think Hasan is anti-Semitic by his own standards. That double genocide theory thing, Hasan repeats that ad nauseum. He habitually says that if you compare Stalin to Hitler or the Holodomor to the Holocaust, you are Holocaust denial, anti-Semitic. He believes that, yet he's happy to do that problematic comparison between Israel and the Holocaust and the Nazis. Doesn't make any sense. To the point that he said that anyone who even shows any kind of Zionist tendency should be treated as a rabid neo-Nazi. By his own internal logic, he's an anti-Semite. And also by the logic of a normal person for many reasons, but yeah. I don't know.
But I care about my notion of anti-Semitism, so...
But would you, if I could prove what I just said, would that mean that by his own logic, he definitely is, unavoidably?
If you could prove that by his own logic, then that would show, I think, that he's a hypocrite. It wouldn't show on my lights that he's anti-Semite. And what I care about is
evidence.
But yeah, I think that probably would be evidence on my credence, but I don't think by itself would. And just to be clear, I care about, and I think we all agree, and we have the same notion, or roughly the same notion of the definitions of these terms. So I don't think it's going to be an issue, but I hope that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So one more thing before we do it, because I know you wanted me to talk about like self-serving statements and stuff.
Yes.
Even though we touched. Yeah. So I'm also aware that Hasan Piker has made all sorts of. Yeah. Hasan Piker has friendships with Jewish people. Hasan Piker has made self-serving statements. Hasan Piker has got up and been like, "Oh, I'm the real champion against anti-Semitism." And it's all sorts of like, sort of slop like that. The reason none of that is helpful is because, again, just like Just like all sorts of evidence for Hasan Piker's anti-Semitism is deflated by the countervailing hypothesis of anti-Zionism, there's a countervailing hypothesis that very easily explains all of the exonerating evidence, which is self-serving behavior. What would be helpful, so that's all that stuff is not helpful. What would be helpful, and I'll give you an example, when it's not self-serving. If, as an example, if Hasan Piker right now were to stand up and be like, I condemn Anna Kasparian for her anti-Semitism. Like someone who he's close with, someone who it would hurt him a bit. It would be tough for him to do that. Someone he has a good, close relationship with and is aligned politically with. If he were to condemn her anti-Semitism, that would be evidence. That would be helpful countervailing evidence for me. I would be like, maybe I should maybe that decreases my credence. Okay, that's the sort of evidence that would be helpful.
Not Fuentes, and not like Trump, but not like these.
No, because that's self-serving again. Well, yeah, because that's all self-serving. That's like very easily.
And Chad, does that make sense? I'm looking at you now. I hope that makes sense, because that's my intuition as well. That like, and I wanted to raise it because, of course, you're always going to find self-serving statements from Trump, and we got to be consistent in terms of how we apply that as evidence. And I am not swayed by Trump's self-serving statements that he loves all Mexicans, he loves Muslims, love him, all that stuff. And so I hope that makes sense, folks. I agree with that.
Okay. So I'm going to.
All right, we'll watch the stream too. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to know, like, can you hear it, and is it playing for everything?
Let me know when it starts playing.
All right, starts playing now.
Yep.
There's been a failure for that to happen.
Bro, literally both options are hilarious. The ultra-orthodox Jews leaving Israel, fucking hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their fucking untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny. I don't know if it'll happen, but I'm totally on board with this. I think it's hilarious. Let them serve. Let them fight, dude. If they want the smoke, if they don't want to be conscientious objectors, which some are, and you know, that's valid, and I'm with them all the way. Okay. But get
Orthodox.
Okay. So a couple things. Let's before, so that was the clip. Let's understand the context of the clip. Okay. And if you ever need the full VOD, we're happy to go through the full VOD as well. So let's go step by step here. What's the group? The group is mentioned. It's not Orthodox, it's ultra-Orthodox. Okay. The context. Do you know about this group, ultra-Orthodox?
This group is that they are exempt from military service under Israeli law. They are less secular than many Israelis, and that there's a big sort of like discourse about and vying for their political power, oftentimes in coalition governments, and that they exist as a kind of a sect that is focused a lot on especially male rabbinical training. That's my understanding. It's pretty general.
Okay, so there's more. So that's true. Let's focus. Do you know anything about the ultra-Orthodox as it relates to potential countervailing hypotheses? Like, is this explained by Zionism? Is this explained by? Go ahead.
So that there's a more emphasis for Orthodox Jews and ultra-Orthodox Jews to like marry within the sect or marry within or have definitely no.
No. I'm asking they're insular, but that's not what I'm getting at. So I'm asking. Okay, so yeah, the point being here is that the ultra-Orthodox group, this is the group that is broadly non-Zionist. The clear majority of ultra-Orthodox group, this is a non-Zionist group. The clear majority of ultra-Orthodox, the Haredim, identify as either non-Zionist or in a smaller minority of cases, anti-Zionist. They're broadly not a Zionist group. The context here is they are trying to resist conscription into the IDF.
Oh,
There's
it's
the legal fight.
the direct opposite
Mhm.
kind of rationale that you would expect if someone who is
You would expect Hasan to
anti-Zionist-
celebrate this.
Yeah.
You would
Yeah.
expect Hasan to celebrate a group of
Yep.
non-Zionist Jews resisting Israel, resisting conscription into the IDF. You would expect him to simp for them.
Yep.
You would not expect him to call them inbred.
100%.
And
No. Yeah.
next point is Hasan. Next point is this. Listen carefully.
Let him serve. Let him fight, dude. If they want the smoke,
why?
if they don't want to be conscious,
Notice how if
Yeah.
they want the smoke is indexed to let them serve and not
They
whether
don't
they're
want the
inbred.
smoke.
But
Yeah.
also, they don't want. But also, listen to this. Listen to this.
conscientious objectors, which some are, and you know that's valid, and I'm with them all the way.
He knows this is the group where you would expect
Yeah,
conscientious
so he has
objectors
knowledge.
to come from.
But he still wants
He
them to serve.
knows. He knows, and yet he still wants them to. He still called them inbred. He can caveat with they want him to serve plausibly with saying, oh well, if they want the smoke, but like that wasn't indexed to whether they're inbred. He's still calling them inbred. So let's see what we have here, just to be clear on everything. This is a predominantly non-Zionist group. This is
fighting
the context. They're fighting against Israel. They're fighting against the IDF conscription. They're trying not to serve. They're trying not to go into Lebanon. They're trying not to fight Arabs. And also, not a settler group either, by the way. They're not settlers. By and large, only 14% of ultra-Orthodox Jews are settlers. And by the way, in the small minority when they are, do you know why they're settlers? It's not like the Dati Lumi. They're not ideological settlers. They're settlers
like economic?
because they can't afford. Yeah, they can't afford to live anywhere else.
Yeah.
And so not a settler group, not a Zionist group, fighting IDF conscription, and by the way, not an ethnic supremacist group either. Because notice he's not talking about the chief rabbi specifically. You could say, well, the chief rabbi specifically, he wasn't aware of this. He was made aware later in the stream. The chief rabbi specifically, said something bad about black people. He's not talking about the chief rabbi, and he wasn't even aware of it when he said this. He's talking about the ultra-Orthodox group. And unless you want to take a Groyper argument, which the Groyper argument for why ultra-Orthodox, it's like, oh, because chosen people equals supremacist group. It's like, no, that's not how they interpret that. But
okay, we have some chat objections, and I want your reaction. Is that okay?
Yeah.
He quote, he just said he supports the conscientious objectors. Your response?
Yeah, then why are you calling the group inbred? The contention is not whether he supports conscientious objectors. I wasn't bringing that. Do you think that I was bringing the conscientious objectors to contend to act as if he didn't support conscientious? Yeah, he supports it. But the point is that it's evidentiary. It's evidence that he's at least somewhat aware that this group is the sort of group where conscientious objectors will come from. Why are you referring to why are you calling it inbred?
To be clear, though, it's worth mentioning that
he didn't condition. Wait 1 second.
Yeah.
He did not condition the inbred status on whether they would be conscientious objectors or not, or whether
it is worth mentioning. It is worth mentioning that the ultra-Orthodox, as far as I know, are not so much conscientious objectors. They're just objectors, right? Because they believe the IDF defends us with weapons. We defend Israel with Torah. Like, so I was told by it.
So that's true. So that's not exact yes and no. So there's both of that. The subset of the ultra-Orthodox objectors will fall into two categories. There'll be conscientious objectors. Like the anti-Zionist faction of ultra-Orthodox, those actually are conscientious objectors. Like Neturei Karta, that is conscientious objectors. But the other form of objectors, there's a more like I'm just doing my own thing objector. I'm just doing the Torah thing objector. And by the way, even when they say that, it's not saying like, oh, that's a pragmatic like defense. When they say things like, oh, the Torah is what's keeping, Israel safe, really, by divine thing. That's a pragmatic thing they talk about. Like, they don't actually, like, their whole philosophy isn't actually about, let's learn Torah to keep Israel safe. That's just something they say to the state to try and resist conscription. That's like a pragmatic thing that they do. Mm-hmm. So there's both forms of objectors. There's conscientious objectors, and then there's like pragmatic objectors. There's objectors because I want to learn and not serve. But either way, what you're talking about it, the point is Hasan is at least aware that this sort of thing is the sort of group where you would expect this to come from. And so, he agrees with that. But why the hell are you calling them inbred then?
So
also, since we're doing sorry,
one
one second. Yeah. Since we're doing chat comments, Mindwave saying because they often marry their cousins.
There, yeah.
Well, okay, but then let's see how Hasan reacts when you call Pakistanis inbred.
No, that's not true either. Wait, that is not true either. And by the way, the rates of consanguineous marriages among that group is actually that's actually lower than many Arab groups, and Hasan has never called the Arab groups.
And we'll call it out as
lower than Kuwait, Qatar, Iraq, Afghanistan.
Yes, that's not going to work. Pisco, what was the objection you wanted to?
No. I was going to raise the Mindwaves comment too there because I saw it. And, that was
So that and by the way, furthermore, so number ways that fails. Number one, he's not academically talking about
rates of
the rates of consanguineous marriages, nor is he academically talking about founder effects that happened thousands of years ago and why Jewish people have higher rates of Tay-Sachs. No, let's for the people who are actually lost here, listen to how he says it.
Fucking hilarious. Okay? And then they get their fucking untrained inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon. Their fucking untrained inbred asses shipped.
And then they're untrained inbred asses. This is not an academic comment about founder effects. This is not an academic comment about consanguineous marriages. This is a slur, okay? And just to explain it, because the chat is like being crazy, the chat is wild.
I agree.
Just to explain it, because some people may not know why calling a group of people inbred is a slur. There is the heavy connotation that there is something wrong with you in virtue of your ancestry. Okay? And you would never expect this, you would never hold this standard, you would never be reaching for this in any other context.
If Trump
called Somalians inbred and he said, well, no, I'm just talking about their ideology, about their rates of fraud. And as proof, I called Arab people inbred too. Haha. Like you would never.
This significantly raises credence. I think this is there's not a good response there that I've seen so far from the chat.
And furthermore, okay, so that's and now let's talk about degree. We're gonna talk about his response.
Oh wait, sorry, pause. We have something here. Hasan uses the same term for white Republicans.
Yes, now Pisco, notice. Did I not predict that response?
Yes, you did. Yes.
Did I? And did I not already prophylactically head that off? And I'm gonna provide evidence. Yeah, you're right. He does. He does say that for white Republicans. Do you know what he also says for white Republicans? Do you know what he also says for whites? Let's play it.
A mayonnaise monkey, I guess, a term used by black people in the U.S. as a way to describe white people based on their, quote, mayonnaise-like skin.
Bro, cum skin is way better of a deeper cut, in my opinion, cum skin. I think mayo monkey is like, it's low level, honestly. Like, sun dodger is funny. Cum skin gets right to the point. It's just like, it's indefensible. You got owned, you know what I mean?
So, you're right. Hasan does use slurs against white people also. What the hell is your point? Again, like if someone were to, he's racist against white people. Like again, degree, like this is not, I don't know, Pisco, does that raise your credence? Someone's saying, oh, mayonnaise monkey doesn't go that far. Actually, let's go with cum skin.
Yeah, no, it doesn't raise my credence really, and deal with the kind of like, well, people use inbred all the time. It's just like now it's a generalized term to just be a disparaging thing. Deal with that. Okay, he uses inbred.
Hold on. Yeah, I can. Wait, no, I asked, just to be clear on my credence. What I asked you, I asked if your credence is raised by Hasan Piker in terms of him being prejudicial toward white people. If by him saying cum skin, saying that mayonnaise monkey is not too far.
Yeah, no. You mean the credence with respect to him being racist against white people, or not being racist against Jews?
No. I'm not talking about Jews. I'm not talking about Jews. I'm talking about well, let's do both. Like, does the fact that he also used slurs against the inbred against white people, does that now deflate your credence while he's also calling them cum skin?
No.
Good. Exactly. And does calling white people cum skin raise your credence that they have anti-white prejudice?
Raise the credence, yes.
Yes, thank you. Good. Yeah, so that doesn't work. And by the way, here's more. Here's the other point. Because they've compiled here's an important question. If this whole thing about, in fact, let's actually play Hasan's response. Okay? Let's go. He responded to this. And by the way, I want you to pay attention to how Mehdi Hasan pushes him or doesn't.
Is he wearing the suit there?
Yeah, he's wearing the suit.
Have phrased things better. I apologize for those who I've offended, and I most importantly apologize for giving an opportunity the right to just like use this against.
This is a 7-year-old clip that you've already explained disowned.
This is the 9/11 thing. Let's go to the
using pejoratives when describing.
Let's go to the
bad to talk about.
Yeah,
Jewish people calling Orthodox Jewish people inbreds. Is the one you and I texted back and forth many times. Because I was like, why would you say this?
I have a policy.
When Mehdi Hasan is shook about the anti-Semitism, you know it's bad.
Of using pejoratives when describing any kind of like ethno-racial supremacist groups.
So you call a lot of people inbreds.
I have an entire compilation of it out there somewhere. Of
but
just
but do you regret doing this?
We're gonna go through that compilation.
Because you gave a weapon to people to say.
Well, that
clearly sounds
that one
anti-Semitic.
Yeah, no, I know, but that one is like super disingenuous because like there's another one that they were like pig dog, where they're like pig dog is anti-Semitic. It wasn't.
Notice the deflection. He's not addressing it right now.
Even in the anti-Semitism glossary until they decided it was actually anti-Semitic. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, exactly. Most people don't even know that that's supposed to be an anti-Semitic term. It's not.
So you're just a guy who likes to call people out with incendiary rhetoric, and occasionally it happens to be people who are.
It just happened to be. He just likes to be called out for the thing.
And therefore you're not targeting them because they're Jewish.
No, of course not. And everyone can see that, especially considering that.
No, but you say everyone can see that. Just serious point. Everyone can't see that.
No one here can say it.
We live in a clip world, right?
Everyone.
So good faith people who might like your politics and like what you do, and then they go, "Oh man, but he said this is a clip. You're saying Orthodox Jewish people are inbred. That's anti-Semitic."
Well, I didn't say Orthodox Jews are inbred. I'm
correct. He didn't say Orthodox Jews are inbred. He said ultra-orthodox Jews. The group was ultra-orthodox. Okay, but that makes it worse because that's the non-Zionist group of Jews.
I'm talking about I'm talking specifically about settlers. I'm talking specifically.
No, not a settler group. That is false.
Specifically about like people that are joining the Israeli military.
Again, no. You're talking about people who are not joining by doing everything they can to fight joining the Israeli military. And by the way, to date, they haven't. 98%, even though they lost the court case, 98% of that group successfully resisted joining the Israeli military. You are not merely talking about people who are joining the Israeli military. You are not talking about a settlers
to go invade Lebanon.
By the way, people who are not going to invade Lebanon.
It's not about
you wouldn't use that language now. Let me ask you that question.
I still definitely utilize the term inbred quite frequently when talking about religious and ethno-supremacist groups.
Not an ethno-supremacist group,
but with the exception of anything that touches Israel, because I don't want people to just like keep weaponizing that against me.
So notice the type of walkback. Notice the type of walkback.
It's self-focused. It's not. Yeah, it's not about. Yeah.
Really weaponizing, and it's not.
But it is a double standard, 100%.
100%. We know.
Because I've called.
And he's the victim now. He's the victim of double standards.
Agree with double standards.
I've called Republicans inbred hicks my whole life. I call.
Yes, you've called white people. To be clear, white people. You've also slurred white people.
Nazis inbred. I call them pigs. All these different things. I've gotten banned for this. I said Zionist pigs. I got banned.
Look at how virtuous you are.
For that. Why did I get banned for that? Because the ADL went to.
And it's the Jews' fault again. It's the ADL's fault.
Twitch went to Amazon and made Zionism a protected identity on the platform, specifically to get me banned.
So he has
the deflection to
to
pig dog to me is totally unavailing, total dodge. I don't think that the factual errors there compound on each other, and that was a horrible explanation. I grant that.
And I actually think it was a lie, but okay, but yes. But notice one more slight thing. For anyone who's been glazing, and for anyone who's watching me, please note, for any of you who have been glazing Mehdi Hasan about, oh, he's such a strong interviewer. He gives the really tough, maybe sometimes he does. What do you think about the kind of pushback he's given Hasan Piker here?
Yeah, not very. I don't think it's. I think it's trying to accommodate and trying to give him an opportunity to improve
Like
his own
sweeping?
image. Yeah,
Like
I think
sweeping?
I think that's
This was a sweeping interview, Pisco.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
was a sweep.
So I grant that. I agree with that. I haven't disagreed with
no.
anything you said.
Okay.
Would you say he's sweep?
Now
Would you say Mehdi
but
was
now
sweeping
let's
for
also-
anti-Semitism?
Yes.
Well, yeah,
He's
yeah,
sweeping
so-
for Hasan
Yeah,
Piker.
okay.
He's sweeping
Piker,
for Hasan
yeah,
Piker's
Piker.
anti-Semitism.
Yeah,
He's
that's a
sweeping
clear.
for Hasan Piker's anti-Semitism. Yes.
Okay.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, to be clear, now let's now put. Now this is one example. Let's put other things to the test.
Yeah.
So, look what he said. Listen to what he said. Well, it's the ideology. It's just supremacist ideology, right? We already have an example that doesn't work because there's no evidence that that's a supremacist group. But are Jewish and white people the only group, the only races that he's covered that have supremacist ideology? What would your intuition be on that?
My intuition is no. There's many different groups
No.
involved in world
Yes.
affairs that have supremacist ideologies,
Yes. And many of them
maybe in the Asian sphere, perhaps.
Yes. And many of them has been on stream. For example, he's done a stream about that involved Hindu supremacists who believe in the caste system. He's done streams about black supremacist groups, both modern and NOI. Question. And has he ever called them inbred? And he's also spoken about Arab Zionists. He believes Zionist is a supremacist ideology. Has he ever called Arab Zionists inbred? Has he ever called a black supremacist inbred? Has he ever called a Hindu supremacist inbred? Ever?
Yeah, I'm
Just
already
once.
convinced, Avi. I mean, I'm convinced.
No, I'm still gonna lay it on. No, I'm still gonna lay it on.
No,
Sorry.
you can. I'm just saying, like, I hope that you don't think that I'm getting the wrong impression that I need.
No,
all this, but yeah.
yep. No, I need. It's not just for you. It's for the
Yeah.
the crazies in certain chats as well. But yeah, has he ever done any of that? No. And so we could now maybe let's get really crazy. Maybe let's say, well, we can just maybe we'll plausibly say not necessarily. We'll draw out auxiliary hypotheses. We'll say,
argument where he
well,
describes how he
with the
only
black
cares about being
supremacists,
perceived as right
perhaps
rather than being
Hasan
right.
didn't just, maybe Hasan just didn't take them seriously enough to think strong language was warranted. But if they started getting more political power, he surely would have called the black supremacists inbred, right? And with the Hindu supremacists, perhaps Hasan didn't feel well read enough on the topic. But if he read more, then surely he would have called the Hindu supremacists who believe in the caste system inbred, right? And with Arab Zionists, well, maybe perhaps Hasan carves out an exception for situations where ethnic supremacist ideology doesn't match the believer's own ethnicity. And with the non-supremacist, non-Zionist Jews that he called inbred also, well, maybe perhaps Hasan was just like super tired that day and misfired and didn't want to acknowledge the error to correct it. And so that's the irresponsible, but not really anti-Semitic. Now, you can do all of this. That is mental gymnastics. That is stacking a bunch of auxiliary hypotheses on one another. And even if they're somewhat interrelated, even if they're not completely independent, that's going to tank the theory. Okay, so that's not this explanation that he is just saying the inbred for supremacist groups, supremacist ethno-nationalists or supremacist group or people with supremacist ideology. That does not pass one bit of muster, and no one would believe this. No one would accept this if it was a right winger doing this.
No, they would not.
Yeah, no one. And okay, cool, good. Now, okay, now that we've agreed on all that, let's analyze the degree. Is this normal? Is this the sort of thing that is a little bit racist? It's just a little bit racist. It's just, it's just like, this is just like, someone made a Jewish joke once, it's like whatever. No. This is not fucking normal. Okay, it is normal people we're all just a little bit racist do not end up on a public stream to a live audience talking about the non-Zionist resisting Israel Jews talking about their untrained inbred asses with vitriol. That is not a normal thing. You do not normally get there. Sorry.
It's not a joke.
This is
either.
Not a normal.
It's not said in any
it's
way.
It's not a joke.
Yeah.
No, this was with vitriol. This was, and the answer to your question, by the way, just to answer the question you asked me earlier, I'm gonna play it
Shipped
again.
into southern Lebanon. Their fucking untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon.
The way he says that strikes me as hateful. There's hate. There's vitriol there. There's hate there. I don't know if he's consciously thinking Jew, hate Jew, but there's hate here. Like this strikes me as something hateful. But minimally, yes, this is not normal.
Definitely
this is
prejudice
not just a little
minimally,
bit
yeah.
anti-Semitic. Yeah. And not normally. This is not a normal
I agree.
little bit of
Yes,
prejudice.
100%.
Yes.
I agree. Yeah.
Prejudice against Jews, not normally. This is not a normal. This non-trivial, not a normal degree of prejudice against Jews.
I agree.
Good. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's go on.
Keep going.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, this compilation, just as a point, I actually am gonna play this because this was a Hasan. This was a Hasan simp trying to preemptively defend Hasan by pointing out all of the white examples of Hasan calling white people inbred because of their supremacist group.
And so what we're going to see here is a bunch of uses of inbred as to white people.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's hilarious because they think this is exonerating. They think it's exonerating. And I'll just play some of this.
You think Joe Manchin would get this level of clout and prominence if he was just another inbred hick fucking Republican senator from West Virginia? Of course not.
I feel like this inbred Nazi didn't just have some le fiery rhetoric against immigration. And that's precisely why we brought in some of the worst inbred fucking tech CEOs you've ever goddamn seen, like Palmer Luckey, Schizo Monkey, or simply the fact that you describe people at all.
Yeah.
Okay, there. Why is it white in that example?
No, it's not. None of these examples are inherently. So none of these examples are I'm not saying that all of these examples are going to inherently mean that it's anti-white racism. Okay. What is the example? So that's why I provided external evidence as background knowledge that he is racist against white people, which was the cum skin, which is like mayonnaise monkey doesn't go too far for white people. Cum skin is better. So I'm providing background knowledge, and then I'm saying all of these examples are. Now, here's what would challenge my hypothesis. What would challenge my hypothesis is when I go through these examples, because the whole point of their response to this is saying, no, he just uses the word inbred broadly for anyone who has this thing. And so I'm going to look at this, and I'm going to be like, and so I'm going to look at this, and I'm going to say, let's put that to the test. Is it broad? Are there black supremacists am I going to find black supremacists in this clip compilation that he's covered and he's called inbred? Am I going to find,
or is it only white people?
Is it only white people
okay.
and Jewish people, but not Jewish people in this case, because whoever did this edited all the Jewish examples out.
Got it.
At odds with you as an inbred fucking right winger. Well, considering your name is Schizo Monkey, I'm going to go ahead and assume that you might be a fucking inbred right winger. You got a toothless,
he's not talking about the individual
people in the picture.
Inbred, racist, white supremacist piece of shit.
And then it's like, okay, then what's the point of this other than just like purely hating them for being immigrants and for being black?
That's it.
There is none.
Yeah. And those motherfuckers speak like 4 languages too. That's the other part where they're like, oh, these are some dumb, uneducated, lazy cat eaters. And it's like, dude, you are literally inbred. You are so inbred. You look like the human version of one of those little fucking teacup poodles that we saw earlier. And you're over here talking about fucking how lesser than these people are. They're speaking fucking
real quick?
They're speaking fucking 4 goddamn.
Can you preempt this whole power plus privilege, white racism doesn't count thing?
Oh boy. And I think that results in like a whole bunch of, we can segue off into that if you want. I think that results in a bunch of hilarious entanglements. I think that's I think
stop the video and comment.
First of all, minimally by how you define racism, Pisco. I don't think that I think your notion is going to be at odds with that.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah,
100%.
I don't buy that. Yeah, I want you to address it.
So like in terms of me convincing you, it's not going to factor in.
Yeah,
like that's just not your notion. Now, in my notion, that's not the thing that is absolutely not the sort of thing I'm gonna. I mean that's going to result in a whole bunch of entailments, and it doesn't track what I mean. Yes, of course, people who are downtrodden and have less power can be hateful toward white people, and they can treat them differently on the basis of their race. Like there's no inconsistency. There's no inconsistency with that. And if you have this view that the only way you can be racist is for you to have power, well, then you're just talking about something else. You're talking about a different notion than I'm talking about when I talk about racist. And you would say a whole bunch of crazy shit. You would say someone who has less power, who just stabs the powerful white people, on the basis that they're white, that they're not racist.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Here's another comment. You can address it. In what sense is Avi claiming Haredis are major non-Zionists? I feel there could be some conflation of terms happening. You want to clear that up?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Data. Okay. Thank you. So let's go.
Data.
Boom.
Wait, was that your sound of?
Yeah. So sorry, but just before we get to the data, we are clarifying that like the point here is that Hasan's anti-white racism does not like preclude his anti-Semitism. You can hate both.
Yeah, fair.
Okay. And also to add further clarify, on Tuesdays and Thursdays that would make Hasan a self-hating anti-white racist, right?
Oh yeah, the self-hatred part. But I think that all of our notions.
The joke is that he sometimes calls himself white, but sometimes he's not.
Yeah.
Damn, tough crowd.
So here's data provided from Pew. Could you read it out, Avi?
Most Haredim do not see themselves as Zionists. Percentage of Israeli Jews who say the term Zionist describes them. In fact, this is the only broad category that the clear majority say when they ask, does the term Zionist describe you? They say not at all accurately. And when you look at people who say very accurately the term Zionist describes you, or somewhat accurately the term Zionist describes you, that is a clear minority of Haredim.
Yeah, it's essentially a super majority of Haredi.
The supermajority see themselves do not see themselves as Zionists. Now, there's different views of what type of not Zionist you are. The majority of the non-Zionists are just non-Zionists. The majority of these people say non-Zionist. And there's been a long tradition of them saying non-Zionist. They say they will pragmatically exist in the state of Israel, but they don't actually like ideologically support the state of Israel. It's like, what else are we going to do? We live here. We have to like participate in society. Yet you participate in society, meme. So it's that sort of thing. And then there's a smaller group of Haredim that are actively anti-Zionist. That they are also going to be, and then you're going to get into like conscientious objectors. They actually
those will fit into the 60 whatever percentage.
Yes. And then you have the 4%. And by the way, this 4% also, if you don't know if you're Zionist, you also do not see yourself as Zionist. By the way,
right? So
just very trivially,
it's really only the 33% which would count towards the Zionist belief.
So just because like and there was nothing about that clip where there was any qualification. It's like, oh, I'm only talking about the minority of Haredim, or is that nothing about that? Like he just called the group, the ultra-orthodox, they're untrained inbred asses.
Okay, a couple responses. One, 2015 data. Number two, they may not self-identify.
2015. Okay, let's go one by one. 2015 data, and like I've looked I've seen other reports. But this is the best sort of data. It's been a long-standing tradition. There's no indication that those numbers are any sort different. In fact, there's actually newer papers I've seen that have said even post October 7th, and we can get into that. Even post October 7th, I may not have this on hand here, but in my research, I've found that even post October 7th, the Haredi views. The paper said it increased their solidarity post October 7th, but it didn't. But there was no indication it increased their increased their rate of being Zionist. Now, the reason I didn't include that is because they didn't fully enumerate and actually do the data like Pew Research did. There hasn't been an update on this, but that notion of Haredim has not changed. Like, there's been no broad change in.
You would have to sort of.
You would have to present countering data to this.
Yeah. To suggest that like something has meaningfully changed in this belief, and then
and there's also scholarly work that has indicated that it has not. The meaningful change post October 7th with Haredim, the meaningful change was solidarity with other Jews. They specifically there's papers that specifically say there's no indication that their ideological stance as Zionism has meaningfully changed.
what the fuck does this matter? I mean, we're here discussing anti-Semitism. If you don't want to talk about it, then you can just leave and not watch. But I've cared enough about this topic to talk about it for like a week, and so really get the fuck out if you don't care about the conversation or if you don't care about this seriously. And then on the Hasan knowledge front, okay, he doesn't know about this. He just thought because more conservative, more in favor of Zionism.
Yeah.
And
Again, there's evidence there's evidence he's aware.
right.
Listen,
If they want the smoke, if they don't want to be conscientious objectors, which some are, and you know that's valid, and I'm with them all the way.
But you called the group inbred.
Yeah.
And you never quite clarify. You're not okay. So that doesn't work. That's not plausible. It's not plausible that he wasn't meaningfully aware of this.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Okay. Cool. Now let's.
If anything, that's actually more important.
He
than
clarified.
The
No.
question
Stop. I see Dusty Picker says he clarified. Avi is not making a point about his clarification on the issue of whether you're conscientious objector or conscripting. He's making a point about the use of the term inbred. Okay, so don't get confused. Yes, he clarified that he's in favor of conscientious objectors, but that's not what Avi is.
Yeah. Notice what he didn't say. He did not say. He never said. Sorry. Oh shit.
And those people
I
aren't
actually
inbred.
said.
Yeah.
And those people aren't inbred. He never said that. Nor did he ever like clarify like, oh shit, I need to like really hold on. I apologize. I just called the whole group. I called ultra-orthodox inbred without any qualifiers. Apologies. Just to be clear, I'm just referring to those who are
the
not
Zionists.
resisting. I'm just referring to the Zionists, that slim majority of the ultra-orthodox, and or I'm just referring to those who are wanting to conscript. 2%, by the way, that ended up conscripting. I'm just referring to the 2% of the group I just mentioned. He never said any of that.
He's just calling the ones who stayed and fight are inbred, but you're just inventing things he didn't say, right? I just that's my response to that is I don't think I heard him say that it's just the ones who are fighting.
He never said that. He never conditioned. That's very important. He never conditioned the inbred status. He didn't on whether they were. He said if they want the smoke, enlist. He never said if they want the smoke, they're inbred. He never said that. That's not true.
Right. So play it again. Play it again so people can see that difference.
Let's play it again.
From the military, but there has been a failure for that to happen.
Bro, literally both options are hilarious. The ultra-orthodox Jews leaving Israel, fucking hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their fucking untrained inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon.
He didn't. So notice he didn't say if they serve in the military, then they're inbred. He said if they serve in the military and they get their inbred asses.
Yeah.
Yes, that's not conditionalizing it on whether they're serving or not.
Again.
And pause real quick.
Again.
Can you make a comparison statement from like a right winger? Like, make a hypothetical.
Yeah. Imagine if this is done. Okay, like let's say there was a group of Mexican. So you know how we're at there's like some violence with the Mexican drug cartels, and we were like, you know, we might have some issues with them. Okay, so let's say there's issues with the Mexican drug cartels, and there is a Mexican group that by and large is not supportive of the drug cartels, and by and large 98% of them, the cartels are trying to get them into their cartel, but they're trying to resist the cartel. 98% of them successfully resist. Yeah. Okay. Now we're talking, and then someone says, "Bro," like, and then they say, "Okay, well, if you're going to force us into the cartel, we're just going to leave Mexico." Like it's at that level, and then some right winger, some Nick Fuentes guy, goes like, "Man, isn't that so funny? I just find that hilarious." These Mexicans, I find both options hilarious. If the Mexicans leave Mexico, fucking hilarious. And the other option, if the Mexicans get their untrained, if they serve and get their untrained inbred asses handed to them, fucking hilarious. And yeah, I know some of them, like, they want to not be in the cartel, and I'm aware of that, and I'm with them all the way. But yeah, if they want the smoke, serve. Yeah, no one would be sweet. No one would be searching for defenses like this.
Hey, Kizer, just so you know, number one, I did not tell Pisco to ban anyone from his chat. I commented on Lib and Learn chats. I didn't know which streamer they came from. They were just Lib and Learn. I guessed Pisco. I just Lib and Learn chat. And I got one guide by them and responded to them and then moved the fuck on. I don't know why you're trying to draw this false comparison. Number two people I've seen so far called Pisco an anti-Semite at the beginning of the debate, and then they got timed out. So you're a fucking liar. Yeah, getting one guide is fine. If Pisco came into this chat and said, hey, the X person in chat, you're wrong because blah, 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 retard. What's wrong with that? I'm sorry. Like, you are such a fucking whiny little cunt. If someone here is actually saying that Pisco is a Nazi supporting Putin supporter, which you said word for word, show me. Otherwise, stop fucking lying, meditate, kill yourself, and then come back in a video game. Bye.
At this point, I think this is enough to form a conclusion that Hasan is meaningfully anti-Semitic beyond we're all just a little bit anti-Semitic.
Well, and think about how people would apply the statement like Ben Shapiro's about living in open sewage and giving a statement.
Yeah, without a without a genuine walk back, you would be right to say that too about Ben Shapiro.
And you may think that, and by the way, I think that Ben Shapiro, based on things I've seen, is meaningfully racist against Arabs and Palestinians. So I just want to be clear on that, folks. Like, I want to be consistent in how I apply that, and it doesn't mean, by the way, that any of your other beliefs are necessarily affected. I just think that you should be consistent in applying, your standards here.
Okay, so at this point, are you at least convinced that minimally Hasan Piker
above the?
Let me just say it. I'm going to say it. I want to. I'm pushing for a clear concession. Well, not concession because you didn't disagree. You didn't.
Yeah, I didn't deny it.
You weren't aware. But yeah, do you believe Hasan Piker is meaningfully anti-Semitic and not in a trivial way, not in sort of we're all just anti-Semitic. No. He is meaningfully anti-Semitic in a non-normal way.
Based on that statement, yes. And based on the non-walkback.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Now we're gonna keep going. Okay. We're gonna play a clip, and we're gonna. By the way, I know that you don't. I asked you about this person. I know you don't. If Loner, do you know this person? Is Loner? Is he still with us? Oh no, he left.
Someone says, I would not call Republican racist if they only had one bad statement against black people, is incorrectly calling an ultra-orthodox black group inbred. Genuinely, that is not very conclusive. And again, I'm not saying that he, like, I'm not taking the hatred version of it or the maximalist Hitler version of it. I just think that, like, it's more. You guys would
one statement can do it. Like the Ben Shapiro statement, I actually think just that statement that does it, unless he gives a genuine walkback. Now, if he did, that's a different story. We can check the record on that. But yes, like, especially one statement can do it. It's not like the number of statements. One statement can do it, especially if there's knowledge of it, there's reflection of it, there's people pressed him on it. He did not express genuine remorse. He did not express genuine regret. He expressed only tactical regret. He reflected on it.
He should regret that. He should apologize for that.
All is said and done. Yeah. And that is a different. And that's not that. Again, that is not explained on the hypothesis that there's no good way to explain some hypothesis that he's not meaningfully anti-Semitic. Those other ways you can do it, but they're going to be mental. They're going to be what we've seen so far. They're going to be mental gymnastics. And again, let's take the standard. Like, again, if someone said the same thing, like, it would be, oh well, it was just one time. It was just one time. I just called the Haitians they're inbred asses.
They're eating the cats and dogs.
Yeah, they're exactly. People were willing to do it. If that was even, there were people willing to conclude it on that, or at least form a meaningful full credence. This is just ridiculous. Like, what I'm seeing right now, what I'm saying, it's mental gymnastics, and you should ask yourself, honestly. I think, because I don't believe this. You should ask yourself why there is. Yeah, go ahead.
Resistance to it. That's because Ben Shapiro made a blanket statement about all Arabs. This is not comparable to the statement about an ultra-orthodox religious sect.
He didn't say the words all Arabs. He did not say the word all Arabs. That's
Palestinian Arabs. You think? Yeah, I think he said.
He didn't even say all Palestinian Arabs. He made a general statement. You want to pull the tweet?
Yeah, I'll pull the tweet.
Pull it. He didn't say all.
What was I being asked about? Apparently I was being asked about something earlier.
I don't think.
Oh,
were you
we're.
gonna say-
No, I wanted to ask. I wanted to.
No, hang on.
Go ahead,
Israel's
go
like to Israelis like to build. Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage.
Yeah, that's a general statement about Arabs. Like he didn't say
Yeah.
all. The chatter said he said all. Chatter said he's making a statement about. He's making a statement about all of them.
But okay. But interpret the chatter saying more generalized, not a subgroup.
Yes. Okay. So maybe it is. Maybe it is. So, but again, okay. So let's equalize it then. Let's equalize it. If Ben Shapiro went and said, "Hey, those Palestinians who are trying to fight Hamas, the Palestinians, and I know this is the group that are trying to avoid conscription by Hamas, not fight Hamas, but avoid conscription by Hamas. I'm aware of this. Yeah. I think it would just be so funny. Either way, if they leave Palestine or if they got their untrained inbred asses shipped to Israel and they want the smoke, hilarious.
Yeah, you would grant that, guys, in 2 seconds. And just to be clear,
grant that in 2.
And it also doesn't really help.
Is saying that that's a racist statement. By the way, on the bench. I just want to clear it up. Avi is not saying that that's
one statement. Even if that was the one statement, you would.
No, but you are saying the Ben Shapiro statement is racist. You're not saying that it's not. You're not.
Yes.
You're granting it. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It also doesn't really help Hasan's case.
And even if it was the one statement,
it doesn't really help Hasan's case that he was willing to bring out that particular word with the group that is like the most visibly Jewish ones, right? Like the ones that look the most religiously Jewish.
Most visibly Jewish and the most visibly Jewish, least Zionist.
And awareness.
And awareness that there's and awareness that he thinks this is the group that you're going to get. You're going to start seeing conscientious objectors from.
What was I being asked about earlier, though?
I don't remember.
What was I actually? I don't.
Did you ask something?
No, I did have something, but I actually forgot what I was gonna ask Loner.
Sure.
Okay. But anyway. Now to me that is probably the strongest one. There's other. I'm still gonna add things that are meaningful but somewhat weaker, just to like cherry on top of the cake.
Okay. Sure.
So let's play this clip.
Is it your sense that Jewish people are getting complacent, that they're not engaging to degrees and levels we should be?
I have met a lot of October 8th Jews for whom the massacre on October 7th was a wake-up call. I've met a lot of people who feel much more galvanized, much more organized. But that will only be sustained if we offer them, ways to participate in a real and robust way in Jewish life.
Mm-hmm. And whose responsibility is that?
All of ours. Yeah. But this is why we need a revolution in our community on so many levels. So look, the reality is that intermarriage rates continue to go up. Assimilation continues apace. And look, I fight anti-Semitism. That is my job. Right. But I worry a great deal about broader questions of Jewish identity, as I think we talked about over lunch.
Okay, so I'm going to read the full. This was a clip. I'm going to read the full transcript of what Greenblatt is saying here. What Greenblatt said. So David Cohen says, "Is it your sense that the Jewish people are getting complacent, that they are not engaging to degrees of levels that we should be?" Jonathan Greenblatt says, "I have met a lot of October 8th Jews for whom the massacre of October 7th was a wake-up call. I've met a lot of people who feel much more galvanized, much more organized, but that will only be sustained if we offer them, ways to participate in a real and robust way in Jewish life." Cohen says, "And whose responsibility is that?" Greenblatt says, "All of ours." But this is where we need a revolution in our community on so many levels. So look, the reality is intermarriage rates continue to go up. Assimilation continues apace. And look, I fight anti-Semitism, that's my job, but I worry a great deal about broader questions of Jewish identity, as I think we talked about over lunch. And so I think it's really important that our synagogues, our schools, summer camps, all of our institutions and the federations and denominations and other groups that sort of manage them. And I think we need to look in the mirror and make sure that we're doing everything we can to adapt and to iterate and to be part of where the world is going, not just where the world has been. That's the full quote. So Jonathan Greenblatt is, so Chris Menahan, who Hasan Piker is quote tweeting. Oh, this is the question I want to ask LonerBox. Do you know who Chris Menahan is? Because I know that, I know Pisco doesn't.
No, I don't.
I don't know who this is.
Okay. This is basically, I would describe Chris Menahan as a Groyper adjacent account. He basically, I mean, the tag is here. The tag is publisher of independent news site informationliberation.com, as seen on Drudge, Infowars, Zero Hedge, and more. America First. Basically, like if you go to Chris Menahan's stuff, it's, and you can do this for yourself. It is nonstop Jew, Israel, dual loyalty, more Jew, more Israel, more Jew, zog, dual loyalty, etc. Like that's it's just slop like that. Now, this happens to be one example of what Chris Menahan mischaracterized in my view. So we're going to go through the mischaracterization first before we get to how this ties into Hasan Piker's anti-Semitism. So he says ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt laments that intermarriage rates are continuing to rise among Jews. Turns out his anti-racist shtick only goes so far. So Jonathan Greenblatt is the ADL person. He's like, fight racism, fight anti-Semitism. And what he's saying is that, actually, hold on, Jonathan Greenblatt. Here you are lamenting intermarriage rates. Isn't that racist of you? Aren't you a racist? You're supposed to be fighting racism. And Hasan Piker says, the way Hasan Piker, he looks at this quote and says, no, that's not even going far enough. Let's go further. He said the 14 words, but Jewish. Do you guys know what the 14 words is?
No.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Loner knows the 14. So the 14 words is a well-known white supremacist slogan coined by David Lane. He was a member of the neo-Nazi terrorist group, The Order. And that slogan is, we must secure the existence of our people and our future for white children. There's a secondary, less commonly used version, which is like something along the lines of, because the beauty of the white Aryan woman must not perish from the earth. So basically, it's great replacement memes. So what Hasan is saying is, Jonathan Greenblatt, what you just said is basically the 14 words, but Jewish. You're basically saying the 14 words, that the neo-Nazi slogan, we must, you're basically saying the slogan, we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. It's just the Jewish version of it. And because it's just the Jewish version of it, that's allowing you to masquerade as a civil rights organization leader.
Mm-hmm.
So, couple of things there. Number one, that's a mischaracterization. Jonathan Greenblatt actually never said that. He referenced intermarriage rates. He referenced that intermarriage rates as a explanatory factor, along with assimilation. But he never lamented it, nor did any of his prescriptions actually involve doing anything about intermarriage rates.
Okay, but is referencing it? So, is the reference alone of note? I mean, like, suppose that you had someone who you're referencing marriage rates among white people or something like that. So talk about the kind of like, well, they may not have lamented in the way you're saying or prescribed regarding it, but
yeah, he referenced it as an explanatory factor for, and then what he said he worried about was the future of Jewish identity. Yeah, Jewish identity. He specifically said, what I worry about is Jewish identity. Okay, so what Hasan and Chris Menahan are both doing here is they're both first of all, this is mischaracterizing. It's on multiple levels. They're mischaracterizing Greenblatt's concern about Jewish identity and bringing up intermarriage rates as an explanatory variable of how identity is changing.
Can you pause real quick? And would you treat white identity different in that context? Like, we need to protect white identity.
If all else were equal, if someone were to say, if we came out of, if white people were 0.2% of the population, plausibly on the verge of extinction, not even recovered pre-Holocaust levels, and someone just meant like, hey, our white communities, I worry about like the broader implications about the identity, and I think we should focus on the schools. I think we should focus on the community. I think we should do that. Not really, and I wouldn't say that for any other minority, because in this hypothetical,
really, because I hear this, and maybe I'm out of a limb here, because like people will say this about like American Indian culture. We need to preserve American Indian culture, whatever. And
wait, but Jonathan Greenblatt didn't say that. Wait, but he didn't say preserve. He didn't even say that. He didn't even say preserving it. He wanted to strengthen the. He didn't that even that he didn't say.
But if
he
like
said
if he had said I want to preserve Jewish identity,
okay, yeah. But even so, I would say, I would say, maybe there's a little bit there that I'm like, why? Maybe you can say, okay, well, you can take a view, even if you do take a view where it's like, all right, well, it's kind of weird that we want to preserve a racial identity. Like, why would we care about any racial identity, whether it's Indians or whether it's whites or whether it's Jews? Okay, is it the 14 words? Is it the neo-Nazi Great Replacement? No,
I don't think if someone says they want to,
and they want to,
if someone's upset, for example, that they want to preserve Mexican identity or they want to preserve their whatever, I'm not,
and not even advocating by not intermarrying, not advocating by not intermarrying, by advocating for broader community, like broader community ties. So, if someone said that, So first off, the mischaracterization, this isn't even get to the anti-Semitism, but the mischaracterization is this is nowhere near the 14 words. The 14 words are great replacement memes. Like, they want a super majority. They want a super majority, and they want to, even at the point of force. At the point of force, at the point of, now, some will be more sophisticated. They'll say, oh, well, we'll pay the non-whites to leave. Like, all of those prescriptions, like, that is not even remotely what's going on here.
So you're saying the 40 points implies a couple different things. One is it implies a intolerance for other groups. It implies a prescription, radical, drastic prescriptions beyond which merely an in-group preference does not have, let's say, or an identity preference does not contain. And that there's a kind of like supermajority implication as well, that it's not just about minimally preserving some culture, but about like dominating and I think I'm tracking.
All of those are disanalogous. So number one, so all of that was just completely mischaracterized by Chris Manahan and Hasanabi. But notice what else Hasanabi says. He goes further, and he can still masquerade as a civil rights organization leader. The implication being, if you give a nod, now we can say, oh, well, maybe Hasan didn't watch the clip or whatever. Okay, maybe. But at minimum, he's saying, if you support if you give, or even give a nod to endogamy, you are disqualified. Like, it's farcical that you are a civil rights organization leader.
And that's not true of the NAACP, and you wouldn't apply that.
That's an inconsistent standard. And notice, which two races is he applying that standard to?
Jews and white people.
Jews and white people. Again, Jews and white people, the prototypical two races that progressives are stereotypically racist against. We're back to Jews and whites. He has very clearly, he has no problem recognizing civil rights
Black
leaders.
Solidarity,
Black solidarity. Malcolm X, even in the Nation of Islam. Malcolm X and his Nation of Islam. Even he has no problem recognizing that Malcolm X in the Nation of Islam days, who was a very strict endogamist. He was a segregationist. He loves Malcolm X. He has no problem.
Some people are saying, isn't this the guy that defended Elon Musk's Sikh Heil? But putting aside that whole thing, and I know Avi, you have views on it. I think we actually differ on that. But that's just irrelevant to this. It could be the case that this guy's inconsistent and sweeping for all that, and this would still be true. I think it would be your response.
So my view on Elon Musk. I don't know why it's relevant, but sure, my view is that he was drugged up on ketamine, and he was drugged up on ketamine. He performed a motion that looked like Sikh Heil. He had rainbows coming out of his ass from the ketamine when he was doing it. And do I think he intentionally did a Sikh Heil? I actually suspect not. What I do blame him for was that you have to be stupid after. You have to be stupid, and this does raise my credence about racism with Elon Musk, because after, when he came off the ketamine, the ketamine drug trip, it was very obvious how that looked. And someone with a brain,
would
any
apologize.
sort of brain, even if he's would recognize how that looks, and apologize for it. And he didn't. Not only did he not, he kind of memed about it. He like pressed smiley faces and stuff. So
yeah, so you would say that on your view, Elon Musk is non-trivially racist too.
Yeah, well, not to the same degree as Hasan. Actually, I think the Hasan thing is worse on multiple levels because I think it's much harder to deny.
Yeah, but what about AFD support also? You're just saying the one incident there?
No, I'm just saying this one incident. So I'm not talking about AFD support.
I just want to make sure people understand. He's not saying anything other than the one incident versus the one incident.
Yeah.
Not Elon Musk's broader.
I think this incident is worse than Elon Musk doing that Seek Heil thing and not apologizing for it, because and a number of reasons. The walk back was purely tactical, and same thing with Elon Musk, but he had knowledge about it. He just like Elon Musk, but he also lied about it. That's at least one thing Elon Musk didn't do. He didn't straight up lie about it. Also, the insult itself is much more direct. Like Hasan Piker was not on drugs, and then the drugs just happened to be like, oh, inbred asses is much easier to read than than
you think he's more lucid. Yeah. Okay. Here's a question.
I will just one second. Just one bit of information about Greenblatt that is probably relevant is the only other time I've seen him ever talk about intermarriage was in 2019 when he was calling out the Israeli education minister who compared intermarriage to a second Holocaust. As in, like, he was saying that's a really bad thing to say. So, like, as far as I know, intermarriage is not.
He's making statements against endogamy.
Yeah, like he's
Yeah.
As far as I know, intermarriage and birth rates, all that, it's not even on the top 50 things that he seems to care about. Yeah.
Right. No, he's not. No, to be clear, Greenblatt is not an endogamist. Like, he's criticized endogamy. Like, Hasan Piker has completely misconstrued him. And he's not only misconstrued. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think the Seek Heil thing or the Roman salute thing is that, just for me, given the reaction to it, regardless of him being high, which I grant that he was high or whatever, I think that it's just so obvious you need to do some ameliorative work. You need to, like, to me, that raises my above and beyond even the inbred thing. But I think we can both agree, regardless of if you disagree on that they both raised beyond that threshold for each of us.
Yes.
So even if you disagree on that,
sure. So we might quibble about but yes. Okay, cool.
There's a question here about LonerBox. LonerBox, is it true that you called Jewish settlers inbred on stream, and is that anti-Semitic?
I've probably used inbred for like every fucking militant group that I don't like in the region. So probably, but it's also Islamophobic and also anti everything. Yeah.
LonerBox, have you ever used the term inbred for non-militant groups that are trying to avoid the military?
No, I haven't. No. I think the person I called inbred more than anyone else was that fucking war criminal who stopped me and Steven in the West Bank.
Hold on. So see the difference, how that's harder to explain on other hypotheses, chatter? Like, see the difference how that's harder to explain? LonerBox hasn't called anyone who's trying to avoid going into the military someone who's inbred.
So it should not grant Elon being on high. I just think that he was high a lot during that time period, and there's been
he was high he was high. The reports were that he was high basically all the time.
Yeah.
Like he had basically a profound addiction to ketamine, and you could see, like, by the way, it doesn't take a lot of, like, you don't have to be a doctor to see this. Like, he was just going, like, I'm not gonna imitate his expressions, but if you look at his, you know what, maybe I will. Like, if you go, he's like all of that stuff. He was not there. Very clearly. So, but yes, still, no, I agree. Like, after you get lucid, like, holy hell. Like, you should address that.
And so the point here is,
but Hasan was lucid all the time, just to be clear.
Got it. The point here is we're treating racial or in-group solidarity or whatever. First of all, we're misconstruing Greenblatt. That's doing some work for you, apparently, right, Avi? And there's go for it. Sorry.
I think his rates. No, I think his rates of Yeah, because I don't see him coming out and comparing. Again, like, do I see the same sort of thing where Hasan Piker makes misconstruals for which he ends up coincidentally comparing concerns about Jewish community to neo-Nazi ideology? Do I see that to Palestinian solidarity? Do I see that with Arab solidarity? Do I see that with Black solidarity? No. I don't see him misconstrue that and compare it to Nazi stuff. That's one point of double standard. The other point of double standard is it's precluding being one's ability to be a civil rights leader in the Jewish context and white context.
And I get Martin Luther King.
and now we get Malcolm X.
Yeah.
He recognizes Malcolm X as a civil rights leader who is way more strict of an endogamist.
Oh yeah.
Was a full-blown separationist in the nation, and he recognizes that he was a civil rights leader in the Nation of Islam days. So there's multiple points of inconsistency, and again, you could string up auxiliary hypotheses. No one's denying you could string up auxiliary hypotheses. For example, perhaps Hasan just craves out an exception for the civil rights era. Perhaps he really loves Malcolm X, and so he's carving out a special exception for Malcolm X.
Or he's pro-Muslim. Notice,
yeah, or pro-Muslim. But regardless, notice what we have to do. Again, more mental gymnastics, more auxiliary hypotheses. To some degree independent. That's tanking our theory down. We have to go more and more. Again, we have to decrease our probability of our countervailing to avoid anti-Semitism.
I think it's also quite clear that if you, I don't know if either of you have seen this, but like, do you know how quickly Hasan will call you Islamophobic if you even say anything about not only subgroups of Arabs, but organizations in the Arab world? If you use the wrong language against Hamas, I think even if you probably called Hamas inbred, Hasan would call you Islamophobic for that. Or if you called them like barbaric.
Yeah, I have not noticed that. I will say though, there seems to be like a great deal of tolerance for significant amounts of anti-Muslim rhetoric, and like a almost insensitivity to it among our politicians. Like, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe that's just all my vibes or whatever. But like, I think that there's like a great deal of fucking, for example, when it's, who's this representative from, I don't know if he's from Florida, but when they say like glass all the Palestinians, or when they say, all these Muslim people should be deported, or
meaningfully racist.
Yeah, I think, and I'm glad that you agreed to that. When Will Chamberlain says, Hasan should be deported, and Mehdi should be deported and denaturalized, all that shit. But I just think that Avi would bite the bullet there.
It's not a bullet. It's not.
Yeah,
but it's a chocolate snack.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I just don't think there's a disagreement there.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm gonna go at, now that if we don't disagree that this is also evidence, to a meaningful
degree. It raises my
of,
credence. Yeah.
This is the credence. Is this the sort of thing we would get a normie wandering themselves into? Where we're all just a little bit racist, where we would expect a normie to say, concerns about your own community and identity is Nazi shit.
I mean, I don't think so, but like here, I will say that there's something peculiar in my mind that stands out when someone says, "Oh, I want to like white identity, white this and that." I know there are confounding factors here, and it has to do with like, but they seem kind of ad hoc or arbitrary. Can you address that? Because like, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's not.
What's the issue that's being?
So like, for example, if someone says, "I want to preserve whiteness," I want to preserve white. We need to make sure that we're embracing white identity. I think that has a different ring to it.
Yes, it does, and there's reasons for that. I went over them. The reasons for that are, when someone says that, they typically do not mean, and even if you're somewhat uncomfortable with 0.2% of the population just wanting to preserve their existence, even if you take the view, same thing for Native Americans,
Israeli.
The reason it has a different ring to it is because when they say that, they don't mean that. They mean. They typically mean that they want a supermajority at the point of force. They're oppositional to other groups. They want to force other groups out.
Yeah, okay.
Or buy them out. And they view it as other races as an existential threat.
I'm just going through my.
So the symmetry breaker is what they mean by what they're saying.
Yes, they mean something very different.
Yeah.
Extremely different. Okay. So again, So going back to the degree, is this we're all just a little bit racist? Is this at the level? I'm not saying is this Hitler stuff, but is this we're all just a tad bit racist? You know, does a normal person who's a little bit anti-Semitic find themselves saying concerns about Jewish identity is neo-Nazi stuff?
No, I don't think so.
No. This is not just a little bit racist. And finally, for me, because rather than just going like spamming a whole bunch of stuff, I want to focus on
like 3 meaningful examples.
Just one more question about this last one. I don't know if you guys covered it when I was away, but there is also something kind of insidious about this idea of he said the 14 words, but Jewish, he can still masquerade as a civil rights right. As in, like, there's this kind of you often see neo-Nazis do this as well. It's like they'll say that
this is a very common neo-Nazi
the thing that the Jews basically use their trauma of the Holocaust and exaggerate or whatever, so that they can have a power and an ability to behave in a way that other groups aren't allowed to do.
But they don't allow it for white people.
Yeah,
they
the Jew shield.
Yep. This is neo-Nazi tropey as well. And by the way, it's coming from a Groyper adjacent account, so that's also not surprising.
All these things by default.
And by the way, there has been, this is a little tangential, but I think it's relevant. There have been, I don't typically do this. Like, there are some things where I will say I agree with this person who said a horrible thing. Like, I agree with Tucker on this, or I agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene on this. But just be aware that if we're taking issue with people like,
I went through Inbred on Filmot. It's mostly stuff like this.
Project called Israel, bro, and Zionism.
Right. Thank you so much, you fucking inbred moron, for explaining what anti-Semitism is in the most succinct way possible. Yeah, they got chased out effectively. It's just well, that guy's Lebanese. I'm a self-hating.
Crowley.
Does that ring a bell? Yeah. Okay.
We had a conversation about that.
So that's
But you guys should check out, by the way, folks, we're Consolidated Channel. You should go follow them on Twitch and YouTube. Sorry.
Okay, and now the third example I wanted to bring is going to be, you know where I'm going to go? I'm going to go to the example you and North talked about. Pig dog.
Pig dog, yeah. I thought you weren't going to bring this one up.
No, I'm not going to focus on it. But it's not part of the maintenance. It's weaker evidence. So here's the issue with the pig dog thing is a weaker case. But the case I'm making with it is very different than what North did. So if you're tracking my train of thought here, you probably can predict what my case is going to be. But a couple things. So number one, I mean, the issue with pig dog is not that it's inherently an anti-Semitic slur, or even
you don't agree with North with that, and people saying that shit.
No, it's not.
And you agree with Hasan that
nor am I convinced. Yeah, I agree. Hasan, it's not. It's towards capitalists. It's towards you can. It was even. I'm even willing to grant that's a generic insult. That's all fine. It was on Shrek. You know, Puss in Boots is like, you capitalist pig dog.
Yeah.
Fine. That's not the issue. So one thing that's not necessarily an issue is you should note that this is dehumanizing language, which in and of itself is not necessarily a problem. I don't take the view that dehumanization is inherently bad. Like, for example, there's all sorts of dehumanization that I don't really care about. For example, calling Russian soldiers orcs, right? That happens. Does that bother me? Do I care about that? No. There are certain contexts where dehumanizing language actually might be a good thing. I don't care about that. Okay? What I'm interested in is how you're using that, what the context is. You should be number one. First of all, you should be careful about doing that. I want to qualify myself here. Whenever you're talking about an ethnic group or religion or anything like that, and you are talking about animals, you should be very careful. Now, there are still cases where dehumanization can be very defensible.
Yeah. In the case of, for example, I'll often say, about the MAGA elites, by which I mean people like Trump and JD Vance. I'll use language, and we'll sometimes compare them to animals and shit like that. Like, he's a dog, right? But there, I don't think you have an issue with that inherently.
Yeah. No, I don't have an issue with that inherently. So, but now I just have one little question. And it's the same question for every bit of evidence.
Does he apply it to the same way to anyone who's not a white person or a Jewish person?
Yes, exactly. The answer is no. There's no clear example. There is no example. Is there any confirmed example where he has applied that to a non-white, non-Jewish person? And it's funny because his own community has gone through all the examples where he used it. And they are white people. And by the way, he's sarcastically, jokingly referred that to himself, which, by the way, doesn't count. He said he thinks he's white. But also that he wasn't using it as a slur in that context. He was joking around about it.
If you don't buy the white racism angle, does your whole case fall apart?
If I don't what?
If people don't subscribe that he's racist against white people, does your whole case fall apart?
No, it doesn't, because then even if you don't think he's racist against white people, you still have to explain why it's not other groups, why it's not non-white groups. Like he could, like, yeah, that can deflate the case a bit by saying, okay, well, there's clear examples of him doing it against groups he's not racist against, but it still doesn't explain. It still doesn't explain why he's doing it vis-a-vis Jews versus the other groups. Like, so that's
someone is yelling, "It's right wingers!" Like, how has this not been said? But if you're just saying, well, he treats right wingers
only the white right winger, only the white and Jewish right wingers. Okay, so again, effect modifier. Like, it can be an effect modifier. It can be a subset. So again, like, if someone is using a slur against white right wingers, but only
white and Jewish
against white and Jewish right wingers, that is racist.
Chad, I think you have to grant that, right? Like, if it really was the case that you only call a certain race, let's say you only call black people. Have you ever had those analyses or these skits where Joe Rogan like only calls black athletes specimen? And they do this kind of thing, like the white guy's clinical, and the white guys, but then they always talk about black people in these terms like
no, it's athletes. What do you mean? It's athletes. Yeah. He's not being racist. Yeah. It's athletes.
Yeah, I think you guys would all grant that, like, yeah, Joe Rogan's fucking racist when he does that shit. I think that, like, I'm not saying that he is hating of the race of black people or that he knows it consciously necessarily, but I think that we're sensitive to the modifier account that Avi is providing. I think that's fair.
But it is the consistency that matters, right? Yeah. Like, if you called basically anyone you don't like at any point from any country a pig dog, you're probably not using it in a racist way, right? That's good, because I'm looking at my Filmbot right now, and I call so many different racial groups inbred, it turns out.
Yes.
Inbred?
There is a huge difference.
Wait, LonerBox, have you ever called a black person inbred?
Probably. There's like fucking over 100 mentions here, dude. Like, I probably
we have to do an inbred analysis.
There's a fucking like a Nation of Islam person, or even the fact is though, like, even with the way that I'm saying, even in the sense that, like, even in the way that I use it, like, if this was like the only thing you knew about me, and I would probably even own that, like, sometimes I do just use racial humor. Like, every Jew in my audience knows this very well, that I say shitty things about.
But hold on, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're not talking about using the word inbred as a racial humor thing. Like, and that's clearly not the way Hasan was
that's what I'm saying, and it's also when you compile it with like the totality of everything else I talk about, it just doesn't stand.
No, he was using it he was using it with hate. Let's be honest. Hate, prejudice, like, that's how this was not like, the stand-up Hasan Piker.
This is not stand-up. I agree with that. I don't think you can say it's ironic. I listened to that clip now, like 8 times. It doesn't sound ironic. It doesn't sound like a joke. I don't think that that's a plausible case. And the way it was kind of defended and swept by Mehdi, I was joking, right? You would expect, right, if this was a joke or if it was ironic, that would be the refutation, that would be, I just joke around.
Yeah.
I don't
Instead,
think
he lied about doing it, completely misconstrued it, or at minimum completely misconstrued it, and admitted the only admission of regret was tactical.
Yeah.
And then reframed it as he's the victim and it's the ADL's fault.
Yeah. Good case, Avi. Okay. See, like, and I'm gonna take some umbrage with like, this is I feel, maybe I'm just fucking victimizing myself, whatever. I feel like I'm amenable to reasonable evidence. The same thing happened on the Marxist-Leninist point, and I just I think this is a good case. Now, that said, I don't put Hasan Piker in the same category as Nick Fuentes, and I think that you would be crazy to do so, right? I truly don't.
And here's the interesting. There's the important point. You don't need to.
Yeah.
You don't need to condemn Hasan Piker as someone who is non-trivially meaningful, someone who is meaningfully anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with that. Yeah, for sure. And so yeah, no, I think that all follows.
Okay. And now, since we've gotten agreement on this, we should talk about something that's even worse than anti-Semitism.
Anti-Zionism?
Anti-Zionism?
Anti-Zionism.
You're saying rabid
anti-Zionism? Rabid anti-Zionism. Okay.
So talk about it.
So here's what
people are going to say that I'm an Israel op. You realize that? Because I'm even platforming Avi.
Welcome to the club. Join the Mossad. Okay. So here's what I want to draw attention to something. Okay. Do you know when you hear Ben Gvir say some crazy shit, right?
Yeah.
Now you could frame that. There's a way of framing the Ben Gvir stuff as, well, I condemn Ben Gvir for his anti-Arab bias. It's like, do you condemn Ben Gvir? Yeah, for his No. Someone could say that. I'm just saying someone could say that.
Sure.
I condemn Ben Gvir, which is true. Like you like in the context of the things Ben Gvir said, like there was I think in 2007 there was a chant where he's like "death to Arabs" or something. Like he has anti-Arab bias.
I forget the shooter guy that he put the image of, and he comes from like the Kahanist tradition, right? Mir Kahan.
Right. That being said, I don't think anyone normal who's paying attention only condemns Ben Gvir merely for anti-Arab bias.
Of course not.
It's not merely. No one has a problem recognizing that Ben Gvir is a rabid Zionist. It's not just a Zionist, he's a rabid Zionist. He has a very toxic, extremist, toxic, and dangerous ideology, dangerous variant of Zionism. Okay. Do you remember the shooting? Now, do you remember the shooting in New York with the Israeli diplomats?
Mm-hmm.
The shooting was it in New York or DC?
Sorry, DC. You're right. Never mind.
Yeah.
DC.
Embassy staffers.
Anti-Semite, spreading lies.
Yeah. Nah, there you go. Spreading misinformation. Okay. So, do you remember how like all the progressives condemned this?
I think that. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. But how did they condemn it? How did they condemn it? Did they?
It was like this is the kind of shit that happens when you let a genocide fester.
No. There were definitely those. Yeah, there were definitely those. No, I'm talking about the more polished ones like AOC and stuff. How did AOC condemn it?
This is a big problem.
It's anti. I condemn the anti-Semitism. I condemn the anti-Semitism. Now, is there an anti-Semitic component to what happened? Sure. I'm not going to deny. I'm not going to stake out a ground and deny that there was an anti-Semitic component to it. Like the target was clearly Israeli. The target was clear on the basis of them being Israeli. Not, maybe Jewish had something to do with it. He did go into a synagogue, and so that was reckless of just going into a synagogue with a gun. So yeah, there is probably an anti-Semitic component to that. But if you actually look at the facts of that case, this is way more anti-Zionist in motivation than it was an anti-Semitic motivation. It's probably both. But only the anti-Semitic component
was called out.
Gets called out. And I think that's
wait, pause. The act itself is also called out in virtue of it being
the act itself. Yes, for sure. But the ideologies that get called out was only the anti-Semitism, not the rabid, toxic anti-Zionism.
Okay, now
the question is what motivated.
What do you mean by
right?
toxic rabid?
Yes, yeah, it's the same. Analogously, it's the same sort of thing I'm referring to by rabid, toxic Zionism. The same. So when it gets into a form of extremism, where it is dangerous, it is spewing with hatred, it is calling for supporting terrorism, supporting violence, justifying terrorism, those sorts of things, in the same sort of way that Ben Gvir, when he supports settler violence,
uses Zionism
Zionism, yes, and gets rightfully called out as a rabid Zionist for that. people who are rabid anti-Zionists, rabid anti-Zionism that sweeps for terrorism, supports it, where the anti-Zionism.
It's a stretch, Avi. I want to respond. So, this is what I think. Anti-Semitism has been conceptualized. It's something in the zeitgeist. It's something that people, as a bigotry in and of itself. It's something that's taught about. It's something people are warned against, right? It's something that.
Wait, when you say it's a stretch, what do you think is a stretch? What do you think I'm saying?
The notion that the antis, that people would think to condemn the rabid anti-Zionism aspect.
No, I'm not. Yeah, they may not think about it. I'm not saying it's their fault that they are thinking of. Oh, yeah, to be clear. I'm not saying it's their fault. I'm not saying they're like, because I think this has been an insidious thing that's happened over time. To be clear, I'm not saying it's like you're condemnable for not recognizing the rabid anti-Zionism. That's not what I'm saying.
But the thing is, I'm sorry, maybe I'm having an issue with it. Like,
yeah. Wait, what do you think I'm saying? You need to know what I'm saying before you have an issue.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm saying, this is a call for a prescription. I'm calling for a prescription to be
okay.
So what I am saying is, I'm saying, when we see support for terrorism, when we see actual terrorism that might be mostly motivated by Zionism, here's what I think we should make an effort to do. I think we should make an effort to have an avenue where it is okay to condemn rabid anti-Zionism as rabid anti-Zionism. It doesn't preclude you from also condemning it as anti-Semitic. You can do that too. But I think we should be more sensitive to rabid, toxic, dangerous forms of anti-Zionism and to condemn it as such. That's my prescription.
In any more way than I would condemn, for example, the lefty transgender shooters and be like, this form of transgender ideology that is so rabid in favor of it. Like, I get it. Yeah. Is it a strong prescription? I mean, like, what's there could be a calculus.
So because here's what I've noticed. Here's what I noticed. Here's the importance, because if you don't have that avenue, what ends up happening is, not consciously, people are going to tend to think that in order for them to condemn it, they're going to think, well, how do I fit this into anti-Semitism so I could condemn it? I'm saying you don't need to fit it into anti-Semitism to condemn it and to have a word for it, to call it, to pick it out as the rabid form of anti-Zionism that it is, and to condemn it as such. I'm not saying you must do this or look at you. Yeah, I'm not saying it's like.
Yeah, but you'd say the same thing about like forms of transgender affirming ideologies that are rabid and are calling for potential violence.
Yes, especially people. I think yeah. So the answer is yes. I think we should.
The only difference is that we don't have like
the difference is.
I was going to say the difference is we don't have like a mainstreaming of the pro-transgender affirming care ideology leading you into a path where you end up justifying targeting of civilians. Whereas with anti-Zionism, you do have that.
But we'll just distinguish. Wait, hang on a second. But then, Avi, are you suggesting that like?
Wait, what's the question? Hold on. Just be clear. What exactly are you asking me, Pisco?
I'm asking. So you're not saying that any particular commentator fits into that bucket of like this rabid anti-Zionism that you're sort of condemning, or that
I'm not saying that. I do think so, but that's not what I'm talking about right now.
Okay.
I'm talking about so what I'm talking about is a phenomena that I've noticed. I've noticed something, and I think other people have noticed it too, where you have an action that has like both components, rabid anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism in some combination.
Okay.
Many times it's even more heavily weighted on the rabid anti-Zionism and motivation compared to the anti-Semitism. Sometimes it's like
where the anti-Zionism is the more motivating force for whatever conduct. Yes. Okay.
Yes. This is the more motivating force for the conduct. And I see time and time again, those actions only get condemned in virtue of the not in virtue of their rabid anti-Semitism.
The opposite.
The opposite. Yeah, you're right. I misspoke. Yeah. Only get condemned in virtue of their anti-Semitic component and nothing about the rabid anti-Zionist motivations there. And what I'm saying is, I think when an issue is 90-10, rabid anti-Zionist, terrorist shit, 10% anti-Semitic, I think the anti-Zionist component should be condemned too. the rabid aspect of it.
Yeah. So I think that that's trivial, but I would just apply that to Democrats who, like, so for example, people have said about Destiny with respect to commentary on the shooting of Trump or the attempted assassination. People have said calling Charlie Kirk a fascist or calling Trump a fascist. You're contributing to a culture that is causing these left-wing violent attacks on, for example, Charlie Kirk and assassination attempts on Trump. And so you're rabid anti-Trumpism, you're rabid anti-MAGA. And so walk me through that. Is there any kind of like
another? So
there?
yeah, no. So I wait, but so I agree about all. I'm not sure I'm going to disagree about all that. But what I'm noticing is missing that I'm trying to highlight here is the shift into a different pathway. So the rabid anti-Zionism is getting shifted. It's trying to get fit into anti-Semitism so we could condemn it. That's the phenomenon I'm noticing. So with the rabid anti-Trumpism, what's the shift? What do you notice it being fit into something else so that it can get condemned?
Yeah, I guess I'm not noticing it being shifted. I mean, maybe like
so that's the phenomenon I'm talking about. I'm talking about the shift. Yeah. The phenomenon I'm noticing is that there's a form of rabid hate that is causing terrorism, that is resulting in terrorism. It's terrorist that's motivated in a form of rabid hate, where it is getting shifted into a type of other hate and condemned, so it can be condemned as such. That's what I'm noticing.
And if that's what you're condemning, I guess that's fine. But like the prescription wouldn't be use less harsh critique. It wouldn't be like fundamentally change, except to the extent to which you substantively disagree. Obviously, you would have your view on that. But like, for example, when someone tells me you should change your rhetoric about fascism with respect to Trump, because don't you know, it's just you're motivating all these people to go do these acts of violence against Trump supporters and Republicans. I say, fuck you. I'm not going to change my rhetoric because
I don't see how I don't see how. Wait. But what is? I'm a little bit confused.
I'm basically asking. The prescription is with respect to the shift and putting it in the category of anti-Semitism. It's not with respect to the commentary substantively, putting aside your disagreements.
Yeah, I'm saying here's my prescription is when you see a terrorist act that is committed, 90% motivated by rabid anti-Zionism, 10% is anti-Semitism. The correct thing to do there is to condemn it as rabid anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic.
And don't claim it's just anti-Semitic. Oh, okay, got it. All right. Yeah.
Yes, that's my prescription.
Okay. All right. No, I think that's fine to acknowledge reality. I guess I see what you're saying. Is like people are denying that there's a causal link between these acts and so the motivation of these people, and kind of like in that way, that's not being counted or something. It's not being accounted for.
And
it's not being seen.
Do you see how that's normalized? I get that. When that gets normalized, where it's like, oh, every politician, when a terrorist attack that's 90% motivated by rabid anti-Zionism and 10% motivated by anti-Semitism, all the politicians feel the need to only condemn the anti-Semitic component. What are the consequences of that? You see what might happen as well. Yeah.
So what I imagine it would be like is for the people who promote anti-Zionism, for them to be like, listen, guys, I know you hear what we're saying, but this is bad. Like, we don't want you to take it this far. You might expect to see if basically why is this motivating for you to give that
what might happen if they don't do that? What might happen if it doesn't get condemned? What might happen is they get a free pass for all sorts of fucked up shit, so long as they can hide the anti-Semitic component well enough. They being the rabid anti-Zionists. They're just going to get away with anything, and people are going to be like, "Can I condemn this?" Well, hold on. How do I fit it? Can I fit it into anti-Semitism to condemn it? Maybe not. How do I do that? And I'm not going to condemn it until I can fit it into anti-Semitism to condemn it as No, condemn it as. You don't need to fit it into anti-Semitism to condemn it as rabid anti-Zionism. And if everyone acts like they do, if a whole bunch of people act like they need to do that shift in order to make a condemnation and call this shit out, that's going to lead to a whole bunch of bad consequences. Like you're just giving them a free pass. Rabid anti-Zionists get a free pass so long as they're savvy enough to stay away from being anti-Semitic.
Right, but like, wouldn't the response, if you call them to account or whatever, they'll just be like, well, listen, we never endorsed these kinds of attacks. Yes, we have a lot of these ideas, but we stand firm behind them. We just haven't encourage this shit, and so we're gonna condemn it. And so, all right, he's
Yeah,
motivated.
no,
by
my
this idea.
prescription, that's fine. My prescription is to condemn it as such. Condemn rabid anti-Zionism as rabid anti-Zionism. That doesn't mean you can't also condemn it as anti-Semitism. To the degree that it is motivated by rabid anti-Zionism, condemn it as such.
Yeah, but I understand. But like, why do you think that that's going to have any kind of effect either on how anti-Zionists are perceived, or what, you know, the easy step that one would do if you were a rabid anti-Zionist and you were being held to, quote unquote, held to account, which is just to say, like,
No,
I never.
oh yeah, if the culture is different. No, if the culture is, yeah, because now if people are much more comfortable condemning you as a rabid anti-Zionist, then you don't have the cover of Zionism. Then anti-Zionism is not a cover anymore. You have to avoid being a rabid
I don't support violence generally, and I have
Oh,
these
that's
ideas.
fine. That's okay. Then great. Then that's fine. I'm not talking about a non-rabid Zionist.
Oh, rabid is defined in terms of encouraging violence. Okay, all right.
Encouraging violence, supporting terrorism, being a super extremist, like that's like same with Ben Gvir. Same standard with Ben Gvir.
Or even like making like an example would be like making a permission structure for exclusionary and dehumanizing behavior, right? Like for example, when coming back to Mr. Piker, saying that anyone with any kind of Zionist tendency should be treated as a rabid neo-Nazi. And I think that's why, like, this was the problem I was talking about earlier, right? When I was saying that maybe it is better to understand extreme anti-Zionism as like its own form of bigotry in the same way that we understand Islamophobia to being separate from being against the religion of Islam, right? So I don't know why you're shaking your head, but I'll get to it in a minute. Like, but this is why, like, with Rodriguez's manifesto was anti-Zionist. 100% of that manifesto is anti-Zionist. It had nothing to do with Jews, really.
Don't doubt it.
Okay,
I don't doubt
it.
But
that's
why
you
get this phenomenon
where
you get like
it was condemned. It was condemned as anti-Semitic, not anti-Zionist.
Yeah, sure. No, I get that. I just, to the extent that there's some other, don't like ignore ideological motivations, and don't call the ideological motivations that do exist something else when they don't. That's fine. I just like go ahead. Sorry.
So and so part of with Hasan Piker, you know, I actually do see Hasan Piker as a rabid anti-Zionist when he supports terrorism, when he supports terrorist attacks on the galaxy, for example, like the what was that ship?
The Galaxy Leader.
Yeah.
This is in the Red Sea.
Why doesn't it just merge with the underlying issue? Like, would you call yourself a rabid Zionist if given?
I don't support settler attacks. I don't support terrorism.
Okay, but let's say state action that or war crimes or something like that.
I don't support all this. I don't support war. I don't support all the state actions. I don't support war crimes.
But okay, you do support and tolerate some amount of civilian death and in virtue of legitimate.
Yes, but that's okay. Yeah, just like with any other country. Sure. But that's not. Wait, but that's not rabid. I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay,
that's not what I'm talking about. Wait, but that's not what I'm talking about. And I'm talking about rabid anti-Zionist either. If rabid anti-Zionist just said, "Hey, I support some amount of civilian death as if Palestine and Israel went to war together, I support some amount of Israeli death." That's not what I'm talking about for rabid anti-Zionism. I'm not talking about that.
Can you support military opposition in the current context against Israel?
Yes,
in Palestine without being
a rabid. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes. For example, if Israel and Palestine went to war and someone supported Palestine and they said something along the lines of, okay, there's some amount of civilian Israeli deaths. In my analysis, I grant that it's not, I don't like it. I'd rather it didn't happen. But given all the factors, I think that it is, it's not a violation of what's okay. So either proportionality, as my understanding of proportionality, or it wouldn't be a violation of what's the other? I'm blanking on the the other.
We've been going for 5 hours, so it's okay. Yeah,
we're going 5 hours.
Principle of distinction.
Distinction, yeah, that's
distinction.
That's distinction.
It. Yeah, that's right.
It's so they say, okay, I don't think it's a distinction violation, to whatever degree it's a proportionality violation, I don't like that. I'd rather that didn't happen.
Why can't you say that of Hamas?
Yeah, because they did.
I've got an answer to that.
Because they did. Oh, you know why you can't say that of Hamas and Hezbollah? Oh, come
no,
on.
No. Stop. Just pause. Why can't you say that? I wish Hamas wouldn't target civilians. I wish they wouldn't do October 7th. I wish they would just attack military targets.
No, you can. No, you can say. Okay, no, you can say that of Hamas and Hezbollah. Now it happens to be they violate all of those principles.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah. But yeah. So if someone, So one important difference is like one thing that the IDF has not done yet that I've seen that Hamas and Hezbollah that Hamas certainly has done is summary executions. Like that's the biggest principle to me. That's one of the the biggest principle of indifference violations, where summary execution, you have them in your. This is not like.
But that's the merits issue. That's the issue of the facts, Avi. Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm just talking about
the facts.
The
no,
person.
someone can say that. Someone can say that, but I would also expect them to be like, if they are like if they were if they were doing the infinite sweep, no matter what they do, to say, oh, I just wish they would do better. And they're while they're summary executing people. I still support them.
Gaza, or while
wait. Just this is like a very wishy-washy. I'm sorry. Like the reason that you can't do the same with regards to Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and their current actions is because, or when it comes to why that's rabid, is just because if you think about the irrationality of it, like the Houthis last week blew up a boat in the Red Sea that killed, I think, 4 people, right? 3 Pakistanis, 1 Indonesian, and then 2 more rescue workers from the Yemeni official government died as well in a later strike. They killed 6 people, I think, who were probably all Muslim, actually, from the countries they come from, and the majorities. So, by contrast, the Houthis have killed 1 Israeli since October 7th, 1 Israeli civilian. They've killed 6 times more Muslims than Israelis since October 7th in this one single strike. And it's the fact that someone can be so hateful against Israel and so rabidly anti-Zionist, so irrationally anti-Zionist, that they are willing to give a pass to probably the most murderous groups in the region, the Axis, Hezbollah, the Houthis. Hezbollah, by the way, they don't really fight Israelis either. They fight Syrians. They helped Assad murder like 200,000 of them. So this is like, when you get to a point of hating a country so much and a group so much that you are willing to tolerate and just sidestep some of the most brutal behavior in the entire region and some of the most racist behavior, because again, what's their slogan? Curse upon the Jews, victory to Islam. Then that's where it becomes rabid in a way that like even like a support for the IDF or saying like, oh, I wish they wouldn't commit the excesses, but it's worth the war of it. Like that's different, right? In the same sense that also like.
I'm not convinced of that. If you think it's the lesser of 2 evils, like and I presented this before, if the Ukrainians were committing war crimes, let's say in equal magnitude to the Russians or proportional to the Russians, or that the overall Ukrainian army, and I know we got a lot of flack for saying Azov before, as though Azov is all. I'm saying assume that they were anti-Semitic across the board. I'm not saying all of Azov is anti-Semitic, to be clear. If you took that view, you could still be consistent and say, I'm still supporting Ukraine in light of their resistance to the the greater threat of Russia. And I don't think
that's fine.
Well, we have a real world example of this. Wait, we have a real example of this. Like everyone supports the Allies in World War II, right? The Allies committed a shit ton of war crimes that would put everything that's happening in the modern day to shame. Okay,
they had a point.
But my point is they had a just cause. Hamas's cause is to destroy a country. That's not a just cause. Hezbollah's is to destroy 2 countries, apparently. Yemeni,
I don't want to convert, and Avi will respond to this, and I know he'll have something to say, but I don't want to convert an issue of the justness of a conflict, convert that into bigotry if both sides are, or conversation about bigotry, if both sides are willing to make the concessions vis-a-vis, whatever caveats are needed for
so let me just respond to what you said. Let me respond to what you said about the leveling Gaza.
Yeah.
So first off, I actually don't think, and I'm consistent on this, I don't think summary executions is at the same level of buildings getting leveled. I don't believe that. But furthermore, in principle I don't even disagree with this. Like I in the sense that yes, someone can say, I support Palestinian resistance. I abhor every single thing they've done. I abhor like basically all the October 7th. I abhor the way they conducted summary executions, the way they targeted civilians, the way they kidnapped civilians, the way they paraded a baby's dead corpse in one of the hostage exchanges. All of that stuff, they condemn it. That's fine. I don't even know if I would consider them, if they were really like that, and they were just like, but man, Israel is just like so bad, and like the conditions are so bad. Like, what else are we gonna do? Even that is like not the sort of thing I'm thinking about when I think about rabid anti-Zionist. The sort of thing I'm thinking about was when they look at terrorist attacks and they're like, yeah, that's justified. Like as they see the Houthis take over the ship and be like, yeah, it's gonna save Palestine.
Oh, that I agree with. But if you actually thought that there was a connection between the seizure of that ship, let's say a civilian ship, and let's be honest, like Trump right now, he's seizing ships. He's imagine if he were to take a civilian, I don't know, boat, or stop at an Iranian boat, or whatever it is that we're sort of equating, and it were like conducive to the war effort or something like that. I think if
okay.
Israel's
so then there's a reasonable degree of expectation, because a Ben Gvir could also have like a belief that taking over the West Bank and taking over Palestinian homes is conducive to the war effort, or conducive to like broader greater goods. Yeah. So then I have a reasonable degree of reasonable threshold in terms of like whether I'm going to consider this person, because someone could be a rabid anti-Zionist by being like an intellectual underhanded sweeper like that. Like they can always get the plausible deniability and be like, oh yeah, every terrorist action is justified because
Avi, your actual standard. All right, so like when take World War II, World War I, where you had U-boat, interceptions by Germans attacking shipping that went from America to the United Kingdom, let's say. They made a calculation in that context that these are part of the war aims. Now, listen.
No, I'm talking about when it isn't, when it's reasonably, when it's not, and it's reasonable, and it's expected to reasonably not contribute to the war aims.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. No,
there's a separate question of the just.
Yeah.
There's a separate question of the just cause, but minimally, if it is not, I don't think it is reasonable to, with the public knowledge available, to think that boat is conducive to the war aims.
To drop the atom bomb on Hiroshima?
No, that's plausibly conducive to the war aims. But like that I could buy that. But like there's no plausible case to make that the Houthis taking over the boat that they did and taking those 400 taking those people, sorry, I don't know how many it was, but taking that crew and holding them hostage for 400 days was conducive to the war aim.
Likewise for hostages kidnapped and apprehended on October 7th.
Yeah. Well, actually, you can. So some yes, some yes, some no. I mean, you could take prisoners of war, but I think they were also hostages. But that's a more murky territory, because there actually is some leverage you have by having hostages. Now that is a war. That taking hostages is a war crime, and yes. Soldiers can also be hostages, by the way. The status of being a soldier, a prisoner of war, doesn't preclude the status of hostages. It's third-party compulsion that makes someone over and above a prisoner of war that's a hostage.
This sounds like international law, Avi.
Yes, it does. I'm not saying, it does.
You're a great skeptic.
I have no problem. Wait. Because that's not fair. I have no problem using the definitions as they're standardly defined in IHL. Like, I have no problem. Like, my criticism, my issues with international law doesn't preclude me from recognizing that certain terms are standardly used a certain way in international because of international law.
But am I wrong in saying that you're following some of the prescriptions of the rules of war?
Nor is it my view that every single prescription of international law should be not followed.
He likes the scripture, but not the priests.
But not the war of aggression principles. So, for example,
not the war of go ahead.
Invasion of Venezuela.
Oh no, not the war of aggression principle. There are some cases where war of aggression is probably the right thing to do. Okay. But anyway, to the point, like minimally, I may not have a full fleshed out theory of like, when is there exoneration of rabid anti-Zionism, as long as, how much do you have to recognize and condemn the terrorists? There are people, I'm minimally talking about the people who essentially just try to, at every step, not condemn at all, and to justify and to sweep, and when it's not expected, when it's not reasonably expected, like the example I gave, there's no reasonable case to make by any reasonable person to think that the Houthis kidnapping people for 400 days or whatever on that ship, that non-Israeli ship, was conducive to their cause. It was harmful to the cause, of anything.
It's like, because the broader question is like, sorry, just to clarify.
That should be, wait, let me just finish. That should be condemned as rabid anti-Zionism. Like that.
Why not condemn it as terrorism apologia? Condemn
condemn it. Okay, or condemn it as fine. Condemn it if it's not clear that it's I think it should. But yeah, condemn it as supporting terrorism. You should condemn.
I'm with that.
But the fact is that it is motivated by an excessive and like unjustifiable or just like a completely irrational hatred of the particular national group, right? Of Israel. Like that's why these groups are given all their passes. That's why no one cares.
Index
about
to them not committing a genocide, right?
No. If we're talking about rabid anti-Zionism, these people, well, for one, we're talking about people
who were doing it way before the war.
Yeah, we're talking about people who want Israel to be abolished.
I get that, but like on board some of their views regarding the conflict. And now make an explanation. So you said it's an irrational assessment of Israel. It's more than is necessary, and these are kind of like contingent on your outlook of the whole conflict. And I'm just like, I don't know, like what?
No, you're not letting me. I don't think you're letting me express just like the weight of it, though. It's like when we talk about like cutting your nose off to spite your face, or the idea of like like hatred is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to get sick. It's the fact that these groups do more damage to themselves and to the Arab world than they ever will to Israel, and people still support it because apparently all of that other shit is just kind of worth it as long as they throw a few rockets at Israel in their spare time. Like that's kind of the bit where I think like you have to hate a country or a group so much to be willing to give those passes. We know, for example, that people like Assad and these commentators, they know what Hezbollah did in Syria. They know that Hezbollah helped Assad, and they know that more civilians died there than have died in the Gaza war. They just don't care because Hezbollah gets a pass because they say fuck Israel and they lob rockets at Israel, and occasionally they hit some fucking farms. Like that's why it's like rabid and why it's like to me like a bigoted level of hatred. But, yeah.
See, I don't understand, because like is rabid indexed to it being irrational, or is rabid indexed to the kind of violence apologia and violence encouragement? That because I don't know if
so without having a, I think we could find common ground on this. Without having a, all the list of necessary and sufficient conditions of what goes into rabid, at minimum, the sort of thing that someone would recognize rabid Zionism from people like Ben-Gvir and not just anti-Arab bigotry, there should be consistent standards there. There should be like, so if the issue is irrationality, irrational violence, well, they don't have a problem recognizing Ben-Gvir's irrational violence. But if they do have a problem recognizing the same sort of conditions of irrationality for their case, for anti-Zionism, that's a problem. So wherever that bar is for anyone, because that's at minimum it should be consistent. At minimum, if you're able to recognize rabid anti-Zionism as rabid anti-Zionism for a terrorist, for settler violence apologia, for whether it be for settler violence apology, or whether it be for the irrationality of how it's not really helping their cause, whether it be for any of that, if you're able to do it, just be consistent about it.
Yeah. You might not shy away from this.
Wait, hold on. Before you ask me, do we agree on that at least?
I would apply whatever standard of toxic ideology consistently across ideology the same way that I would MAGA, and so
yes, so that's yes.
I don't have a problem with that. I guess yes, that is a yes. Yeah, okay. I would apply the same standards. There's no reason to treat Zionism as an ideology in virtue of like you recognizing motivations or recognizing the harm, or I don't know the what's the term for this? Not terrorism, but it's the kind of terrorism. Again, my brain is turning off because we've done this so long. Where it's you're getting people to do terrorism. Someone in the chat, you'll know what it is. I have no problem applying the same standard there. Question for you though, in terms of how you would interpret a statement as rabid anti-Zionist. Someone says, I want the state of Israel abolished. I want one state with equal rights. Stochastic terrorism, by the way, is the term.
Well, I'm going to give the same answer that you gave in terms of the definition versus evidence. So definitionally, not necessarily, is it evidence that does it increase my credence? Sure.
Got it. I feel like that's fine. I feel like we're trying to define a new. I'm sure that's not what's happening.
No, we're not trying. I'm not defining any new concepts here. I'm just taking a type of ideology and saying here is a rabid form of it. It doesn't have to be Zionism. It could be anything. It could be racism. There's types, just like you recognize. There's different varieties of racism. There's really rabid forms of it.
Sure.
Right. Wherever you draw the line, I'm just saying wherever our line. I'm not trying to solve where the line is there. Like that's not really the big thing for me. The big thing is wherever that line is. My issue is not that we have a problem recognizing and a defined line for rabid anti-Zionism. My issue is when it's clearly above all of our lines, when it's clearly, but whatever that is, where we don't have to solve it. We're to know that it is clear. We're not doing sorority paradox memes. Okay, we can.
No, yeah, I certainly am not doing that. No, I don't want to be heard doing that.
So my issue is wherever it is that is in the clear area gets funneled into anti-Semitism, and we should stop and we should be sensitive.
On that I agree. And on the consistency stuff, I guess.
Yeah. So and because the other thing is so whether you think if for whatever reason Hasan Piker he doesn't meet the threshold of rabid anti-Zionist, which I think we can talk about that, but. And you just want to condemn him for terrorism? Okay, fine. Condemn him for his rabid terrorist support or whatever.
I have no. So yeah, on the shit about the boats on some of the I don't recall now as I sit here the specific comments made in the wake of October 7th. Mm-hmm. I just would I have no problem calling out the thing specifically or a version of ideology that is too extreme or whatever. But I want you to apply this to the concept to rabid anti-Trumpism. So I say things like Trump is a fascist thug. We need to get the barbarians out of the White House. These are things I say, right? I say, these people, I've said before, quoting Sam Harris, Trump is scarcely human, just to describe his psychology. And basically, I just think he's so abnormal. And I'm like, these people need to be punished.
Yeah. So if there was a movement, if there was an anti-Trump, if there was a movement as recognized called Trumpism, and it
you would call me a rabid anti-Trumper.
No, I wouldn't, because you haven't done this. You haven't justified kidnapping people off the Trump boat of a Trump cruise.
Because I'm always I'm saying peacefully, patriotically, democratically, no violence. So
then I would just say that doesn't meet. Well, then I would just say that doesn't meet my threshold for rabid.
Okay, perfect. Okay, all right, then I think I get it. So if someone is giving those caveats, if someone is indicating that they don't agree with these these crazy actions taken, you don't really have an issue except on the substance.
Wait, say that again.
If someone is giving the caveats and strongly hinting that they don't support this kind of thing outside of whatever the box is that we've created, that they don't support those kinds of actions, and that they want everything done through that tolerance window, you don't have an issue, except perhaps with their underlying opinion.
Yeah, perhaps with I have to think about if the justness of the cause matters at all. But but else, I'm not. Again, no, yeah. So exactly, to answer that hypothetical, no, you would not be a rabid anti-Trumper. You would just be, if you're peacefully, patriotically protesting or whatever and using all that language. No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay,
I'm talking about the sort of thing Ben-Gvir does with Zionism that would people recognize. He's a rabid Zionist. If you were going into Trump supporters' homes and burning down their homes or kicking them out of their homes and stuff, then I might call you a rabid anti-Trumper.
If I was but here's something I agree with. I think we should nationalize Trump's wealth, all the ill-gotten gains. But because of how I propose I want to do it, is that enough?
Yeah, I don't see. No. I don't know. Again, once again, it's the same sort of thing with the Ben Gvir stuff. It's the same sort of thing that everyone has that it's the same level of threshold that everyone else has no problem recognizing.
I'm an idiot, Avi.
I think the elephant in the room is that the elephant in the room is that America is just a more civilized nation, and there just isn't this broad movement against Trump that has the same level of insanity that you get with the rabid Zionists.
If you were to say
dog whistle, I've heard it here. Yeah. More civilized of a nation.
Yeah.
You would never accept that.
Listen, I'm a Maronite. I'm racist against everyone. Okay, that's how that goes.
If you were to say, look, if you were to say we need to literally take Trump's family and kick them out on the streets, out of their homes, burn their house down, and you know, some sort of thing like that.
Wait a second. I'm fucking around, guys.
Okay.
No, I hear you. Yeah. Listen, I want everything to be done democratically. I'm not asking for people. I don't want people to be attacked or violently.
Yeah. So I don't have. Okay. So just because there's nothing at issue with what I'm saying in terms of like the prescription to recognize rabid anti-Zionism as rabid anti-Zionism and condemn it as such.
Okay.
Pisco, are you worried that are you just concerned that there are some things that might
be okay is an agreement there
difficult to cross the line?
No, I think I'm getting it. I need to marinate with the concept a little bit to understand it. That's all I'm saying. But like, what I'm concerned with, which I don't think is what you're doing, because Avi, I think that you've been very good faith this whole time, is like defining like an exceptionalism framework, an exceptionalist framework, and that's what I'm like. I know you're not doing that.
What do you mean exceptionalist? Yeah, no. You mean like, am I just doing this for Zionism? No.
Correct. Yeah.
No, the rabid forms of ideology. We don't have to use the word rabid if that's saying it. We can call it extremist or whatever. Like we all recognize that there are, for any ideology, there's an extremist version of it. And we should. And I'm noticing that of the anti-Zion extremist variety of anti-Zionism, there's a tendency to not call it out as such because it gets funneled as anti-Semitic instead.
Okay. All right. I understand. When you put the extremist thing, I think that tracks. Yeah. I need to marinate with it more, but I think I'm understanding what you're saying. You're not arguing right now in favor of Zionism. You're arguing for an equal standard. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I just need to understand it. I'm not trying to fight you on it, but
can I ask Avi some examples and just see if they fit into rabid anti-Zionism or just regular?
Do you understand this, LonerBox? Were you following that whole time?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess I'm an idiot.
Well, no. It's just,
all right, what are your questions?
Some of these questions are quite niche. Okay, so just like so maybe the first one. I want one state with full right of return and equal voting rights from the river to the sea. Is that rabid anti-Zionism or just anti-Zionism?
I want one state with equal voting rights and from the river to the sea.
Yeah.
So this is the Pisco. I am going to give the Pisco answer here. So that raises my credence that there's a more extreme version of Zionism.
Okay. The view itself, you wouldn't say necessarily.
The view itself, definitional. Okay, yeah, definition. By definition, in all possible worlds, no, not by definition in all possible worlds.
Okay.
But in real, but IRL,
you say the Pisco answer with such derision.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying. I'm not. No, I said that because you were smiling as I was preparing my answer.
I get it. Yeah.
Believing that this is actually an opinion that someone has, believing that Israel has no right to defend itself because it's the belligerent occupier, and Palestinian resistance has the right to resist colonialism by any means necessary.
Even stronger evidence.
Okay, Hasan actually believes both of those things.
He's never going to say.
No, by
he literally
means,
just wants one fight. One side to stop fighting.
That would be presumptive.
Hold on. Wait. By any means necessary?
He said that. Avi, he said that on October 8th. On October 8th, he said that.
Okay, yeah. Okay, well then, but then that is by definition.
By definition.
Yeah. By definition.
Yeah, sorry, because I didn't hear. No, because I didn't hear. Wait, because I didn't hear the end part of what you said. I didn't hear the by any means necessary. By any means necessary, by definition, yeah, because then anything, literally
anything's on the table.
Sort of thing, yeah, any sort of, no matter where your threshold is, like.
That's
anything
what Ben Gvir would say, by the way.
Yeah. It's also again, this is what Hasan said on October 8th. Yeah, he said that about Palestinians. Yeah.
Okay, then by definition, to be clear, then on my view, by definition, if that's true, by definition, on
extreme
my anti-Zionist,
or rabid.
He is an extreme anti-Zionist.
Naughty boy.
He's a rabid anti-Zionist.
Naughty boy, Hasan. Okay, so the How about the next one? Supporting Palestinian resistance groups attacking settler outposts.
More evidence.
More evidence, but
not by definition.
No, not by definition.
Okay. I actually do support that, by the way. Which is supporting the first Intifada, but not the second.
You support? Wait. Can we pause real quick because we've been biting some bullets, and so LonerBox, it's your turn.
Wait, you're including? Are you including children in the settlers?
No.
And stuff like that?
No, I don't target children. Obviously, no. I support. Yeah, generally.
But you're in favor of attacks on settlers, civilians.
So if we're going to be really, really tight with it, I generally support like the ANC style attacks on settler infrastructure, unless any of the settlers are actually militants, because some of them are. But yeah, attacks on the infrastructure in the same way that settlers do to Palestinians, right? Like blocking the roads and knocking out their water supplies or cutting their electricity and things like that.
You don't support like when they see a civilian car and they start throwing rocks at it at the windshield and stuff and causing it to crash.
No. Often like that doesn't even help Palestinians do that either, to be honest. Yeah.
That's why I don't support it. That's one of the reasons I don't support it.
Okay.
Because I don't think it'll lead to good outcomes.
Yeah, because by international law, a lot of people don't like this, but settlers are civilians. Yeah, unless they are actually fighting or being violent.
I think Avi would say that too. That like perhaps under international law, maybe there's a justification for some of the violence, but I guess I don't know what you would say about that, but that you don't think it's a good idea.
I'm switching my Bluetooth. Give me 1 second.
Are we getting into the Rob Noor situation?
Yeah.
No.
It's okay. No, it's not a problem. All right, there we go. Let's see. Let me see if you can. All right, talk.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that works. Okay. What was your question?
Whether or not you would think that attacks on settler civilians would be in accordance with international law principles.
In accordance with international law, I don't. So I think I suspect the majority of them are not.
They're not civilians, or they are.
What about as
they are civilians? No, the majority of them are civilians attacked. Yeah, the majority of the attacks are against civilians.
Yeah.
And as they're would that answer change as they're displacing individual homes? Maybe that would be self-defense principles are analyzed differently.
As they're on international law, like you're asking me, according to international law, is that
on your view? Yeah.
No, I think on international. If international law. My answer is if international law was consistently applied by the international law people, then the answer is no. If they applied the same strict standard of international law that they applied to Israel to Palestinians, then hell no.
On defending yourself against settlers who are taking your home.
By taking their merely doing that, no, merely self-defense.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
But attacking them a week after they've done that, you would say.
Yeah, like attacking it, right? Like a week after to launch an attack on their home.
Yeah, but I think, but as far as the IHL community goes, I think even Amnesty would say they actually say the settlers are civilians unless they do otherwise.
It depends.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really. So okay, I will grant that there are some groups that do that. But man, are there some IHL people who will really turn the other cheek on that, and they will not, or engage in all sorts of apology of how maybe it doesn't apply here. Like there's been the international people, like even Yahya Sinwar, like there were people who were saying there were international people who were saying that he may have not been a valid target.
Yeah, no, I saw that. It was like Kenneth Roth and those fucking dipshits. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What if you?
Why are you?
What if you support the first Intifada but not the second?
So I actually looked at the. So so that question in of itself, like, okay, then you support the first Intifada, not the second. I understand the first Intifada was meaningfully less violent than the second. I don't think it was nonviolent.
No, it wasn't non-violent. Like it was violent, but it was also it was much more violent. Like it was violent within the occupied territories, much more predominantly. But also, I'm not saying.
Cutting out.
Am I still cutting out?
Now
you just did it. Now you're good.
Okay, I'm not saying supporting every single act of it. I'm just saying as like a broad goal, because it seemed to be that the first Intifada, what they were.
Yeah, I would just say that we. Yeah, I would just say that we probably have different values and different goals.
Okay.
I'm not going to say you're a rabid. I'm not going to say like you're a rabid terrorist supporter or a rabid anti-Zionist.
Okay. Even though within that when in that particular event there were obviously Hamas, and that was when they first came on.
Yeah, this is again. This is not what I'm talking. Yeah, this is not Hasan Piker level. Sorry, no.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, why are you? This is from in the chat. Why are you not a rabid Zionist? In virtue of what?
I don't support. Because all of the things that so all of the things I recognize rabid anti-Zionists for, I don't support Zionists doing. Like all those things
Give
that
a few
would
examples.
Summary executions of civilians, I don't support them doing. Okay, gross violations of proportionality, just bombing like without any precaution at all, I don't support them doing.
Do you think they have done
dehumanizing
that?
language. Yeah, I think they have done that, especially in the beginning of the war. There's examples of them doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Gross dehumanization of Palestinians as Palestinians, I don't support them doing. Incitement to violence, I don't support them doing. I don't support them dragging civilians out of their homes. I don't support them stealing their flocks. I don't support them. Like, how many examples do you want me to give? Like,
no, I think that's helpful for the viewer to see. Listen, Avi, I thought this is a useful concept as I'm thinking about it more and more. I just want to let it settle with me. Is that chill?
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
And listen, if something ever brews up from it, like, we can have another conversation about it. About the virtues of recognizing extremist views of a given ideology. Sorry. That was a little bad faith on me. Sorry. Okay. But I was joking. Yeah.
I think we have run to ground.
Yeah.
Everything. What do you guys think?
I think you're on board with Team Hasan Piker is meaningfully anti-Semitic.
He can change. We can change him, Avi.
Okay, maybe you can.
Definitely
He needs to
can.
disavow.
Good luck.
Listen, I don't understand, like, waiting for evidence. And listen, the people who have presented shit have done a dog shit job. At least if you've seen them, Avi. Have you been impressed with the people who've called in and have made the case?
Listen. What do you mean? I'm just hearing about it for the first time. Like, what do you mean? Like,
be honest. They're doing dog shit jobs, and so I'm not watching all this shit.
You know, I know that. Yeah, I know they haven't done a good. I know. Look. Yes, I know that. Yeah, people have done it, but also I do want to say one thing though. One thing I do want to say about this, and I'm not saying this is your fault, Pisco, but what I'm saying is, it did not take me a week of research to find the strong examples and understand why the other counter hypotheses were not plausible. Like, they were definitely out there. It wasn't. And so one thing to wonder about is why do you think this is the first time such a clear case is being presented? If you think this is the first time such a clear, why is it me?
I'm not sure.
That's.
Yeah, well, because number one,
a lot of.
I'm not a Hasan viewer. I'm not a Hasan viewer, and I don't
Mm-hmm.
I don't go out of my way to do these like investigations. It actually, part of it. I'm just going to be honest with my inclination to do these kinds of like expose and go through the evidence. I find it a little cringe, and that's notwithstanding the fact that I think it's useful and the fact that I did it, right? But there is just something about this, like. I react to shit I see on the news. There are certain areas of interest I have, and I don't really have this interest to like go through and like go over biases and racist shit. To me, that's not my area of interest. And so, notwithstanding it, right? But if people want to challenge me on it and ask me on it, I'm open to it. That's why I always say, but like, I'm not going out of my way to catalog all the Hasan Piker shit.
Yeah, I'm not talking about with respect to your virtues.
Okay.
I'm talking about respect to, like, because in my view, this is a broader failure. Like, this is a broader failure. Like, this is something that, like, it shouldn't have. I think, again, it's not I'm not saying it's Pisco's fault. I'm saying this has not been hard to find, and it has been swept. Like, there's been a sweep campaign for it.
Say Ezra. Say Ezra is sweeping.
Ezra is sweeping.
No, but Ezra says he doesn't believe that Hasan has like hatred. That's what he said in his article there.
Yeah.
And
okay. Well, I have to read them more, but I do think the Mehdi Hasan thing was sweeping.
I agree.
Because I know
that
I know Mehdi Hasan can push back when he wants to. I know Mehdi Hasan does look at the. He actually looks into things. He actually looks into what he saw. He looked into that example, and he did not push back one bit. As Hasan Piker lied, completely misconstrued what he was saying, and gave the tactical walk back. Like that, to me, is a broader failure.
But can you also say, like, okay, you say that speaks ill of some of the sweepers. What does it say about the presenters?
Oh, no, the presenter. Yeah. So, well, I'm a presenter and I think I did a really good job.
No, not you fucking sweeper. You sweeper fuck.
No. So no, I agree. I think I agree. I think the presenters did a fairly poor job and they should have done a better job. But yeah, what do you want me to say?
Hey, we started with Andrew Wilson and we're kind of ending on that note.
Like there's not really anything to gain from it, right? Like there's not really
what are we
much to
ending
gain
on
on the
that?
left
What are we
from
ending
calling
on?
anti-Semitism. So.
Wait, what? No, how am I? Wait, am I ending on an Andrew Wilson note?
No. That just because there's some person who gets to the right result doesn't mean they're the best at presenting it.
Oh,
or the best
okay,
at arguing
sure.
it. You know.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I do. No, yeah. So So I agree. People have not presented the best case. People have not.
And I'm patting myself on the back too. We all share largely notions of anti-Semitism. My evidentiary burdens are not unreasonable, or my thresholds are not, in your mind, unreasonable. Are they, Avi?
I don't think so. That you've convinced. I mean, this is evident. This is definitely evidence that they're not unreasonable. You were able to very clearly recognize that Hasan Piker is meaningfully anti-Semitic.
Yeah. So, like, what would you say to people who lied, smeared, who had bullshit conclusions because, okay, I was a little logic bro-y and a little bit like particular on my language on definitions. What do you have to say about that shit?
Well, I take this as evidence that they are mistaken about you.
Sick. LonerBox, how you doing? We got to get you back on Live and Learn one of these days, bro.
Yeah, you do. Shit. Wait.
Yeah, bro.
Javi, I was going to ask you. Also, I can say the same thing as well. I think people calling you anti-Semitic are being dumb and useless. Like it's whatever. But Javi, I'm guessing you probably also think that like there's a thing in the liberal, like left-leaning media right now where it just feels like some people. I think most people maybe
you're cutting in and out just a little bit. If you could just talk into the mic.
I'm very close to my mic, but shit. It seems like some people are just either very like not willing to look into that mirror or look into, because it does involve criticizing your own side and people you might have audience overlap with or whatever else. But it's also just like I think some people are just okay with it. Like, I don't know. Do you think Mehdi Hasan is anti-Semitic?
Well, this performance was evidence of him sweeping anti-Semitism, but not to the degree that Hasan Piker is.
Yeah.
I don't think, because I wouldn't, not enough to call him an anti-Semite. Not enough to call him meaningfully not enough to call him anti-Semitic. But I think that what he did there
was wrong to do, and
it was wrong to do, and it was sweeping, and it was engaging in sweeping of anti-Semitic actions.
He raises a couple of eyebrows.
Yeah, it does.
He also keeps fucking lying about the IHRA definition. I don't know why he does this. He keeps saying that it says
Why did he lie about?
He keeps saying that you can't criticize Israel.
You can't criticize Israel.
But they literally say you can. Yeah, it's like they literally say you can.
Yeah.
Here are examples.
There's other issues that are incompatible with Pisco's notion, but they did say you can't say that the Israeli state is inherently racist, but that's not the same thing as saying you can't have any criticism of Israel.
Agree with that. That's false. Given what I read there, I don't think that's true. Mehdi should stop saying it. Guys.
Bros.
What a great conversation. Anything you want to plug, Avi or LonerBox, to my audience before we...
Is it okay if I cross-upload?
Absolutely okay. No problem.
All right.
Okay. All right, folks.
All right.
Good shit. Talk again soon.
Stuff.
Peace out.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All that yapping to try and convince people he isn't an anti-Semite. Well, I think he was interested in the discussion. Fuck me, bro. Fuck me. I do think the two things that I think are probably the most convincing. Is like when it comes to the Hasan question, his one is like literally the fact that he thinks groups like Hamas can fight by any means necessary, but that Israel can't defend itself. Like he literally just wants one side to stop fighting. That's just really funny to me. But I think the double genocide one, it's very, the problem is it's so niche, but it is 100% true. This is what I was talking about, by the way, with the double genocide thing. Why didn't you bring it up? No, I did. I just didn't come up with a bunch of clips. Or if I did, it would just be clumsy, so I didn't bother. This is what I was talking about with, no, not my channel, Hasan's, you dick. If you want to do those like fucking prop logic, P's and Q's equals debate, then Avi's probably your guy, yeah. It's not really my style.
Yourself as like a normal human,
because like the reason that the inbred thing doesn't really hold as much weight for me is because like the question of whether or not the behavior is anti-Semitic is like one of the least interesting questions to me, or it's not really least interesting, but it's one of the least important questions to me. Like I'm much more of a this is dumb because this is bad because this is retarded because like that's usually how I operate, rather than saying this is bigoted because. But it's good to have a different challenge.
People being murdered, like he doesn't care about that at all. Like you could literally just explain, even if you wanted to like present yourself as like a normal human, you could have just simply said that, you know what I mean? Like as a centrist or something. Anyway, the point is, I see this and I find it to be rather alarming, because the original principle was like the double genocide theory, right? Which was Holocaust revisionism by a different name. Like, oh, the USSR also did their genocide and they're communists and they're bad. That's how you open the door to like Holocaust revisionism and also allegiances to fascist ideology. You open the door by saying, well, you know, we're fighting the enemies of fascists. And that's precisely what America did, as a matter of fact, post-World War II.
See, this right here is him being very privy to the fact that comparing, and it's true, comparing Soviet crimes to the Holocaust is problematic. It downplays the Holocaust. It just essentially does. Or you have to say some things about the Soviet crimes that are just not true. It's just very fascinating that he is very aware of that problematic tendency, but he's willing to do it all fucking day and every day for Israel. Like that's, but you're willing to say this. It's like, so he knows and he's still okay with it, which means not only is he bigoted, he doesn't even seem to care that he's bigoted.
Like, this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher, as Felix was posting, if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
You see that, like, in so many ways, there's no way that you achieve that outcome without hatred being expressed to most Jews. But second of all, he knows that comparing the Holocaust to Soviet crimes is problematic, but he's fine to do it with Israeli crimes, or with perceived Israeli crimes, and he'll do it habitually. It's like, you're doing what you yourself believe to be a form of anti-Semitism, and you do it anyway. So goofy as shit, bro. Mad as hell. There's no getting around him. Absolutely not.